Street where the boy drums do beat and the lovely English people walked all over us. And every single night when they tell come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with this chorus. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like Galloway from the green and lovely lace of Gillishandra. Tell us how you slew them old Arabs 2 by 2, like the Zulus they had nice bows and arrows. Of how bravely you faced one with your 16-pounder gun, and you frightened all the natives to the marrow. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like Galloway from the green and lovely lace of Gillishandra. Let us hear you tell how you stand the brave Parnell and taught him well and truly persecuted. Where are the stares and jeers that you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like Galloway from the green and lovely lakes of Gillishandra. Come out and fight without your guns. Show your wife how you won medals up in Derry. You murdered 16 men and you'll do the same again. So get out of here and take your bloody army. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like Galloway from the green and lovely lace of Gillishandra. Oh, come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like Galloway from the green and lovely lace of Gillishandra.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
That is right, chat. It is time for a stream. Oh my god. Welcoming everybody. Do we have a stream for you today? It's been a very, very long time since I've had any guests, and I'm very, very privileged to be able to bring to you today the wonderful Sophie from Mars and her partner and co-writer Nat, both my amazing good friends. How are you both doing? What's going on? We're live. You're live on twitch.tv/djmuel.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah.
Hyped for hanging out with our best bud Muel.
Hell yeah.
I'm still a little like thrown off because there was 10 seconds left on the timer and Nat was like, I'm gonna get some water, and I said, this is the worst possible time. And you know what she said, chat? She said, I know. And it's just carried on.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, it's fine. Chat, don't worry if you're seeing little blanked out in Sophie and Nat's image, it's just because I'm switching through some stuff. They're back.
We're still here. Don't panic.
Still, yeah, everything's
We're all
all
just
good.
going through some stuff right now.
We're going through some stuff. So today we're talking about, we're going to be reacting to Sophie's new video. I'm going to shove it in the chat right now.
Nice.
And, you know, like I say all the time with every React stream, it isn't just because Sophie's special, even though she is, you know, but please, please, please go and give her a like, go and give her a comment, go and give her a sub, play the video alongside the stream in a muted tab, because that helps with Sophie's watch time.
Yo, that's so smart.
You know, some other stuff as well. So, you know, make sure you go ahead and do that. But Sophie, why don't we start off by talking a little bit about like the sort of like start of this video, like what you like, how,
Yeah, sure.
you know, it's been something that's been on your mind for like 2 years at least, right?
Yeah. Nat and I, like 2 years ago, 2 summers ago, were probably just the end of summer, so it's ever so slightly less than 2 years. We're hanging out, and we were just talking about capitalism and climate change, and definitely 100% sober. And we were like,
Big brain.
yo, shit, having big brain thoughts. And we just started talking about like the tendency of like people to be doomers and how frustrating it was, and how much we wanted to like talk about it and write about it. And over a like kind of long time of confronting this, we were like, well, it makes sense that we're all a bit afraid to like think about the end of the world, because it's a fucking terrifying thing, isn't it? But our fear of thinking about it is keeping us from thinking just like logically and rationally about what is gonna actually happen. And when we, you know, over the next few weeks and months started thinking about what is logically actually gonna happen, we were like, fuck, like what people are doing here, like well, we'll get to it in the video, but, you know, logically and rationally, like, the outcome of a massive, massive crisis and many, many overlapping crises and climate apocalypse is, like, people will have to take care of each other. So if people are, you know, treating it like the end of the world, essentially so they can not think about it, then what they're doing is just, like, deciding that they don't want to do the work to just take care of each other now that would stop it from getting to that point. So we're in this bizarre feedback loop where, like, because we're not doing it now, because we think it will all just be fucked, we're making it get to a point, like, it's not going to simply end, and in a way that's, like, simultaneously better and also more horrible than it ending. Because it's a very comforting idea, actually, right?
Yeah, we
Like,
were kind of confronting the actually like depressive logics behind climate doomerism, and
we're both people who struggle with depression very seriously.
right, and you know, this is like, I mean, it's just real, like confronting suicidal ideation as something that happens when you feel desperately trapped and you feel the need to fantasize about any kind of escape.
Oh, you know what? This really fed into it. You when you showed me I've forgotten the name of it now, but it's the comic by that woman who was like really suicidally depressed, and she talks really frankly about her depression in it. And she says that the worst day of her life was when she decided she wasn't going to kill herself, because it meant that she'd gotten all the way to here, all the way to this absolutely most desperate point. And deciding not to kill herself meant she was going to have to get all the way back again to a stable and happy place. Whereas just doing it would have been like, it's over, done. Like,
I think
no
that's
more pain.
that
the fear
is
of the work, right?
that is a fantastic analogy, because I was literally just writing this down as you like were talking about it, because in a way the climate catastrophe is very much like one of those slow burn horrible things that we don't want to happen, right? It's like, if we're going to talk about, you know, grief, because what people are really doing is entering into the first stage of grief, right? Which is denial. Obviously those things are fluid and they change and it's not always the same. But if it's something that is really hard to come to terms with, like a slow burn breakup in a relationship, or even something like cancer, or like, you know, like a horrible thing that's drawn out and
Well, hang on. It's funny that you should say about a slow burn breakup in a relationship, because I've actually used music throughout the video from Togar. So Astrid is a black metal musician we know. She makes depressive suicidal black metal, and this album is it's called The Exquisite Pain, and the 5 tracks on it are named after the stages of grief, and it's inspired by a really a slow and very painful breakup that she went through, and I just, it sort of because in the essay I also end up talking about the community, the queer community in London that I'm in, and the people that I know a little bit. Some of the, anonymized, but I talk about it, it's very intimate. It just felt really right to use this music by a friend.
Sounds like it. Yeah. Because this is what people do, right? They go into denial. It's the first stage, and nobody wants to think about the climate catastrophe because it's a very human response, but a very neoliberal human response, right? Because it's like, it's this fundamental I'm made to think that I'm an individual in the world. I can do nothing on my own to respond to this. And so I'm going to do nothing to respond to this. In fact, I'm going to pretend it doesn't exist, and I'm just gonna, so yeah, exactly that. So, okay, yeah, then that's fantastic. I mean, at the end of the day, people will remember, long time Muel heads, Sophie heads, people who have seen our relationship as content creators and friends, will know that the very first time that I had you on the stream was when we literally were you were yeah, being a doomer is cringe, being really cringe, right? That was the fucking start of our relationship, whether you want to call it a working relationship or a friendship. It started there. And
our working relationship started with that, and our friendship did too. When I came to see you, we had much the exact same conversation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that was 2 years ago. That was 2 years, almost 2 years ago. You came, I think I got you on the stream in about September or and then you came up to see me in October or something.
Exactly.
And, so very, very pertinent. It's a pertinent stream, this.
Yeah.
But anyway, go on. No.
I was just gonna say, I think that's really representative of what I find so special about this video, is that it's the fruit of all of these beautiful relationships and conversations that Sophie's been having with so many people, with her community, and she takes the time in this video all the way through to tell all the people who are just doing what they can in their day-to-day lives to just enjoy themselves and love people, that what you're doing is already special, and what you're doing is already fighting, fighting the fight, fighting to love each other and care for each other in whatever small ways we can already. You're already doing something. And that's she's put the words of family members and friends and I think it's it's there to tell the audience as well, what you're doing is already something, and we can just build on that together.
I think that's great.
It's Muel, you just said about the neoliberal mindset that we're all just completely individual and have no connections to each other. And it's funny, a lot of people in the process of me making this video have recommended the book Entangled Life by Muel and Sheldrake, which is all about mushrooms and all about how entangled together life is. And there, I haven't actually read it. I've read excerpts from it because a friend, one of the times people recommended this to me, a friend sat me down and was look at this bit and look at this bit and look at this bit. I was oh yeah, that's pretty cool. But I do find it funny, so I've still included a lot of sources in my bibliography that are along the same lines and really think about the same challenge, getting people to reckon with how connected we are to stuff. But I just find it really funny that in the kind of book market that we have today, under neoliberalism, books appear like they're a new idea. Here's a new idea for you to enjoy. It's and they appear almost like YouTube videos, just here's someone's thought. And this thought that's maybe you should buy this book and read this is we're entangled. Organisms living on the planet Earth are entangled together in this mess, and it's why isn't that obvious? Why is that a book you'd have to buy?
Yeah. Why? We've had so much disconnection, and I guess it's alienation, right? You have no connection to the labor that's around you, who made this desk that you're streaming on, who made the bits of your computer, all this kind of stuff. and in a lot of ways, like that, like disconnection from each other is also so related to our disconnection from the planet. It's like, okay, you know, the biggest concentrations and populations of people in the Imperial Core anyway are around cities, right, which are like vastly urbanized. Like, you know, if there is any like green spaces, they're very much, you know, like a simulacra simulation kind of thing. So that, like, disconnect is so obvious, and so it's just unfortunately like the product of what we're in, right? And this is why everybody needs to touch grass. This is why everybody needs to, if you can, you need to be like able.
Touch mushroom if you can.
Right, touch mushroom, touch grass, touch the sweet plants, the sweet fruits of the earth that Mother Nature, you know, offers for free, completely free. You know, this is why I love talking about like food liberation, because it is literally just like somebody decided that this thing that everybody can and should get for free is all of a sudden you have to have imaginary credits in another thing that's made up on a computer in order to have that, and it's like vile, absolutely vile.
People try and imagine a dystopian future to like, the air you breathe costs money. It's like, they already took the food, guys. They already got fucking food.
They already got water.
Water?
Yeah.
Like fucking...
Yeah. Food, shelter, water. Like, what do you want? Like, what stage do you want it to get to?
Is air even that much more of a step? Like, fucking hell.
In South Africa, there's places where they literally put like the meter on our electricity. They literally put that on water.
Yeah.
Right.
So you have to have so many credits to be able to purchase so much water. Like,
oh God. Incredible. So anyway, going back to the process and all that. Yeah, you were saying like, I think you were at the point of like how you and Nat were talking about it, like and the sort of relation to grief and stuff.
Yeah, it hit us that like, if you know, to put it short, like if billions of people die, the last people left will be taking care of each other because there's not another choice.
That capitalism won't be functioning under those circumstances.
The worst case scenario is not we're all wiped out. And it's like, you know, I now have a lot of comments from people that are I've kind of gotten this but haven't taken the next step. And it's the next step that this video is really about and is really important to say, is that like, if we're thinking about it like the end of the world, we're all going to do nothing. Because that's actually a comforting idea.
Yeah,
exactly.
But if we accept that the reality is that some kind of communistic social relations, which by the way, like I've had some quibbles from some people here that you're gonna lose people by calling yourself a communist. I'm like, okay, firstly I am, so like just, you know, jot that down. But like also fucking, I'm using this in the sense that David Graeber, the anarchist anthropologist, used you know, communistic relationships, and he said that like lots of little communisms happen every day. People take care of each other just cause, you know, just cause, not because of profit, and that's the crux of it. Like, people will be doing communism because communism is devised after how people took care of each other in the Paris Commune, which was just to be a self-sustaining little bubble of society where people give according to their capacity and receive according to their need, you know? And it's like, yeah, that's what I think will happen if there's way fewer people left. Not because I believe in, you know, Sophie from Mars once again is showing she's a Malthusian. No, it's like, not because, like, just because of if people are living through a constant fucking climate apocalypse, eternal mega crisis, they'll have to take care of each other.
Yep.
So if we want any, like, if that's the worst case scenario, I think that'll motivate us to
capital in order to do that.
Yeah, I think it'll motivate us to do better than that. If we accept that our worst case scenario isn't extinction, we must go from there to think, well, we can do better. Yep. Like if we're gonna wind up taking care of each other anyway, we should just do it now. And like, you know, there's a lot more this links into that, like we're kind of gonna come into like stuff we're writing that will come out in the months to come. But like, you know, there's a huge phenomenon of quiet quitting, right? People call this has been called quiet quitting, and it started during the pandemic. People, because their jobs switched to work from home, and like basically like what they were expected to do became way less. People just accepted, like, fuck it, like I can just cash the check and do the absolute bare minimum. and I'll have way more free time. And, you know, I obviously fucking support this because, like, firstly, this is grinding capitalism down. It's slowing the momentum of the thing that's killing the planet. And secondly, like, it just means more human freedom. And so, like, you know, I think this is something that we can understand as, like, potentially a part of revolution, right? Quiet quitting, because people don't. And again, in the video, we're talking about revolution as the fundamental change of social relations.
Yeah.
And it will, if we're accepting that we're going to change from what we have now, a society designed to maximize profit for the wealthy, to what we need to survive the climate crisis, a society where everyone just takes care of each other, then, you know, people deciding to just like do the bare minimum at their job, focus on other stuff, and cash
withdraw
the check.
whatever energy and labor and productivity that we can from the sovereignty of capital.
They're going to have the free time to focus on just taking care of each other, which means they're changing their social relations.
Yeah.
But will they be motivated to do that, or will they quietly do the bare minimum, play video games at their desk and cash the check? Well, my hope is we can reach out to the people who are in exactly that position and encourage them to focus on taking care of each other in that spare time instead, and discover another world in each other.
Well, it's like I said on Red Planet last night, you know, there's a limit to how much video game you can play.
Oh yeah.
Like,
for real.
You know,
extremely real.
Humans, I will never berate someone for, you know, doing that stuff or whatever it is, or, you know, if you've not really had the time to think about it before, but like most human beings will naturally be like, okay, there's got to be something more. You know what I mean? It's not just me sat like here and festering playing fucking RimWorld for hours and hours and hours. Do you know what I mean? It's there's got to be something else, and it's not necessarily like, you know, it's what Dennis in Always Sunny calls the God hole, right? Like
yeah. People get that hole. Yeah.
you gotta fill that hole. And, you know, again, like, you know, video games will fill it up a certain degree.
For a while, yeah. But, like, I used to like playing video games, and then it was my fucking job.
Yeah.
And then the pandemic hit, and there was nothing to do except my job all the time.
Right.
And now I fucking hate video games.
Yeah.
And, like, I'm just starting to enjoy a couple of them again now. So, like, maybe, you know, I just had a break. But, like, fuck me. Like,
Yeah. There will be like a point where it's like I've like the main reason I'm saying this is because there's fucking post-viral fatigue recently, and I've literally just played some of the worst video games of all time, not because they're good, but because they fill time quite easy. They make time go quite fast. So I'm gonna get better fast, hopefully. And it did.
To make a terrible reference, it's like the remote from Click. You know, Adam Sandler's Click.
Yeah.
Right. It's like just skipping through your life.
Yeah.
I know Big Joel hated that film, and his reasons are entirely legitimate, but I definitely found it imaginatively capturing as a kid because I was always obsessed with Bernard's Watch.
Bernard's Watch! Yes! Yes!
All right, chat. Of all the people I know, and I know a lot of people who have ADHD, Nat and Muel have maybe the most powerful ADHD of anyone I know, and I know a lot of people with ADHD. You have to bear in mind here, I'm a transgender woman, and I'm an internet influencer. These two groups of people, only ADHD, and Nat and Muel, the most powerful. They are the Power Rangers of getting distracted.
It's true. It's so true. It's so unbelievably true. So yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, Bernard's Watch, that shit fucked so hard. But no, it is, and you're right. We did go down a fucking rabbit hole. But coming back to, you know, whatever it was that we were talking about. No, we were obviously like, yeah, talking about like how people need that time to just learn more. You know, it's not always going to have been the case with like the work from home stuff, but like people working from home, they don't want people doing that. Definitely there is an element of like, well, they might learn about organizing, well, they might learn about unions, they might learn about communism, they might start to think, well, if I didn't have to go to the fucking office all this time in my life, why is anyone still going to the office? Seems a bit like a ruse, you know.
it's fucking crazy to me, right? How little we talk about the pandemic. And I don't just mean how we will all talk like the pandemic is over, because that's fucking wild on its own, is how much we just neglect the needs of like the vulnerable.
Yeah.
And people have just decided to get on with it.
So fucked.
But how much we don't reflect on the period of 2 years that everyone suddenly had to reflect, where a lot more people became class conscious because they had time to reflect and they really felt their own mortality. You know, similarly, a lot of people, myself included, came out under the pandemic. Right. Transitioned because it was like, oh fuck, I'm gonna be stuck inside for the next 2 years. That's like a chunk of my life is just gone. So I gotta fucking, you know, like do what I'm, you know, live
as
the
much
life I
as
deserve.
you can.
And like that was a huge time for people. Like there were it's not just people in the workforce, right? People were in the workforce and were like working from home or were just on leave essentially, like either the bare minimum or literally none. Then a bunch of other people were fucking forced into work, but it was still this weird contemplative space where they're like constantly exposed to the fact they're being forced to work while everyone else is gone. And then and then at the same time as all that, right? Students. So many fucking students, and like you talk to students like let's call it post lockdown rather than post pandemic, you know, but post lockdown, and so many fucking young people now are so incredibly based. I genuinely think it massively accelerated, if not class consciousness for these people, climate consciousness. Like so many fucking young people are already on the wagon with like, we have this many years left. And then 2 of them are gone. Right? Are fucking gone. And also during that time, we massively stopped emitting just for that period because no one was going anywhere. And so the evidence of the fact that we can just slow down and buy ourselves more time.
It's like
right there.
What we need to do it is not for everyone to be trapped inside, obviously. It's just to work less. And wouldn't everybody really like a life where they work less?
But I think this is really present in our culture as well, like liberal propaganda media like Marvel, right? The Falcon and the Winter Soldier is a story where, because half of people were missing for a period of time after the thingy, right? And then they came back again. Everything's kind of weird because a lot of people are displaced. There are loads of refugees now, right? Shit like this. And an extremist terrorist cell emerges in this TV show, whose main request is, we don't want things to go back to normal because that won't work. And our hero, right, fucking Mr. America, has to defeat them because they're all too extreme. That they might have a point, but they want to blow things up. Right? And that's the liberal establishment just telling us directly, don't think about the pandemic. Don't think about the lockdown. Don't ever fucking think about it.
That's what upsets me so much about all these QAnoners that are still around, and they're still talking about the COVID vaccine, and it's like no one was making you take that even when it was getting rolled out. And they're certainly not making you take it now. They're not even telling people when they don't give a shit.
But
like
conspiracy theories reflect into group social conflict. And there is a very fucking real conflict between the whole population and the politicians in control of how COVID was managed. And they've manufactured this enormous conspiracy complex around what they are trying to do to us. And it's like, oh, what they are trying to do to us is the same thing as fucking before. Work us to death for profit.
All right. So, I mean, this is what I wanted. This is what I wanted for like at least the first half an hour, you know, and you know, we've done really well. But like, we did it Reddit. We totally did it. Look at this shit. Yeah, I think that's like, you know, that's why it's so important to like just desperately try and hang on to any kind of like hope that we had with that particular time, because it can still be accessed in people's minds. It can still be like looked at. Like if you were to like speak to someone who hasn't really thought about any of it, is just still sort of going with the flow, trying to survive, you know, standard procedure, working class person, then, and said to them like all of the things that you just said, they would probably go, yeah, true. You know, I know loads of my friends who are like definitely left wing, definitely sort of like at least liberal, And you say these things to them, and they go, "Oh yeah, sure." Like people are willing. People have had their minds opened, and I think that's like, capitalists, the ruling class. They don't want people to notice just how effective that was, because oh boy, yeah, there's no profit in bringing down emissions.
People saw the way things were working like fundamentally change, like for a period of time, and. Like you just can't put the cat back in the bag. Like they saw the return of history, History is back, baby.
History is back. Francis Fukuyama too. History is back, baby. Bo Burnham's Inside, right, will continue to be a generational piece of media for all of us, and utterly essential to our time, because it just does capture an appearance of a fundamental consciousness that is still groggy and is still trying to feel its way through.
Right.
But it's a consciousness that emerged because we all went through this fucking thing, right? The lyric from like one of his intro song, he's like, if you'd have told me a year ago I'd be stuck inside my own home, I would have told you a year ago, interesting, now leave me alone. And the point of that joke is, of course, now we understand this is crazy. Like, this is so extreme, and we can't go back to a time when we didn't, like, now experience reality in this way, where we have this shared consciousness of us trapped in our homes. And what's the end point of us being trapped in our homes? We're going to get to go out to work again.
And I'd watch, like, cooking channels on YouTube, and they'd be talking politically about how hard a time everyone is having. Everyone's having this shared consciousness. Everyone's having a hard time. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. These are the things we're doing to, like, keep our spirits up. Like, everywhere you looked, like, in places that, you know, are just usually just, you know, just this little bubble of a dream. Like, somebody lives somewhere and does this, like, cottagecore life where they make stuff in their garden and they
slow down. They slow down and take care of themselves. Wow, that sounds really fucking nice. Inside also contains what I think is the finest piece of Doomer poetry. Like, of all the culture that I've looked at that is Doomer, when I've been considering this video, right? It's his lyric from That Funny Feeling. The quiet comprehending of the ending of it all.
Right.
It's just this, like, if we're stuck like this inside, we can't help but think about the fact the planet's on fire. We can't help but think about it, and that means we got to confront it in some way. And the result of that for Bo Burnham is doomerism. But we deserve to see what the next step is.
Because it's the same kind of mechanism, right? It's this massive, complicated problem that nobody individually has the capability of solving, and we're all begging our government, like, please fucking do your job and take care of us, like, fucking please. And we're seeing, like, everything, like, change for the worse because it's a fucking pandemic and people are fucking dying. But within that, there's so much consciousness growing of how we can make our lives better. People finally have time to reflect, like, I don't want to be tired every single day and have no time and energy for myself and my kids and my family and my friends. Like, and it's just the same thing with climate change. You're seeing horrible, terrifying change on the horizon. You know the government are not listening to our begging. We don't know that we have the tools to address it. We don't know what to do, and so we're just fantasizing about it being the end. But the pandemic wasn't the end. We're still here, and climate change won't be the end either. We will live through it, and we'll be fighting it all the way.
Ashrand in chat said, "By God, that's history's music." It's also like the pandemic. The pandemic taking us like staggering capitalism, right? Not just like stopping its momentum so its damage to the planet did less, but like did this real fucking 1-2 punch of class consciousness, right? Even if a lot of it wound up being conspiracy nonsense, right? It ruptured something. And this was a point that really hit me hard, was when we realized that, because it's a known thing, the climate crisis is going to cause more pandemics. No one wants to think about this, because again, no one wants to think about the pandemic. No one wants to think about it. But it's like the body keeps the score. It's like, you take breaks when you choose to, or you take breaks when you have to, when you're forced to, because your body breaks down.
Yeah, the planet as a body, as an organism.
Because it's heating up.
Yeah.
It's driving migration, both like mass migration crises of human beings. So they're carrying diseases that are often endemic to one area and then they spread. But this is not even the main effect. It's doing this to all species. And so all these species are carrying all this bacteria that is usually in one place into new places where people are vulnerable to it.
And it's not just about movement, it's about people being kept in, like being forced into like poor conditions and where they can't keep themselves safe.
And this was a point where I was like, well, shit, the climate crisis is going to make capitalism impossible. Just impossible. And quite soon too. And that's like, some parts of that are just really fucking depressing to think about. Like, again, the idea that there might be more pandemics, horrible.
But that's why it's fucking urgent.
But that's why it's important for us to now...
That's why it's important for us to say, okay, what can we do now whilst we're relatively safe?
Right.
We are safer than we'll ever be.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Yeah, and to be fair, that is just like going to keep being the case the worse things get. We are still going to be the safest we're ever going to be until it gets worse, and then we are the safest we're ever going to be. So this is it, right?
Right.
I think that's the first thing, and I think that's why I'm so excited for this video to drop now, and it's doing well from what I can see, because there are very real, tangible things happening all over the place, like the wildfires in Hawaii. Right, this is just something that you just don't hear of to that extent, right? And it's just completely like, we're here now. People are getting completely displaced. Whether we spoke about it on Red Planet. Tim told us about that one island. Where it's like it's literally disappearing so much that they had to like get like a 3D rendering of it and put it in a fucking museum, because it's like,
so they can show their children what their island used to look like.
Right, it's gonna be gone. It's gonna be fucking gone. Like a real,
horrible.
actual Atlantis of our time, right?
And I think I sent this voice message to Tia, who I'm going to be co-writing my next kind of big project like this one with. And I was discussing the world is not ending. And I sent this like 10-minute long voice message when it all clicked into place, all the writing. Right, this was the beginning of the final writing phase, because when we're talking about 2 years, we're talking about like getting down notes and paragraphs and changing them and adjusting and having conversations and researching.
Having loads of conversations.
Right, but it was that when I sent this voice message to Tia, it was like 10 minutes long, and it all suddenly clicked into place, and I was like, I'm going to just go and, like, if we're talking to people who are horribly depressed and trying to talk them out of it, one thing you have to do is meet them where they're at. And depressive logic, depressive realism is what they call it, is that you can only unlodge a belief with a more depressing belief, right? And so confronting a lot of the reality of climate change can work. Like we can get across to people this way, because we can go,
it's so much worse.
Those things you're thinking about, like, we're just going to carry on and it's going to get shit and then we're going to die. I can get you here. Like, I can get you listening, because I can say, oh, it's way worse. Oh, buddy, it's so much fucking worse than that. But it's going to force us to take care of each other.
That's true.
Yeah.
Right, because the fact is, people will be having to take bigger and bigger risks to take care of themselves and each other as capitalism takes more and more from us and crumbles with global warming.
Yeah.
So realizing that people will be forced to take those risks at some point can allow us to go, I am safer than I'm ever going to be within this system now. So what risks can I take to protect our future together? What risks can we take together, like not paying our rent, for example, to protect our future and protect our capacity to care for each other right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like, I think that is such an interesting, like, it's grim. It's grim to say this, but it's going to be interesting to see how it develops, right? It's going to be interesting to see how like things go forward and like what people are going to do, like how's healthcare going to change, because all these things are going to change. Like every single bit, like, you know, the tweet I got banned from Twitter for that I will not like repeat here because, you know, it was a very normal thing to say and there's no need to, you know,
just standard.
Normal.
It's something we all think. It's something everyone on Earth already thinks, so it doesn't even need saying.
They hated Jesus because he told the truth, you know. So Elon Musk could not handle the truth. But like, you know, people who say fucking completely, irrevocably, ontologically evil things, such as the NHS should get a bit more privatized, to deal with to
carry on being an MP,
right?
And you say something true, and you get there's your free speech.
They're talking about mass murder.
Yeah,
you're responding to someone talking about mass murder.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Jesus Muel. That's correct.
Jesus Muel.
That's correct.
Yeah. But just, I guess, a last thought I've got, truly the last one left in my brain, is just on the stages of grief thing again.
Yeah.
I think what I've successfully done, certainly what I set out to do, I believe I've successfully done it, is the first act of this video. There's 3 parts. The first act of this video is just speed running us through the stages of grief.
Brilliant.
And it has the denial, it has the depression, it has the anger, it has the bargaining, and it has the acceptance. And then the remaining like 2 hours of the video is about what we do if we've accepted it.
Yeah. It's like, okay, now we understand the reality, not just what our fear conjures.
Yeah.
The reality, which is not rosy.
Mm-hmm.
What do we do about it? Knowing that it's going to be bad, but recognizing that we have power and responsibility to do something about it.
Things can only get worse, brackets, better.
Yeah, things that can, like, things like this have already started happening. Like, things like this have already started, you know, getting so bad that people are being forced into action. Like, it's one of those things, like, so yeah. Okay, we've gone on about it for enough.
Yeah.
Let's crack on. Let's check this out.
It's very much not my point in this video, but I am still entertained by the idea of someone making a meme of me going like, that says like, crank the heat, it's communism time, baby.
You just gotta make it.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. All right. So there's a link in the chat. Everybody, please, again, subscribe, like, comment, share Sophie's video. It really helps her out a lot. Watch the video in a muted tab alongside the stream, or just watch it later on when you go into bed or something like that, etc., etc. Because that will really help our girl out with the old watch time algorithm kind of bullshit. So, without further ado, let's check out Sophie from Mars with The World's Not Ending. One thing that I want to actually find out before we get too far into this is, am I going to be able to get captions on this fucking whatchamacallit?
Oh, we're in the process of captioning.
No.
So,
I just mean, are there going to be auto captions I can access on?
Yeah, there are autos. Are they on Watch Together?
Are they going to be on Watch Together?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so annoying.
Shit, that is fucking annoying. Okay, well, okay, I think, yeah, it's kind of a bit too late to try and organize something else. So let's just fucking watch it on here. Apologies to everyone who's not got captions. You'll be able to get the caption version of the video on the actual video. If you click on the link, if you go to Sophie from Mars on YouTube. So anyway, let's crack on. So we're starting with a based quote from our boy.
Some Mark's quotes are just so fucking metal.
Where are you from? From Sudan. From Sudan? Yeah. And you come from Calais?
Who are you? 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 W
Have you come from Calais?
It's not the first time the government is using giant tents to bolster its facilities to deal with asylum seekers.
So fucked.
Yet you all come to us young people for hope. How dare you? You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words. And yet I'm one of the lucky ones. People are suffering. People are dying. Entire ecosystems are collapsing. We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth.
Part 1. The Uninhabitable Earth.
Okay. Incredibly. Are you trying to pause it, or is it me, or?
No.
Okay, right. That's worked. For some reason, I was clicking on the screen and that didn't.
Just clicking on the screen, not.
Doesn't.
Oh, it works for us.
Yeah, but it's not working for me. It just automatically pauses again.
Yeah, same here. It plays like half a second if I click on the screen. That's so weird.
Weird.
All right,
okay, so yeah, love that fucking intro.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I just went looking for some news clips, and honestly, like, I had this idea in my head for a while, like, what if I introduced this with some news clips? How I got on the editing timeline was like, I did just start with the Uninhabitable Earth, and with the Togar music coming in, and it was quite a harsh start, like it was quite a loud one to begin with. And then I was like, okay, I should go back and do the news clips. And then I was like, hang on, what if the sound is layering on all the news clips, so it just sounds like more and more like, you know, so much noise, and then like. And then it cuts to the music. It'll actually be like a step down instead of a sudden harsh start.
I think it was really good, and yeah, it just sets us up really perfectly. And the tiny bit that I've seen of this scene, just incredible photography. So yeah, well, let's check this out.
Credit to Nat.
Sophie had to do so much work to stabilize this shot after it.
I can see it, but you know what? It adds to it. It's great.
Yeah,
it's dreamy.
It feels really hard to talk about the future. We all know climate change is getting worse at a terrifying pace. And I think to a lot of people, it doesn't even feel worthwhile looking into the problem in any detail, because we all feel incredibly helpless in the face of what really looks like it could be the end of the world. And then you go look into the problem more, and that doesn't help. In fact, the details and data about just how badly pollution has fucked up the planet lead you to the inevitable conclusion this is a problem beyond voting or protest. This is a problem we just don't have the time to solve with incremental reforms or market solutions. The opening page of The Uninhabitable Earth by David Wallace Wells describes this pretty perfectly.
It is worse, much worse than you think. The slowness of climate change is a fairy tale, perhaps as pernicious as the one that says it isn't happening at all, and comes to us bundled with several others in an anthology of comforting delusions. That global warming is an Arctic saga unfolding remotely, that it is strictly a matter of sea level and coastlines, not an enveloping crisis sparing no place and leaving no life undeformed, that it is a crisis of the natural world, not the human one, that those two are distinct, and that we live today somehow outside or beyond, or at the very least defended against nature, not inescapably within and literally overwhelmed by it. That wealth can be a shield against the ravages of warming, that the burning of fossil fuels is the price of continued economic growth, that growth and the...
By the way, just this was me pausing on purpose. The Uninhabitable Earth, like, is such a doomer book. Like, it is just like doom, 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 doom. It's so intense. But like, you know, there are parts of it where I'm just like, you just aren't putting two and two together. Like, you are aware that the burning of fossil fuels is being pointed to as the price of eternal economic growth, and that's impossible. But you're not going, so we'll change to socialism. Like, therefore, like, socialism is the answer.
Like liberal anti-capitalism.
Yeah.
is such a thing that I find so strange.
These liberals won't invent materialist analysis, but God love them, they're not going to stop trying.
Yeah, I love it when they tweet things like, "This is why you need capitalism, but with guardrails."
Oh,
That's one of my favorite things to see them say. But you know, that's like. So, did you read this because this is in How to Blow Up a Pipeline, or did you know about this?
It was because you saw it in How to Blow Up a Pipeline, right?
I saw it first as the book in all the shelves and on the front table and big water stones.
Yeah.
Right.
A few years ago, and I was like, oh, I should probably read that at some point.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh yeah, we'll deal with the climate crisis at some point.
Because Malm specifically talks about David Wallace Wells as being a doomer.
Yeah.
Like he's like this guy is fucked. He's got like the worst fucked ideas. I don't know if this is the guy.
It was kind of convergent. I was aware of it, and then I read How to Blow Up a Pipeline.
Yeah.
Around the same time, I was like, oh yeah, I should be reading this.
So like, because there's one of the guys. He talks about two authors that are like really doom-pilled.
Scranton, right?
Is it Scranton?
I was going to read Scranton for a while. So Roy Scranton, all my homies hate Roy Scranton, wrote something called Learning to Die or something like that. Just like the name of it is just like accepting that we're just going to fucking die.
But one of
And
them,
like, what?
One of them is a ex-service person, right? Like they're like they were in the army.
Yeah.
And I can't remember if it's Wallace Wells.
It's not. I don't think it's Wallace Wells.
So it's Scranton, and that's the interesting analysis around Scranton, right? Because he was radicalized, sort of liberal, after being in the army, and then his whole shit is like, we can't do anything about this. It's fucked, and that's like an interesting kind of like mental analysis of someone who's been in the army, right? Because you get pushed down and down and down. Like the state is so powerful, even though you are like the big boot of the state, there is an even bigger boot, and you can't escape that. Like you'll get court-martialed, you'll be put in a box for thousands of years.
And this feels the same as Don't Look Up, which I also put in the video, which is part of where I started to feel like Scranton was going to be redundant. Like I was making all the same arguments twice.
Right,
and people have seen Don't Look Up and know about Roy Scranton. And it's like, Don't Look Up is written by David Sirota. David Sirota was a speechwriter for Bernie Sanders' campaign, right? He is intimately familiar with the inside of the project and its inability to solve climate change. And so the message he's trying to get across to us is, America is not going to be able to stop climate change, but what he tells us is it's just the same as an asteroid. Like it's just going to wipe everything the fuck out.
Right.
And there's nothing anyone can do.
Like it's meant to be a call to action, but it doesn't give any options for a call to action. It's a call to action by showing. Yeah,
it does not call to any action in particular.
Showing the consequences of no action, right?
Yeah.
Completely.
But obviously, it's not the consequence of no action on global warming. Like
awful, refusal to even like look at the issue. I think that's a huge thing, right? People don't even want to fucking look at the issue because it's like, this is really scary and, it's going to be the end of the world. Again, like, this is why this video is so important. So let's crack on.
The technology it produces will inevitably engineer a way out of environmental disaster that there is any analog to...
That's actually, so just really quickly, the growth and the technology it produces will inevitably engineer a way out of the environmental disaster. This has turned out to be one of the most pernicious lies and most prosperous lies, is the idea that we're going to invent something. And so like a lot of my work for the rest of this year is focused on the promises of technologies and how capitalists are trying to tell us that they got this or that technology will solve it.
Right.
And I'm not just looking at like they're saying this or that technology will solve climate change, but a lot of the time they're promising this or that technology will create a world where we can just not worry about the climate. It's fine.
Right.
We could get uploaded to the cloud inside an AI consciousness or something, and it's like
Soma.
It's just like, no, that's not fucking real. That's science fiction.
Yeah, that will not happen.
They're literally just trying to escape into science fiction instead of like confronting like the world right in front of them.
Right.
True. That is the fault of you know, these people who made dystopia look like such a treat. You know, like there's so many neon things and flying cars, but like the problem is that we have dystopia right now.
Right.
You know,
this, I think, again, is why Cloudpunk is one of the best games, one of the best cyberpunk games there's ever been.
Yeah.
Because the protagonist you play as is just working a gig economy shift job.
Right.
Doing Uber. Like she's literally doing Uber. And yeah, it's in a flying car, but everything fucking sucks, and you're really intimately familiar with how the economy is grinding her down. You know?
Yeah, like Chloe's saying in the chat, use oil to capture the carbon to use to get more oil to capture to more carbon to get us more oil.
Preempting a thing I'll say in a bit, but like real, so real. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
The scale or scope of this threat in the long span of human history that might give us confidence in staring it down.
The chapter titles of The Uninhabitable Earth read like a list of ways that a recently divorced supervillain would try to kill himself, taking out as many other people as possible, like heat death, hunger, drowning, wildfires, dying oceans, unbreathable air, economic collapse. David Wallace Wells does a meticulous job in bringing together climate data in ways that bring the climate emergency into focus as an overlapping cascade of apocalyptic problems. And at the same time,
I'll be so brief here, but the background footage, just so everyone knows, is like in a year, where is carbon produced and then what happens to it? And you can see throughout the year it all coming from the literal north. Global north. There are these flashing areas of carbon sink, like natural carbon sinks, like the Brazilian rainforest, that do suck up a little bit of it and fight it a little bit. But by the end of each year, it's spread all around the world and it just blankets the globe. And that's every year.
Explains very well why so many of the warnings that actually manage to make it into the news are really softening the problem. See, scientists are bound by academic practice not to engage in too much conjecture, and that's why so many of the big, scary, last chance, gotta do something now, or else final warnings that the scientific community are actually comfortable publishing are about what we could avoid if we took drastic action right now. That doesn't sound that unreasonable, but the actual trend is that the fossil fuel industry keeps growing, keeps finding more sources of fuel, and industrial production powered by the fossil fuel industry keeps putting more CO2 into the atmosphere year on year. That means that at any point, what we could avoid by taking drastic action right now is pretty bad, but any reasonable person's evaluation of the situation would read more like, it looks like you are trying to accelerate towards a world where the topsoil is so scorched and poisoned nothing will ever grow again, and all the oceans are barren. Stop now or we will all die. I am not fucking around.
I made that graphic of Microsoft Clippy with a hand holding a gun. Because I realized the way I phrased this it looks like you are doing this. And I was like, this sounds like Clippy. And then I was trying to work in Clippy to this edit visually. And then stop now.
I'm not fucking
and
around.
Clippy with a gun. And then you were like, yeah, this is kind of a hat on a hat. Like, it's already a joke.
Good. I like the joke.
Nah, you should have done it. You should have done it.
I just posted Clippy with a gun to Blue Sky, and I just left it without.
Or morally, any reasonable person's evaluation of the situation would read more like,
It's true.
And fuck, then there's the attempts at trying to tell us it's all going to be okay. You see Bill Gates and, tragically, the science communicators who've been paid to regurgitate his gibberish, telling us all that we're going to invent our way out of the problem. Like we're going to rely on some gizmo that hasn't even been invented yet, being manufactured on a large enough scale to actually make a difference.
I will never forgive Hank Green.
I will become violently ill if I see another cartoon of a little box fan somehow sucking carbon out of the air, narrated by a cheerful liberal telling us that market economics is going to get us out of the problem that market economics got us into.
Okay, yeah, this fucking... Oh, are you talking about...
And like...
Yeah, go on.
Hank Green has done so much like promotional shit for Bill Gates and promoting his was it like How to Save the World?
How to Avoid a Climate Catastrophe.
Right. Yeah. Book from Bill Gates, which is just a description.
And now Gates is investing in nuclear. He's just started a new fucking, Muel, this will piss you off, right? He's just started a new startup to, massively funded it to build, 20 new power plants in the UK.
I hate him.
In the UK.
Yeah.
I hate him so much.
Not in the US.
I hate him
all
so
over,
much.
Everywhere.
It just again, like this is so interesting that the way that capitalism will stop climate change, which is this like sort of like, oh, we're going to accelerate to nuclear energy, is just like do a slower climate change.
Right.
Because that's what it is. Well, whatever's going to happen due to like the fact that we've got all this depleted fucking uranium in the soil in whatever kind of like configuration people want it to be in, that is the quote unquote safe way of doing it. Even if you shoot it into the fucking sun, even if you shoot it, something's going to fuck up. Like something is going to happen later down the line that like, you know, the descendants of humans are going to have to deal with. And so like, okay, what do you want now? Like we have the technology to stop this. It's called renewable energy. Yes, it costs a lot to fucking like, you know, produce, but you don't even have to do that much actually. Like what's really funny is like, this is why Just Stop Oil are talking about just stopping oil, because even just stopping new oil is going to have a massive impact. A huge impact.
Meanwhile, Bill Gates personally refuses to divest from fossil fuels whilst writing a book about how to save the world from climate change. And fucking Hank Green and science communicators, like all the biggest science communicators on YouTube, were paid to promote it.
Paid off by Bill Gates.
They're class traitors, and they will not be forgiven until they personally condemn Bill Gates and retract everything they fucking said and promote a communist revolution.
They're traitors to the science. They're traitors to the fucking science, because like they are science communicators first and foremost. You see people like Rebecca Watson, right? What's she called? Something skeptic.
Skeptics.
Like, maybe. Is that it? No. And you know, she is actually like she recognizes this shit. She's based, you know, and it's like, this is a person I can trust with doing science communication on YouTube, because she's aware of where the money is and she's not taking money from people to you know, in exchange for lying about the science. She won't just lie about it.
And she's class conscious.
We were doing this, we were editing this bit, and I said this thing about the box fan, right? And after a little while, I was just like, nah, fuck it. I'm just gonna cut to a couple of cuts because I'm not gonna just allude to them. I'm gonna show this bastard. Like, not like,
destroy those men.
We live in the real world. This is it. This is an essay about what's actually fucking happening. I'm not doing a don't look up here. I'm not like, alluding to an allegorical thing. This motherfucker is lying.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh yeah, Ashrand in the chat said, Half Earth Socialism has the box fan too. Everything does apparently. And so here's the thing, right? The box fan is a representation of carbon capture and storage. The idea that, you know, the idea of pulling carbon out of the air and then storing it somehow is not, on the face of it, a totally ridiculous idea. The idea of capitalism making it good enough to work and then distributing it enough to do the thing is utter fucking fairy tales. It's nonsense. And it's like, so it's one of those crucial things where Half Earth Socialism can do that. You know, they can have the box fan. Because the premise of the game is that they've made communism in order to stop climate change. They have
it's
this sovereignty to stop climate change with.
It's like you do the there's one thing that you can do that has like a really good impact on the climate, and I think it's something like cloud brightening. I think it's cloud brightening. Like that's this one card that you can use, and it's like actually, like, you know, but if
the accelerationist card.
The accelerationist shit, right? And like you don't want to use it because the accelerationists are like cringe, but then like you know, you get later in the game and you've already brought down emissions loads and shit like that, and you know, and it's like, you know what, let's just give it like a fucking you know, a tiny bit of steroids is good, right? Do you know what I mean? If you know, just don't rely on it all the time.
So you know that you're not just creating permission for capitalism and fossil fuel use to carry on like as is, as the status quo.
As opposed to the American Empire desperately trying to latch onto any magic solution that it can like use in order to continue business as usual. If it's to continue business as usual, it's not going to work.
And they're not.
If it's a change from business as usual, it could actually work.
They're not latching onto those solutions to do them. They're latching onto those solutions to tell everyone, look, hey, maybe we'll be fine, so we can just carry on, and like just to pacify people.
More denial.
All right.
I will become violently ill if I see another cartoon of a little box fans somehow sucking carbon out of the air, narrated by a cheerful liberal telling us that market economics is going to get us out of the problem that market economics got us into.
The more of these technologies we deploy, the cheaper new and better technology gets. The cheaper they get, the more people use them. And so on.
You see liberal politicians with a radical plan of action to ensure a just and happy transition to green energy by 2030 or 2050 or 2080 or some other date that they've deemed achievable that's way outside of the realm of their own electoral cycle. Like, I'll vote for the better candidate and I'll vote to try and keep them in, but I don't even have a vote in American elections, and those seem to be the ones that, like, matter at all. And even if my candidate gets in and stays in, are we sure the policies will be enacted the way that they want them to? Like, we can only vote, or according to my YouTube analytics, most of you can only vote every few years. How many elections do we even think are left before the literal end of the world? Strapping on my waders and my air filtration mask to swim down to...
Most of the people I know are spending 2/3 of their income on rent. How many rent checks do we think we have?
Right.
Until the end of the world.
Right.
Until the end of the
Because
world.
if it's 10 years, that's 120.
Yeah.
Before we're the finance
you want to pay rent up to the
working
end?
to flood our own houses.
Yeah.
Right.
You want to pay rent to the end of the world? Come on.
People
Good
aren't going to
point.
be paying rent forever.
Yeah.
the polling station so I can vote for Sir Keir Starmer's Labour Party to please make transgenderism illegal next year instead of this year. All of these liberal answers completely disregard the rapidity of climate change, and none of them take a reasonable look at how we actually got here. As David Wallace Wells puts it,
Many perceive global warming as a sort of moral and economic debt accumulated.
At this point in the voiceover, Henry, he's so bored. He's so tired of reading
Such
this.
long quotes.
I gave him such fucking long quotes to read.
But I love it when he gets to the one where he's like reading it really passionately, and I'm
Yeah.
like, oh fuck, this
Yeah.
is great.
Yeah, the alarmist one.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No, someone commented already, like, did you make Big Joel read the whole book? I'm like, maybe I should have. Maybe I should have just been like to everyone I know, hey, I need you to do some quotes for my video, and then like copy and paste the entirety of How to Build a
You
Pipeline.
copy and paste State and Revolution.
Yeah.
Since the Industrial Revolution and now come due after several centuries. In fact, more than half of the carbon exhaled into the atmosphere by the burning of fossil fuels has been emitted in just the past 3 decades, which means we have done as much damage to the fate of the planet and its ability to sustain human life and civilization since Al Gore published his first book on climate than in all the centuries, all the millennia that came before. The United Nations established its climate change framework in 1992, advertising scientific consensus unmistakably to the world. This means we have now engineered as much ruin knowingly as we ever managed in ignorance.
and somewhat whimsically,
The majority of burning has come since the premiere of Seinfeld.
Jerry! You hear what's going on out there, buddy? Some kind of ecological collapse? Planet's on fire.
Leave me alone, Kramer. I'm going back to bed.
So when I started researching and writing this 2 years ago,
Quality.
I thought that it would be really funny to have a joke about Seinfeld in my video about about climate change. I suppose that brings me to the purpose of this essay: depression, doomerism, the belief that we are all fucked and there is absolutely nothing we can do to stop climate change. I've noticed a pattern in my offline friends as well as in the online leftist content sphere where we all keep on invoking climate change only in order to say everything's fucked. It's the last on a list of reasons why everything sucks. Fascism and recession and so on, and not even to mention climate change, except that not to mention is actually extremely real. We are effectively not mentioning climate change. We are just evoking climate change as the idea of a completely insurmountable obstacle. I can't pretend I don't understand the impulse to not look at the problem, of course. I did legitimately make myself deeply miserable by reading more into climate data and the politics surrounding it. The fail-safe mechanisms, as it were, that keep us locked on course for a total climate apocalypse. David Wallace Wells breaks down the escalating devastation of climate change according to the degrees of warming reached due to carbon emissions.
At 2 degrees, the ice sheets will begin their collapse. 400 million more people will suffer from water scarcity. Major cities in the equatorial band of the planet will become unlivable, and even in northern latitudes, heat waves will kill thousands each summer.
Okay. Like this is like already happening.
Yeah.
Like this is literally already happening.
The slowness of climate change is a fairy tale. This is it.
Yeah.
There would be 32 times as many extreme heat waves in India, and each would last 5 times as long, exposing 93 times more people. This is our best.
There was a fuck. I can't remember who reported it, but I saw it on Instagram. I think it was like Democracy Now. And bless you. And it was saying there was a heat index, and I don't quite know what heat index means, but I imagine it's just generalized temperature, or like I think cumulative temperature of like 70 degrees Celsius in Iran, in southern Iran, and that was like this summer.
Fuck.
Like if you spent more than 6 hours in that and you're completely healthy and young, you will fucking die. Like you will have like what is it called, the light bulb thing, where like your body you like drown in your own fucking whatever.
Wet bulb temperature.
Wet bulb temperature, right? Yeah, literally that. So fucking crazy.
Case scenario. At 3 degrees, southern Europe would be in a permanent drought, and the average drought in Central America would last 19 months longer, and in the Caribbean, 21 months longer. In northern Africa, the figure is 60 months longer, 5 years. The areas burned each year by wildfires would double in the Mediterranean and sextuple or more in the United States. At 4 degrees, there would be 8 million more cases of dengue fever each year in Latin America, and close to annual global flood crises. There could be 9% more heat-related deaths. Damages from river flooding would grow 30-fold in Bangladesh, 20-fold in India, and as much as 60-fold in the United Kingdom. In certain places, 6 climate-driven natural disasters could strike simultaneously, and globally, damages could pass $600 trillion, more than twice the wealth as exists in the world today. Conflict and warfare could...
Okay, I just want to pause on that point, because I think that's a great point for like the video, right? Because the amount of money it would cost to fix all the problems would fundamentally mean that capitalism is just done.
Yeah.
It's over.
Right.
Because...
You're getting it,
How are we... I mean, like, this is something I thought about, like, a lot, where it's like, you know, people are going to demand a kind of justice.
Yeah.
And that normally, in the capitalist-brained world we live in, is like money. It's like, okay, I want money.
Well, let's consider what wealth means, right?
Right.
Because wealth is generated by people working for people, right? Yeah. These people get to hoard wealth because people work for them.
Yeah.
If those damages are being done, and you can't go to work anyway because everything's flooded. Yeah. And you gonna want to work towards giving them more wealth, or are you gonna want to work towards repairing the damages that were done?
Right.
You're obviously going to choose the latter, obviously.
Right.
And so the wealth that would go towards those people is going to go towards helping people instead anyway.
Yeah.
Like, or rather, the labor that would become the wealth is my point.
Right.
It's that fundamental, like, awful argument that's like, well, you know, how would anyone get any incentive to do anything if there was no profit motive? Oh, well,
why
then...
would anyone ever help their mum if there was no profit incentive?
Yeah. Why would anyone ever, like, say, I'll get the bill when there's no profit incentive? Why would anyone do anything nice ever? It doesn't exist. People aren't nice. You know, and I guess what'll happen then, you know, thinkers of that, is I'll just sit here while the water gets higher. That's what'll happen. Everybody will do that. Everyone will be like, well, there's no profit incentive, so I'll just sit here. Just the most completely fucked way of thinking about things.
Nat's been rereading David Graeber's Debt, the First 5,000 Years at the moment, and you were talking to me about gift and greed.
Yeah, I was just thinking that like he talks about the idea of there being a pure gift and pure charity. It only comes about through like expansive expansionist dominating like quasi pre-capitalist or capitalist
the
societies.
normal reason to do anything is profit.
Where there's an idea of pure greed.
So pure greed exists.
Pure self-interest.
So I could be selfless by giving my money to charity.
Right. But he's saying that, like, obviously every day you see and perform, and in more egalitarian societies, this is just the understood like basis of interaction, that there is no pure gift, there is no pure greed.
Right.
We make the society that we want to live in together. So like doing things together benefits all of us.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, let's crack on.
Double. Part of what makes the question of our planetary future feel too bleak to even consider, makes part of our total annihilation feel a certainty to many, is the nature of the problem of climate change as a socio-politico-economic issue. We live in a world divided by... What? I can't be sad and gorgeous? Grow up! We live in a world divided by global capitalist...
Was gonna say, you look absolutely amazing in this. Like, I completely fucking forgot. It was in my head as soon as I saw the first shot.
Thanks, babe.
No worries.
Imperialism. There aren't just poor countries and rich countries, a global north and south, a first and third world. There is an imperial
what was great,
core
actually?
and an imperial periphery.
We were watching the premiere on YouTube, and Leon from Renegade Cut was watching live, and it got to this bit, and he was like, yeah, I gotta stop talking about the global north and south. I gotta stop doing that, and I gotta talk about the imperial core and the imperial periphery, because like it's just, this is it. Like, we need this materialist understanding of imperialism.
Yes.
That there's a relationship that creates those roles.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's great.
It's there's no point in using the language of the oppressors to describe the oppressed, right? That's all it is. It comes down to as simply as that, and like we have to like break away from all of that. Yeah, so based.
And the imperial core countries, definitionally, exploit from and steal from the imperial periphery. Okay, a map usually helps people understand things like this a bit better. Behold the walled world. The most heavily policed and militarized borders in the world, and inside of them only 14% of the population, but 73% of the wealth. This isn't a perfect map. It doesn't show, for instance, the varied relationships between the countries outside those borders, or how they have different relationships to the countries within them. It also paints this as pretty black and white. Countries are either in or out, and that's unhelpful.
Let's just use this real quick opportunity to pause here and just talk about these things as well, right? So we have like world's top 50 quality of life cities. Like, I really want everybody watching the stream. We talk about the imperial core, the imperial periphery a lot. Yeah. But to really understand it, like, this is so important. It's like, think about it. 7 billion people. There are 14% of that within this area, and it's just so completely outweighs any kind of quality of life that people have outside of it. Like, the world's top 50 quality of life cities, and that's not just like a thing where it's gone where people have, like, you know, analyzed it. I feel like this is like legitimately like what scientists have done. They've analyzed like a happiness index and shit like that.
Like quality of life versus standard of living. Standard of living tends to be the quite plainly like, okay, this is a capitalist perspective. You have
but quality of
these
life
things, but quality of life tends to be a quite different kind of metric where it's like access to education, schooling, kind of healthcare.
And there was an article in one of the liberal slot publications, I forget which one now, who fucking cares, that was asking like, are cities in East Asia nicer to live in? That was the way they phrased the question. And I was like, okay, nicer to live in than cities, like, they're talking about China, right? Primarily they're talking about China. Are they talking about compared to cities in the imperial core? Are they talking about nicer than they used to be, right? The answer is it's a combination of these. They're saying they're getting nicer to live in. Ours are the same or getting worse. And the answer to this would be to say, hey, you live inside a rotting imperial project. Like, you live inside an imperial project that's seen its best days. They're gone, and it's on the way down now. Right, and shit is going to get worse in these, you know, highest quality of life cities, and there is a liberal perspective. They're panicking, like, oh shit, is it going to be nicer to live in China than the US? And it's like, yeah, man, because they're fucking trying to do something about climate change, and you're not. Like, they're trying. They're like, I'm not standing the CCP, but they're trying. But they're trying a bit.
Yeah. This is it, right? So yeah, and also like really, really, really important to like sort of note these heavily guarded border zones as well, right? You got the Schengen zone, the future Schengen border, and all this. Like you know, pay close attention to this, chat. Like where this border ends is quite obviously where all the white countries stop. Like that's what is happening. Like look at the heavily
and the allies of those countries, because you got you got South Korea and you got Japan in there as well. But it's really Japan was an empire until really fucking recently, and then they're
very much
they stopped being an empire, but they've bought into American capitalism. Also the Schengen zone. I made a TikTok about this a while ago. Like it's a fascinating thing because it's like I, as someone with a UK passport, no longer EU but UK, right, can pass through that, no problem, right. Any border I'm crossing there, no worries, right? But someone who's from outside, right, can't get the train that passes through like France, Belgium, Switzerland, Germany, like across like all of this with no problem, right? They need to be inspected constantly.
Yeah.
Right? That's wild. That's such a wild difference that
horrific.
They're like, oh, there's free movement in here, and it's like, is there?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that, because what if you're from Sudan?
Yeah. Right. Anyway, chat, when you get time, check out this map, absorb it, etc.
Yeah.
Because of the ways and flows of imperialism can shift and change, and also because it can't tell us a very important aspect of its own visualization, that these borders are there to keep people in as well as to keep them out. The imperial periphery is, in a very real sense, thanks to the limits that wealth places on freedom of movement, ghettoized. As David Graeber put it in Direct Action and Ethnography,
a lot of us were already arguing that the whole point of free trade was, in fact, to confine most of the world's population in impoverished global ghettos with heavily militarized borders.
I know this is like I'm Sam Cedar level of pausing right now, but like
pause it.
The whole point of free trade was in fact to confine most of the world's population in impoverished global ghettos. Now, let's be utterly fucking clear about this. Capitalism, because it must have the majority of all people, right, producing the wealth, and the tiny minority of people hoarding it, right? It can't be, it's not an accident that it's the majority of the world's population in those ghettos. It's not like, oh, they draw up these things and like, well, these were the power holders, so oops, they let everyone else down. It's like, no. They want those, like, they want the vast majority of the human race, right, trapped,
in crushing poverty and violence
in a labor and wealth extraction machine at the bottom rung, right? And then there's a middle rung that we, as the labor aristocracy, the working class within the imperial core, we benefit from imperialism.
Get cheap bananas.
We get cheap fucking bananas,
we
right?
Get cheap
and
sugar.
Guatemala gets genocide, right?
Yeah.
And then the people above us, obviously, who we have so much less in common with than those guys from Sudan on the rubber dinghy. Right. The enemy does not arrive by life raft. He arrives by limousine every time.
In a suit.
Yeah, in a fucking suit. In an electric limousine. Because he's so climate conscious.
Green billionaires. Yeah, I love those green billionaires. That's so good.
Which social protections could be removed, and the resulting terror and desperation fully exploited by global capital.
Nonetheless, as a visualization, it does bring together some political truths we're aware of implicitly. That the country is responsible for historic imperialism and their white majority offshoots and settler colonial projects continue to benefit from that legacy in a material way. Liberal discussions of who is responsible for climate change and who should fix it treat global politics like an even playing field, as though all countries compete on an even footing in the marketplace of global capitalism. In fact, the richest country in the world and its allies, the other richest countries in the world, are responsible for not only a disproportionate share of emissions, but also responsible through financial mechanisms for a lot of the way that other countries emit too. International bodies like the UN.
All right, let's just really quickly go. Made in China, right? Made in China is industrial manufacture being shifted out of the imperial core because our industrial sector's workers gained class consciousness. They organized into unions. Thatcher and Reagan were like, fuck that, get them out of here.
Factories are really effective places to organize
Yeah.
And they shifted it all
work
elsewhere, and a ton of it was taken up by China because they saw an opportunity economically. This is Dengism, right? In taking on the load that like is such a load-bearing pillar to international capitalism that they would have effective control over it, were they to etc. Right? This is the idea of how China could, as a global capitalist force, drive towards world communism.
Obviously, if that were to ever happen, it would come from below, from the working class,
exactly,
not from the government,
right? Of course.
Them there.
But you know, there's a fucking reason that Made in China was on everything for a really long time, right? And it's now breaking down into other countries around China as China gets richer, and it's outsourcing its industrial manufacture to Thailand, Vietnam, etc. Right? Malaysia. And now you see these countries on all your stuff, and it's like, yes, this is very fucking deliberate. Industrial sector manufacture has been moved out, and that's the nature of the extraction machine. We have all the goods that have been imported, right? All of the food and all of the manufactured stuff and all of the materials, right? The 35% of all uranium in France's nuclear reactors comes from Niger, right? Yeah. It's been extracted, and then so what do people in France get? The labor aristocracy, they get the energy that's produced from the extracted minerals from Niger, right, from the imperial periphery, but they're still the working class, right? They're getting those benefits of imperialism, but they're working service sector jobs. They're working in Deliveroo, or they're working in a restaurant or whatever, right? And then Macron in his golden room, his fucking tiny man in his fucking gold-decked room, right, is he and his buddies are getting absolutely all the wealth.
Yeah. So gonna give you some sweet Sylvia Federici, Caliban and the Witch, Marxist feminism right now. She's talking about the like transatlantic slave trade and how this related to the development of the like worker subject in Europe, and the European working class through the post the enclosures, the emergence of capitalism. Yeah. And she makes the point that with wages to the labor aristocracy, the worker subject in Europe, the capitalist can mobilize not just the work of that one laborer, also the free reproductive labor of the women around him, and the enslaved labor all of colonized subjects.
Yeah, right.
So with that one wage, the capitalist is controlling this mass of people.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Completely fucked. Let's go.
Oh,
whoa, we're getting a raid.
Oh, look at that.
Isle. Oh my gosh. It's the embarrassingly long Donkus Jonkus Mule raid alert. That's right. That's fucking right. Isle, thank you so much for the raid, you sweet, sweet, gorgeous girl. Everybody, please go follow Isle. She's amazing. Welcome, everybody. My name is djmuel. These are my friends, Sophie from Mars and Nat. We are currently discussing Sophie and Nat's video. The world is not ending. So really, really awesome. Just great. We're talking about so much fucking climate change and capitalism and how it sucks and all that stuff. So that's what we're doing. Yeah, welcome in. That's basically it. If this is your first time to my channel, I'm normally like a leftist political streamer, so that's the kind of content you can get. But we're watching this video, so
I'm gonna go pee, but you should carry on.
Yeah.
Patreon.com/Sophie from Mars.
Well, yeah, yes. Please go and give Sophie from money. In fact, it's Sophie from money, Sophie some money. And also, I'm gonna shout out my own Patreon, and
Please give Muel some money.
You should give me some money, to be honest, because this is my full-time job. It's my main source of income at the moment. If you like what you're watching, if you've laughed, had fun, or learned something, please consider donating to my PayPal. Help me pay my bills, eat, and take myself out on little dates. So you could do that with the link in the chat, the sub off Twitch link in the chat. And I should really have the dono goal on the screen. I'll put it up there. There you go. Give Sophie from money some Mars. It's true. That's exactly what we should do. Convince more people to raid when their stream ends to embarrass Muel some more. No, don't do it. Awesome. Thank you so much for the 1312. That's a great number. Thank you so much. If we could just put 1312 in the chat. That could be cool too, right? So yeah, let's continue the video.
Other countries in the imperial core, not only using wealth, but a specific pathway of industrialization and then eventual shift from an industrial sector economy to something else. This framework of human development is ahistorical. Countries in the imperial core underwent industrialization off the back of colonialism and then the domination of other countries and even chattel slavery. In the US and UK, our economy is deindustrialized, that is, shifted from...
Okay, so I feel like Sophie would want me to pause and read this editor's note. This is a 2020 UN policy briefing where someone is critiquing the industrialization over deindustrialization pathway. Thank you for the follow. Leaving it in here since this development pathway has been a key mechanism in getting us where we are now. Right. Okay.
Yeah, and also the point is like even the kind of bodies that promote these frameworks of understanding things will critique themselves and critique their frameworks, but it doesn't change the overall like political like hegemony. So like the IMF will occasionally come out and basically like critique neoliberalism, critique itself.
Yeah.
We're still doing it.
Yeah.
It's still doing it. It doesn't change anything.
Yeah, we see you, we hear you, we'll do better. All that nonsense.
From an industrial sector to service sector economy, because the industrial workers were gaining organized class consciousness and the government's outsourced industrial manufacture to the imperial periphery to force the working class into jobs without unions. Are imperial periphery countries supposed to follow this same pathway? How?
This is starting to look more and more like America making a selfie video in its garage with its 2 Lamborghinis and its bookshelf and telling all the poor countries they can be just like this if they work hard and subscribe to its private Discord channel. Am I wrong? To describe the scope and nature of the problem of climate change requires these digressions into so much else, because without it we kind of have a nonsense map of countries with huge emissions but not enough resources to deal with those emissions, and the best answer liberals give us is that those countries just need to develop more. They need more time, because using fossil fuels is just a natural part of human development. In reality, there is a system of coercion and incentives here which encourages every nation to be as dependent on oil as possible, because to do so makes America richer. It's not just that the American empire runs on oil, but the concept of value and the primary financial mechanism for structuring the American empire, the dollar, is intrinsically linked to oil. Since the US was historically a net importer of oil, it used to be that the value of oil and the US dollar had an inverse relationship. When the price of oil went up, the value of the dollar would go down, until about 2010, when the US became a net exporter, at which point the relationship reversed. Now if oil is worth more, the dollar is also worth more. The commonality between these two relationships is the US always gets the best deal on oil sales.
Right.
This isn't an informal relationship either. In August 1971, in a deeply jokified move, Richard Nixon depegged the value of the dollar from gold and pegged it to oil instead. This was a response to the enormous debts that America was generating due to, among other things, the Vietnam War. As a result, oil is always traded in US dollars, sometimes referred to as petrodollars. Of course, the Seinfeld premiere wasn't until 1989 when Ronald Reagan left office, so we can't pin this all on Nixon.
If your currency has more value, it has more power. It's important to understand money as instructional tokens, because the point of money is not to store value, but to convey it from one party to another in exchange for something.
And that's like, this is why whenever you like see anyone who's serious about communism, the discussion will be about what is value, right? How do you measure value? Because quite clearly value to one person is not value to another person. Like, to a person who's desperately trying to eat and can't afford, the chemical fertilizer that they need in order, even with all the horrific subsidies that are given to like third world countries for production and farmers and stuff like that, if they can't eat, then in fact, actually, like, if you just gave them some food, that would be inherently valuable, right? It would actually be the same as like the value that you would get if you were given the money to buy food, right? But then again, it depends, because how much can you buy for? It's just like, so it just changes so much, even within the intricacies of like whatever country I'm talking about here. Like, there are loads of examples of this, chat. Like,
and like the US can charge whatever it wants for healthcare, and landlords can charge whatever they want for housing, because people will pay whatever they have to pay unless they have the means to not.
Yep.
They will spend, 2/3 of their labor, which means that because of the landlord's control of housing, like, they are forcing us to contribute 2/3 of our labor to, like, directly forcing the contribution of 2/3 of our labor to our bosses. It's, ruling class gives us a token, and then we give it straight back to the ruling class, just enough left over for us to carry on doing the same thing.
Right. And this is why it's so insidious, because it's like that amount is changing all the time, because really, in actual fact, like, this is the truth about the value of those things. Healthcare is in fact invaluable, right? It's quite up there in terms of like things that like we need to live. So healthcare is invaluable. Food is invaluable. Access to like proper nutrition is invaluable. Shelter is invaluable. So even the sort of like process by which capitalism says, well, we think that stuff is worth this much, is like a contradiction, because it's like, well, actually, hang on a second, you're saying that like shelter is only worth so many tokens a month, right? But it's 2/3 of the tokens that you get for your labor. It's like, well, actually, no, it's invaluable. So trying to put a price on it is actually like a bit of a fucking, piece of shit thing to do, because you're sort of like, well, it's not worth that much. So the construct, the actual concept of money in everybody's head as it exists is like fundamentally contradictory. It's fundamentally, they're just desperately trying to be like, okay, yeah, how much can we charge you for being alive? This is what it is.
Money is not resources in itself. Money is not a resource. It is the technology by which the ruling class controls all of our activities.
Yeah. And you can just see like, this is why communists want to abolish money, because it's bad, actually.
And abolish private property.
Yeah, like all these things, they are not good, actually. All right, let's carry on.
So if you have more money, you have more power. Go figure. So if someone said, why would America invade the Middle East for oil when it's already one of the biggest producers of oil? The answer is actually surprisingly simple. If your currency has a value tied to the value of oil, well, you have a vested interest in, firstly, controlling the supply of oil, or at least making sure the supply of oil is in the hands of a few reliable monopolies, and secondly, in people using oil. But to understand the shape of power isn't enough, because for many the next thought would be, well, the American presidential elections must hold enormous importance in the question of climate, which of course they do, but to vote in a completely green president of the United States...
I just wanted to point out Ashran's comment, which I think is absolutely fantastic and really, really, like, it's just like sparked something for me. Money is a technology for rationing that also maintains a class system.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. Yeah,
because they're capitalists are constantly being like, socialism means rationing, and that's supposed to be so terrifying. A guarantee of what you need is supposed to be so frightening, but
that is exactly what it is. It's rationing. It's saying like, okay, well, you can have this much housing if you do this kind of labor. You can have this much nice food, nutritious food, if you do this much labor, or this much healthcare if you're in a country that doesn't have free healthcare. Yeah, it's completely fucked.
Is no magic bullet. Franz Kafka has a short story titled An Imperial Message, and it really is very brief, so I'll just read it to you. The Emperor, so they say, has sent a message directly from his deathbed to you alone, his pathetic subject, a tiny shadow. Actually, it's a bit fruity even for me, so I'll just paraphrase. The Emperor is dying, and his last dying act is to give a message for you at the farthest flung reaches of the Empire to his messenger, verified by everyone at his deathbed. The messenger sets off right away, but immediately encounters a problem. The inner chambers are fucking rammed. There are too many mourners in there, servants and sycophants and so on. But the messenger, he has the imperial crest he can point to say, get out of my way. But even getting out of his way is not so easy because it's just so jam-packed.
So the messenger is basically shoving people out of the way, one arm in front of the other, trying to swim through the crowd. But if he ever gets out of the inner chambers, there's still the outer chambers. And outside the outer chambers, there's the inner palace. And outside the inner palace garden. And then the wall. And then the outer palace. And then the outer palace garden. And another wall. And then the imperial city. And guess what? Every single square inch of it is fucking rammed with people here to see the dying emperor. So in effect, the message will never actually reach you. This is how imperialism works. It has to create convoluted systems of power through which to enact the will of the empire, both to distance the people at the top from the imperial subjects and to legitimize the power of the empire through abstraction and esoterica. The flip side of this is...
This is related to what we were talking about last night in that organizing is very quiet, right? Organizing is very quiet. Like mobilizing can be like really loud, but organizing is like very much something that's not reported on. It doesn't like you're obfuscated. You know, you're obfuscated.
If the state mobilizes police, that's very visible, right? And it gives us the impression like the police could be anywhere, anytime, and hundreds of them. And so we think, wow, the state can mobilize so effectively. But we're not seeing all the organizing of the state.
Yeah. I'm just going to go to the bathroom real quick now, so you two carry on.
That even the power of the most powerful political figure in the world has to work through these convoluted mechanisms, slowing it to a snail's pace. This shows how the nature of global power, while dictating much about the imperial periphery from the core, doesn't actually allow for a change that could tackle the climate emergency through the existing channels of worldwide politics. As is often noted about imperial core-periphery relationships, the superstructure exceeds the infrastructure. The ideology of the free market, the patterns of behavior in service of the idol of capital are rampant and unrestricted and exist far beyond the ability of the imperial project to regulate them. If Joe Biden actually wanted to stop climate change... I know, right? Good stuff. I'm here all week, folks. If they moved to shut down all fossil fuel extraction within the states and then used their political influence to pressure every...
You pointed this out. I cut out a bit here where I said about Joe Biden's administration, and then I said if they did this. So accidentally singular they them'd Joe Biden. Congratulations on Biden for their being the first non-binary president. We're so proud of them.
Every other country to stop fossil fuel extraction as well, it wouldn't result in the fossil fuel industry being shut down. It would likely either result in Biden being removed from power or the collapse of America's power on the global stage. Most likely, in fact, it would just become a new frontier of imperialism, in which poorer countries would be brutalized and sanctioned, while America promised it was definitely going to move away from fossil fuels, but it's those other countries, you know? It's those other people. They're the ones holding it up. In fact, we can see this is already more or less the case. Green imperialism is well underway, and while America makes empty gestures towards domestic reform, the focus for many has shifted to what China will do about its emissions.
Okay.
Green energy has been recuperated into one of the...
I hate it so much because any fucking time you try and talk to like legitimately anyone about like, oh well, you know, Just Stop Oil are doing, you know, pretty good stuff and all this, and they're like, what about China? You know, what about what China's doing? We're doing okay. The UK's doing great, and it's like,
well, it's not.
No,
Sunak's just announced a bunch of new oil licenses.
So many new oil licenses. Like, you are a rube. You're doing the job of the state. You're a cook. Like, what is happening? Why can't you use your own brain? Oh, actually, I already know. It's capitalism. It's manufacturing consent. Like, okay, cool. This conversation was pointless.
Those never fulfilled and yet never empty threats that makes imperialism work. The way that the system operates is not meaningfully separable from global warming. To put it more plainly, global warming cannot be stopped without ending global imperialist capitalism.
True.
So, flooding, droughts, heat waves, extreme and devastating weather events, unbreathable air, and dying oceans are all the endpoint of the normal way of doing business on which all of our political relationships are built. To stop these horrible things happening, we would have to dismantle the power of the most powerful nation on Earth, and probably even more absurdly, we would have to dismantle the framework which gives it its power. Capitalism itself is the thing killing the world.
Boom.
Why do you even watch videos like this? Long as hell video essays about philosophy and leftist takes on media and communist political theory? I know the answer very clearly for a lot of my audience because I watch long-ass YouTube videos as well, albeit on different topics. I know a lot of people watching this are at their work desk, or in bed, or in some other way consuming this content when you should be working, or eating, or sleeping, or tending to your life in some way. I know this is a comforting space from people who need to procrastinate away from something. And again, I know because I do this too. I like to watch long as hell videos about how to grow mushrooms at home. I love mushrooms. I've always loved fungus and mosses and molds. I remember being fascinated by
fungus thought begins.
Hell yeah.
A type of slime mold that grew outside my bedroom window as a kid called dog vomit mold. I just love the idea of these organisms. Neither
it does
plant
look like
nor
dog
animal
vomit.
down in the dirt doing amazing things that we don't even know about. Did you know that the mycelial networks beneath forests can attach to the roots of trees and allow forests to basically think like trees?
Slime molds can complete mazes. I just
They're
cool.
very smart. Yeah.
Trees can send messages to each other through the fungus. Anyway, I like to lie in bed and not sleep and not eat and not get up to do the day and learn about how I could grow pink oysters or lion's mane at home. Of course, I'm not doing those things. I'm just watching a YouTube video. It's a kind of escapist fantasy for the things I could be doing if I weren't so paralyzingly depressed. And I know lots of other people consume the content they consume in the same way. The kind of content I create, even. So I just lie there, not buying a plastic tub or a grow tent or a misting setup, not mixing a bulk substrate or inoculating a grow bag, not growing mushrooms at home, just waiting. Incubating. Other content creators and influencers on the left are very quick to say that nobody should seriously listen to them about what to do politically, because why would you listen to an influencer about something as serious and important as that? And maybe they're right, it does sound pretty fucking silly to get your directions for how to build a better world from a video on the internet, right? I mean, what the fuck can I actually say anyway? I am literally a YouTuber. My qualifications are a gifted and talented program in high school, a silver plaque that says I got 100,000 subscribers, and reading as many accounts of historical revolutions as I could possibly get my hands on. No one is expecting me to lay out a step-by-step analysis and plan of how not only to ensure that a revolution succeeds, but to shape the character of it to be as loving and kind as possible, as to ensure the most equitable and gentle world we can possibly live in. That would be ridiculous. So I'll just keep...
Like, so I think I do just want to on some level talk about this, because this is kind of related to the problem, right? The reason why lots of people who genuinely know that if we were to unionize in a bunch of different ways, and that's not just labor unionizing, but unionizing as oh my god, you said the word last night and I've completely forgotten what it is. It's something identity.
Group consciousness.
Group consciousness, that's it, right? So group consciously, also class consciously, organizing in all of those different ways. But people are terrified to come up with that and come out there and say it, because it's we have this hierarchy in the world, right? We have this hierarchy of oh, well, Sophie's just got this degree and it's nothing to do with actually organizing, so she can't talk about it. She's not got a degree in politics, so she's not allowed.
I haven't got a degree in anything, but yeah, go on.
Oh, right, I thought you did. Well, anyway, whatever.
We both dropped out.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Well, based, to be honest.
It is really funny, the qualifications thing, though, because someone left a really long comment about that bit. I was out of the room for this because I was still in the bathroom, but the bit where I said about if your money has more value, it has more power. And someone left a comment being you've gotten this exactly backwards. If your money has more value, then it's less power. Think about the Japanese yen. It's 10,000 yen to buy a cup of coffee. That means it has very little value. And I'm no, no, my guy, no. You've got it exactly backwards.
Yeah.
The reason that the lowest denomination you can trade into is the pound.
Yeah.
Right? Like
yeah.
£1 will always be worth more than one of any other currency, is because Britain is like the center of like all the fucking money laundering of the imperial core.
Yep.
Right. And then right after that, you've got the euro. And then right after that, you've got the dollar. And the dollar has this much enormous power because of fucking oil.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, if it's one of something trades into more of something else, guess what? That one is worth more of the other one.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, there being 10,000 yen to buy a cup of coffee or whatever. Yes, that does mean less. Like it's
just a fundamental misunderstanding of.
But just on the qualifications thing, it's like I studied STEM stuff. Like I was
right.
I did my maths A level 2 years early. I studied engineering. Like it truly is just like beautiful misogyny in action. Like they're just like someone else said like. Emotionally, everything that she says in this video is true, but she doesn't understand economics. And I'm like, oh man, I hate women. I fucking hate women.
Yeah, definitely. It's fully baked in misogyny and like that. So this is the thing, right? It's like people will listen to cishet white men because that's who we're told are the smart ones, right? So this is what gives someone like fucking Jimmy Dore the absolute brass balls to like go on a stream and be like, the CIA is editing my Wikipedia page. Do you know what I mean? Like this kind of like absolute like.
What a beautiful brain that guy has.
Right, and it's like and people.
Which is wrinklier, Jimmy Dore or Jimmy Dore's brain? We may never know.
I like to think that like Jimmy Dore's brain's got the same kind of like very old leather bag texture that like his face has. So anyway, that's just how I think about it. But anyway,
it's just like with like renters union or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like our power and our knowledge and our understanding doesn't come from I did a renters union degree.
Exactly.
It comes from us pooling our knowledge and understanding and power as renters. Those are the qualifications that we need to understand what we need to do.
Yeah.
Well, the institutionalized academic structures within the imperial core have actually made learning about stuff such a joke, because it's like, all right, there is just like a lot of very basic information that we can like give you, and we're gonna like we're gonna elongate this shit into like 4 or 5 years of study, whereas like actually like a lot of the time when I went to fucking uni, I did fuck all work. It's so funny just how little work you can actually get away with and get a degree. Like I have a degree. It's crazy to me that I have a degree. It doesn't even mean anything to me, because it's like I did nothing. I smoked a stupid amount of weed. I rotted, and I played video games, and I actually streamed on Twitch, and like, it's just actually absurd that I have a degree, a 2-1 at that. Like, how did I fucking manage that? I literally pulled that shit out of my ass at the very end of the course. So like, just the very idea that like, oh, she doesn't have a degree in economics, and oh, she's a woman, so she don't know what she's on about, like all these different like hierarchies. It's fucked, right? Because it's brainworms. The people can learn and understand things far easier than we give them credit for, right? And this goes as a whole to every kind of person. Like, human beings are actually intrinsically smart when it comes down to it, because if you give someone the desire to learn something, they will learn it. They will go, I'm going to go on the internet, or I'm going to go to the library, or I'm going to ask people, you know what I mean? Because people desire that like extra thing that is not just like being a wage slave and dying and sitting there and rotting and watching YouTube videos, right? So anyway, I just wanted to like
real.
It's real.
Keep on making videos about the phenomenology of Alex Jones's conspiracy theories, and you'll keep on watching them, and I'll keep on watching videos about how to grow mushrooms at home, but not actually do it, and we can all just enjoy the fantasy. But what if we actually did it, though?
What? What if we actually did it? Hey, I was there.
You were there!
I was there.
It was such a good day.
It was, yeah.
I
started out quite ambitious with my mushroom growing. I skipped over buying grow your own kits and went straight for mixing my own substrate, which is a word which here means expensive dirt, that I could grow my mushrooms on. My substrate was mostly vermiculite, gypsum, and cocoa coir with water I'd boiled to avoid contamination. I also made a pretty silly mistake and decided to grow pink oysters out of this tub of dirt. Pink oysters grow best out of vertical surfaces, not horizontal ones. So the way my pink oysters grew was extremely wacky and probably could have come out better with a different setup. Nonetheless, they came out really well, which, looking back, was extremely lucky because the whole setup here was full of problems, but maybe that's a testament to how easily pink oysters can fruit. And boy, are they gorgeous. I have footage of these first flush of pink oysters, but I had to travel during the second flush, and that was during the big summer heat wave, and if I'd been there I would have put a lot of work into keeping them temperature regulated and hydrated, but because I was away, the second flush withered and dried up. Later on I got a grow kit so I could capture a time-lapse of pink oysters actually fruiting, and the footage shows off another big mistake I made starting out. I didn't make a separated sterile space for my mushroom growing, so flies found it pretty fast and it got kind of gross. The reason I'm talking about it and showing it and describing the failures and problems here is
it was kind of like there was a portal to hell in the spare room of our house, and endless flies were pouring out of it. It's so much worse than it sounds.
Cool.
Just describing it.
Cool. I love flies.
I accidentally became Belphegor, the Prince of Flies.
I think it's really important that things will go wrong when you decide to actually get out of bed and do something. In fact, it's good to expect everything to go wrong, but it's also worth understanding what that really looks like. I was pretty heartbroken after the heat wave killed my little pink guys, and I really thought that the entire mycelium had died off, but a few weeks later, a third flush started anyway. It turned out they needed to just rest and recuperate for a little bit, and even though at first I thought the lesson here was I needed to be around and put in my caring labor to make my project work at all times, it turned out the real lesson was sometimes you just have to be patient, and when your mycelium gets burned out, it just needs to rest a little.
Okay, crazy this, that this is what happened and this is how you're talking about it, because that's exactly what happened with my pepper plants. So like I got like some pepper plants right now, and they got and a cherry tomato plant as well, and I've never had plants go well, so I got like super anxious and overwatered them, which attracted a bunch of fungal gnats, right? So I had all these like horrible flies, and I'm there like, fuck, what do I do? All their little annoying babies are gonna eat the roots of my plants, and you know, so I just had no solutions, and I was going through a really shit time, and I was like, I'm just gonna not water them, because then at the very least, the plants will you know, maybe die, but the gnats will not be able to survive. And so, you know, I did that, and lo and behold, the plants survived.
Right.
So
it's a
very,
really
very
important
similar.
first lesson, right? It's all a bit more resilient than you think.
But goes to show, like, similar to the message of, I think, what you're getting at here.
It's a nice like mobilizing versus organizing message as well, because it's like, you know, you're sort of, you're not seeing the fruits. That might be the mobilizing. That might be the evidence. But the organizing is still happening. The mycelium's still spreading. The networks are still forming. You know.
Right. Exactly. Wow. Look at them.
This was great. We were watching this with Joe, and it got to this bit, and she was like, "I get what you're saying," and she got up and made a coffee.
We were just like, it's working.
Let's start at the worst case scenario and work backwards from there. Now that might seem callous, which is not my intention given the sheer scale of human misery that climate change is about to and already is inflicting upon the world, but discussing this problem involves saying things like, if billions of people die because, well, that's a thing that could actually happen. But sketching out the worst case scenario can be an exercise in reassurance. My mom taught me to do something like this. Talking through the realistic worst case scenario can give us a good baseline for everything else that might happen. If I'm worried that no one will come to my birthday party, I can't say the worst case scenario is I get arrested and sentenced to death for being a Billy No Mates. So, when people talk about the worst case scenario for climate change, they usually say something along the lines of, millions upon millions die directly, millions more are displaced. Far-right politics, seeing an opportunity in the migrant crisis, balloons in the richer nations that the migrants flee to, and neoliberal governments responding the way they do to well, everything, become more authoritarian, stripping away people's rights to, say, bodily autonomy, being queer, other lifestyles than 9-to-5 capitalist work. That's where we're at already. And as the warming continues, not only does the migrant crisis and therefore the far-right politics feeding off the migrant crisis worsen, but also some resources become scarce, say clean water, and then wars are fought over previously abundant resources. And after major population centers are nuked to fuck, the stragglers find themselves living in a Mad Max wasteland, permanently sewn into their finest fetish wear and ready to garrote, stab, scam, and steal their way through at least a dozen other human beings just to get to the last vegan sausage roll on the irradiated shelf of the Wrexham Greggs.
In a beautiful moment of autism at the warehouse screening of this, I think it was Wenna, maybe Astrid, was like, why Wrexham? And I was like, I calculated the distance from large population centres to find a place that would be irradiated, but there could still be survivors in. It was actually quite deliberate. There's there would probably be survivors in Wrexham, but it would probably be irradiated if, say, Liverpool Manchester was nuked.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Gotcha.
See,
but how much of?
I just thought it was like specificity is like comedy. Like that's where the comedy is.
It's more specific than you think, though.
Yeah, yep. so much funnier than I
That
realized.
is actually realistic. For one, the reality of mutually assured destruction is that anyone taking steps to launch nuclear weapons in a world so full of nuclear weapons as ours is would be taking steps to effectively end all life on Earth. And I don't think that's going to happen. Call it misguided optimism in humanity, if you will, but if I'm wrong, are you gonna say I told you so? I'll be atoms. Good luck. I don't think that nuclear Armageddon is a real possibility, but the fact that it could be should be enough to motivate anybody to campaign to have all nuclear weapons disarmed.
Right.
For another, there is an assumption in our picture at the end of the world that we will be protected from the worst conditions. When we tell this story, we can't help but place ourselves in it as characters, and therefore as the survivors. We think that if the richer countries we live in were to descend into utter tyrannical chaos, it could only be because the rest of the world had become utterly uninhabitable. The relationship between our safety and comfort and everyone else's will remain the same, but the lowering tide will beach all boats. This is quite a silly approach that I think is born out of the chauvinism of the imperial core. We refuse to contemplate, even in total collapse, that our relationships to the countries that our governments exploit would change. But I think it's actually quite naive to assume that power relationships that exist now would continue to hold firm through such an all-encompassing crisis. We like this phrase about the future, socialism or barbarism, but it isn't really socialism or barbarism. It's that we live under barbarism right now, and until we build socialism. Never think you don't live in a barbaric society just because you can get Deliveroo to your door. If you think we don't live in a cruel and desperate world right now, speak to a homeless person, speak to a refugee, speak to a mother whose children and parents are freezing this winter because the people in charge could give them all access to electricity for free but don't care to do anything about the soaring bills. For that matter, speak to your Deliveroo driver.
This bit was especially inspired after I had a little argument with a Doomer Marxist.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, no, we live in a barbaric society now, and he was like, no, we don't. We benefit from all sorts of. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
It's
because
also
you can
like
get
you're a
Deliveroo,
cis het white man.
Yeah.
Of course, you don't think we live in a barbaric society right now. Sorry.
This is still also our friend.
Yeah, that's it though. Like, there's portions of the population that are carved out to suffer like desperate misery, and the only thing that like gets the sort of middle to go, wow, this society is really like fundamentally fucked, is when they start like their conditions start dropping too, and like capitalism experiencing crisis is forcing more and more people into that realm of the wretched of the earth, right? But I really love this section because I don't see people speaking like this anywhere else, and it's like a fundamental complacency of imperial core addresses to climate change, the fundamental complacency that like, yeah, okay, everything is gonna get worse, but at least we're gonna have it better than other places. And it's like, firstly, like, that's not good enough. Secondly, why would you imagine that remaining the case? Why would you imagine that just continuing to be true into perpetuity? Like that those imperialist relationships would hold when like imperial periphery countries circumstances are changing so much and imperial core like capitalism is truly like crumbling, is like grasping to maintain control. Like there will be breaks and opportunities for people to sever those like detrimental relationships and claim like socialist sovereignty, right?
It's harder to point at like the Russian invasion of Ukraine as climate related, but like it is nonetheless a break in American imperialism, and it's caused a massive cost of living crisis.
Right.
Look at that.
And an oil crisis.
And an oil crisis. Well, because of the oil crisis, exactly. All right.
By the way, Boothby the Beloved, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. We've got one more day, today and tomorrow, to get to £450 before the middle of the month, chat. If we do that, it's a double feature movie night.
Let's fucking do it.
Okay? So just think about that, right? Think about that. Anyway, let's crack on. Thanks so much, Boothby.
Imagining that the exploitative relationships will hold out is actually how we construct our picture of the end of the world, but also quite absurd. Like, implicitly, when we're talking about this, we are imagining American imperialism riding
this gesture is that
out the wave of diminishing human population until President Robo-Trump is the last meta-human alive, and then I guess he dies of quasar variant COVID because he refused to get vaccinated as a political stunt anyway.
In fact, let's peel back from the worst case scenario now and look again at David Wallace Wells' projections for 4 degrees of warming. At that dramatic a shift in the Earth's climate, will capitalism still be able to function?
In certain places, 6 climate-driven natural disasters could strike simultaneously, and globally, damages could pass $600
I was on the money with that
trillion.
then.
More than twice the wealth as exists in the world today.
It seems like there is a point at which the damage of climate change will make the normal functioning of capitalism impossible. And since the normal functioning of capitalism is what is driving climate change, that means there is a point at which capitalism will make capitalism impossible. This brings us back to our worst case scenario exercise. If billions of people die, would the survivors still be practicing capitalism? At what point will people abandon the system that is killing the planet? My argument in what follows is that that point is sooner than we think. This seems at first blush to bring us to a kind of human nature conversation, which is a kind of conversation I personally hate. Do we just love capitalism too much? Will we let billions die? Will we continue producing and consuming like we are now until forced not to by powers beyond our control? Are human beings just too greedy? Well, I don't think so, but I'm not going to argue it's because people are fundamentally good. As Wallace Wells tells us, at 4 degrees of warming, climate change will have destroyed more than twice the wealth as exists in the world today. Now, capitalists and much Western culture since the Renaissance wants us to see people, society, progress, and civilization as separate from nature and not dependent on it. But the reality is that climate change diminishing the resources that capitalist production can pull from will diminish the wealth that the ruling class use to instruct the working class. Let me put it like this. If any capitalist state had no money, they wouldn't be able to make people do things, because money is instructional tokens. Yes, they could pay fewer people more, police to terrorize the population and so on, but if the state, and by extension the businesses that step in to fulfill the roles of the state for profit under neoliberalism, doesn't provide ways for people to get what they need to survive, people are going to organize to get it for themselves. And if enough people are in that situation, they will form structures of mutual aid that will constitute a parallel power to the state's diminishing presence. It's not that I'm describing an inevitable tipping point, it's that things will keep getting worse, and the sooner people form those care structures and resist, the better things will be. A calculation that will be more and more readily apparent to everyone as time goes on. And if a state fails, and the structures that step in to take its place aren't oriented around meeting everyone's needs, those new structures will be on a rapid path to collapse, and again, until those care structures are formed. It's all about how quickly people withdraw their dependence on capital and form those care structures instead.
This is actually a very worthwhile approach because the damage of climate change is still, despite its suddenness, a sliding scale. As David Wallace Wells puts it,
perhaps because of the exhausting false debate about whether climate change is real, too many of us have developed a misleading impression that its effects are binary. But global warming is not yes or no, nor is it today's weather forever or doomsday tomorrow.
this is what is fundamentally quite unhelpful about a lot of media that talks about climate change, directly or indirectly, only in terms of total annihilation.
Right.
It lets us think of a big on-off switch for the apocalypse. Currently, it's switched on, and it would take quite a lot of work to switch it off, so I guess we'll die. One very popular story tackling a societal approach to climate change is Adam McKay and David Sirota's 2021 film Don't Look Up. It doesn't talk directly about climate change, but rather has an asteroid barreling towards Earth that will destroy the entire planet, and follows the despair and frustration of a pair of scientists who are aware of it and trying to get the government to act, as they are first met by ignorance and then complacency, and then a kaleidoscopic horror of the ultra-wealthy trying to let the asteroid get closer so they can make money off it, cynical right-wing politicians fueling a cult of denialism to maintain political leverage, and the US government actively sabotaging other countries' attempts to stop the asteroid. It's a Duma classic. In its exploration of these things, Don't Look Up remains a quite sophisticated look at the political systems around climate change. It actually really helps explain how and why the American empire has accelerated gleefully towards the end of the world. The problem is, while the film can imagine looting and rioting, as well as last day on Earth drug-fueled orgies and selfish contingency plans by the ultra-wealthy...
Whoa, what was that? What was that?
It's a Duma classic. In its exploration of these things, Don't Look Up remains a quite sophisticated look at the political systems around climate change. It actually really helps explain how and why the American empire has accelerated gleefully towards the end of the world. The problem is, while the film can imagine looting and rioting, as well as last day on Earth drug-fueled orgies and selfish contingency plans by the
Yeah, I agree.
wealthy, it is determined to show us how inaction is forced on the population, and then to take us right up to the final moment so we can see total annihilation in clear, absolute terms.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, this too is a...
It's so funny as well, because I remember being sat with my, like, very sort of, like, liberal, conservative mixture between the two family who, like, are mostly, like, well off, like my stepdad and his kids, and they're all just, like, sat there being like, this was really boring. And it's like, a lot of me at the time was thinking, well, it was a decent movie. Like, I thought it was a good, at least engaging movie, but, you know, I could see the fundamental flaw with it. Like, I could see, like, the inescapable thing not being mentioned, right? Like, literally all the things that you're saying. And I found it so interesting. I find it so interesting now that it's like, well, of course they found it boring, because it's not saying anything else that's,
Right.
you know, not been said.
They kind of just, they've heard the world is ending.
Right. Yeah.
Well, this is the thing. I think that from a certain perspective, and I'm trying not to harbor on this perspective too much, but like, harp on this perspective too much, right? But from a certain perspective, all politics, all politics that is not this politics is a kind of doomerism, shades of doomerism.
Yeah.
You've got leftists who believe in socialism but are doing nothing. You've got liberals who are engaging in this kind of denial where they think that technology can solve it.
Yeah.
You've got the right-wing liberals, you know, we usually call them conservatives, but they're liberal capitalists too, right? Saying it's too late to fix anything, we should just make as much money as possible. You have fascists who also believe the world is going to end, and they think they basically want to have as much, as they see it, you know, as much fun as possible before the world ends.
Yeah.
By just scrabbling to be on top and like persecute others. And all of that is built on the idea the world is definitely going to end. And it's literally just shades of doomerism.
Yeah.
It's from wouldn't it be nice if we could, but we can't, all the way through to we can't and we should actively hurt people.
Yeah.
And I think that that's the most doomer perspective, you know? And I think that, only saying the world is not ending is an actual alternative. And I think this is something like I would like to see leftists pick up as a shibboleth and as a thing we can go around saying to people the world is not ending. And they can be like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're a climate denier. And we can be like, no. The world is not ending because we're gonna have socialism one way or another. It can just be good now, or it can suck. Like it can fucking suck later. And you know, like, and it's different still from people who are like, yeah, the world is not ending, but the human race is, or yeah, the world is not ending, but we're going to be so dramatically like reduced that like it may as well be, or whatever. And it's like, no, the world is not ending. It's just like it's going to get really fucking shit, or we can preempt the same changes that would happen anyway, and it cannot be.
Exactly.
I also would say, like, I've been thinking about this ever since. I've not been able to shake it from my mind. After the Don't Look Up movie, Netflix promoted it by sharing an interview with Brian Cox, and it was one of the most surreal things I've like ever seen.
Which Brian Cox?
Brian Cox, the scientist,
right.
So it was Netflix immediately acting to recuperate their own property away from any kind of anti-capitalist message, because in that interview with Brian Cox, the science guy who can tell you how this movie relates to reality, and the
by the way, the new science guy, the good one, who were allowed to platform, because the old science guy started saying that we need to unionize, vote for the most radical green candidate that we can, general strike. That science guy, we don't really hear much about that science guy anymore, but the science guy who was in the band that performed for Tony Blair's inauguration, that science guy is good.
Can only get better. And what he said, he treated the movie very much as like a science fiction exercise, like what would this look like in real life, not a political exercise at all. And he said, and he was like, now I know in the movie they kind of make the rich guy the villain,
but that's not real. We need to work with billionaires to find solutions to climate change.
We need guys like this.
It's like, well, then why did the movie say it?
Why was the movie was so obvious? It was so obviously saying Elon Musk isn't going to save us. That was what it was saying. Like that's literally what the movie was saying. Elon Musk isn't going to save us, and like. Obviously, any other kind of hard left thing was left out and trimmed out, but I guess at least they had that, right? Like
Netflix and Brian Cox immediately acting to depoliticize and recuperate the thing that they've just published.
Right, exactly.
It's surreal,
phenomenal,
so
stuff.
Cringe, so extremely cringe.
Strength of the film in many ways. People need to take it deadly fucking seriously that what is happening now could actually destroy everything. At the same time, it is the film's greatest weakness. It fails to imagine there could be more meaningful resistance both internationally and domestically to how the US government courts apocalypse. It posits the people in America who would riot as separate from the mechanisms of the state. What would the soldiers and aerospace engineers and emergency planners in direct control of the technologies that could stop the asteroid be doing? Well, the film tells us they'll follow all instructions and do their jobs. I'm not sure I believe it. How hostile will the international community become to America as the world plunges towards certain doom in service of American imperialism? The film tells us they wouldn't dare oppose the United States. I'm not so sure. Climate change is necessarily a generational question, and a question of the old and established and of the youth. And a lot of older people writing about climate change have correctly identified that climate change cannot be stopped without dismantling global capitalism, but then whether they like it or not, they have decided that capitalism cannot be toppled. Whereas a lot of younger people, in no small part because they understand it's the only way they can have a future at all, aren't too keen on capitalism sticking around.
This is observable in demographic data even. The classic trend is that people get more conservative politically as they age, but for millennials and younger generations, that just isn't the case anymore. Awa Madawi comments on this very insightfully in, millennials aren't getting more right-wing with age. I suspect I know why. I mean, do we even need to say why? Like, I mean, how would you even say it with the right level?
Millennials have been royally screwed by an inequitable economic system and a runaway climate crisis. Only an idiot with loads of money would be happy with the way things are.
Yep. That's pretty much it. So in very real terms, a lot of younger people are basically on board with having a revolution, or with getting rid of capitalism. Because even if it weren't poised to annihilate their future in a you will literally be dead kind of way, they understand that they can't own homes, or have kids, or retire under the current economic system. It actually seems obvious enough if you think about the problem we're describing here. Currently, the objective of society is to maximize profit for the ruling class. So if we wanted a society where the objective was to live sustainably and peacefully, which I think seems to be what we're asking for, it would require a fundamental reorganizing of social relations. Incidentally, David Graeber described a revolution as the fundamental reorganizing of social relations, sometimes with violence. This makes better sense of things like the Industrial Revolution or the free love sexual revolution of the 60s as revolutions. They changed the fundamental social relations. The way people interacted shifted so radically as to constitute an epistemic jump between one generation and the next. And now, today, we have older generations who are stuck in the logic of capitalism, and younger generations seeking a world where our interactions aren't mediated by capital or enforced social hierarchies. A lot of this conversation is actually about what kind of world those younger generations are going to build. But because it's those older generations, typically richer people, so definitely the ones invested in capitalism sticking around, who get to dictate our mainstream cultural narratives, and they find the idea of a post-capitalist world utterly horrifying, they'd rather we imagine the end of the world instead.
Right.
But what we should actually be talking about is how we want social relations to change. We need to give ourselves guiding narratives to understand what it is we are aiming for, because it really seems like a deep, large-scale change is coming.
So I just sorry, but like the it's funny because like what you're talking about here is they're enforcing capitalist realism.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like, no. The world is going to end. Capitalism's not going to end. The world is going to end.
Exactly.
But the great, I guess, paradox of that, or like hypocrisy of it all, is that like people actually still can't imagine what the end of the world looks like in climate change, because no one's accurately sort of like thinking about it.
That's exactly it. I just don't think anyone. I was for a while considering sharing this video around just with the description like in which I talk reasonably and straightforwardly about what climate change is going to do to the planet.
Right.
Because we're just not talking reasonably and straightforwardly about it. We're talking utter shit.
Yeah.
Whether that change happens sooner because people push for it, or happens later because people form it after the crisis collapses in on itself. We don't need to run around making seditious threats that are going to get us in trouble without helping anyone. What we need to do is take a breath and a step back and look at the bigger picture.
Sorry, I'm undercutting a fucking great joke here, so I'll rewind a little bit so we don't miss it. But
okay.
But the fucking, just to reiterate the point of this bit here, like if young people are broadly like majority, like overwhelmingly, like landslide, not cool with capitalism and can see that capitalism has caused this problem, right? Just to reiterate this, like, then as we go through the next few decades, a bunch of the oldest people die off, a bunch more of the oldest people than otherwise would, because they will be the most vulnerable to climate change. And we reach a point where, you know, like it is going to be like, we talk about how climate change is going to affect the youngest because it's their future that it's playing into, but also the youngest and fittest will be like surviving some of the immediate consequences more easily.
Right.
And again, if the crisis collapses in on itself, what we'll be left with is a lot of people who, even before it happened, were like, we should stop doing capitalism. So when I say the question about like, if a bunch of people die, will the people left still be doing capitalism? It's that we also just got to think, who's the people left?
Yes.
Because if we're talking about who's the people left in 30 years' time, a bunch of people just would have naturally died anyway.
Yeah.
A bunch more people will have been born. But like, crucially, the demographic will have shifted to be mostly the people who are like, fuck this.
The majority of people of like working age will have, like a huge chunk of the people of working age will have experienced the pandemic during school. During their education.
Right. Fucking real as hell. Yeah, exactly. All right, there we go.
Because it really seems like a deep, large-scale change is coming. Whether that change happens sooner because people push for it, or happens later because people form it after the crisis collapses in on itself. We don't need to run around making seditious threats that are going to get us in trouble without helping anyone. What we need to do is take a breath and a step back and look at the bigger picture and understand what the pragmatic next steps are.
Part 2. How to blow up a pipeline.
Nice.
What
Oh, yeah.
What will we all do about climate change if we accept that our states have failed us? Is the question most central to Andreas Malm's book, How to Blow Up a Pipeline. The influential work, which has been an international...
I don't know if I told you, but I finally finished it.
Yeah, you did. Yeah,
I did. I told you. Yeah,
Good shit.
okay.
Good shit. Good shit.
Right.
It even had an adaptation into a narrative fiction movie about activists sabotaging oil
Oh,
infrastructure.
I have to tell you about this, and I've not read it. I've not watched it yet, but I saw someone that's made a video saying, "Is this movie a psyop?"
Right, yeah. Because they talked to people, some U.S. counterterrorism guy to make it. And for that video, didn't they talk to someone? Who was it they talked to? Like someone who'd been involved
Paul
with.
Morin,
Yeah.
Marxist Paul on YouTube talking to someone who's been in the IRA.
Yeah.
Who's talking with a wealth of experience about adventurism, the idea of adventurism, and the movie really has like a few desperate people coming together to hatch a plan kind of on their own and just doing it all on their own. And
now, I need to refer a point here, which is I do think that the movie can be easy to end up reading that way because of its construction, and there is a point to its construction in that it has some people whose family has been poisoned by pollution, some like people of color. It's got like young radicals, and it's got like an Appalachian dude, right? And it's like they're construction of
that's killing them,
the construction of the team who come together to do it in the movie is very adventurous because it's people who don't know each other and they just come together to form this thing.
Yeah.
And so that point bears out that in reality it'll be communities, people who already know each other who are more likely to form, and also more likely to form operationally secure units who can actually protect each other. So the movie is weird in that way, and I think that like there's a good reason for it and what they're trying to point to all the people who will be doing this. It's just that they do so by being like, here's a team of all those people. And in reality, right, we just covered this yesterday on Red Planet, Appalachians Against Pipelines, right,
is
a group who just interrupted the construction of the Mountain Valley Pipeline, along with Planet Over Profit. But it's like, that goes to show exactly the point that Paul Morin and his guests were making, that like, it's communities of people. So this fictional team, this like Justice League of people who are affected by climate change in the movie is silly. But like the reality you can already see is like there's Appalachians Against Pipelines. So it's like the dude
radical organizing
from the movie. What's the guy in the movie called? He's the best guy. You know, he's your trucker cap. Appalachian Christian guy, and he's so salt of the earth that he's like, nah, fuck this capitalism, nah. He's, you know, it's like he's got, you'd expect from everything kind of about his identity, as it were, him to be reactionary, but then he's like, his farm is being fucked over by the pollution and all this, and the bank are trying to buy it up to make more pipeline, all of this stuff, and he's just like, fuck that, right? And it's like, well, there you go, Appalachians Against Pipelines. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's quite a worthwhile video, and it's kind of cautioning against the idea of adventurism, sort of people who are trying to act as individuals of very small groups with very little experience of what they're trying to do, and with this kind of like IRA perspective, he's talking about how the actions that they were able to take came grounded out of massive communities of support, local communities that have the resources and the knowledge to do things with less risk, and to keep people safer while doing these things.
Cool.
And he also they're also just in the movie, one of the characters is literally they are being trailed by the FBI. They're informing to the FBI, FBI informant, but they're trying to turn it
there's a whole heist
them.
twist where they've got them as part of the plan anyway.
And that's fun for a movie, but if you know that you're working
yeah, exactly.
You probably should be doing shit like that if you're actually infiltrated by the FBI.
Yeah. If your plan, just to talk through that character's perspective, if you got by the FBI, you have to inform for them now, and now your plan is to inform, but in a based way. Fuck it, I got nothing for you, but if that's absolutely what you're set on doing, join the Proud Boys or some shit. And inform on that. Just fuck off. Get away from the people who are doing the good stuff.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Safety numbers anyway.
It's safety numbers is the real point, but just anyway.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Inevitability.
Oh.
Sorry, we clicked at the same time.
The inevitability of the population as a whole deciding that the only course of action is the direct destruction of the physical infrastructure of the systems that are killing the planet. In a sense, the book doesn't really advocate for anything. It just explains in simple terms why people are going to do this. Sabotage in the case of the fossil fuel industry, of course, will mean not just property damage, but massive market dysregulation. Sabotaging oil infrastructure will cause the price of oil to spike enormously, just as the Russian invasion of Ukraine has, and that's kind of the point. This kind of sabotage is meant to put an even more extreme pressure point on fossil fuels by making them literally too expensive to stick with. How to get put on a watch list, how to blow up a pipeline draws parallels to the suffragette movement, which, acting at a time when women had very clearly delineated second-class citizenship in the UK, engaged in acts of sabotage and property destruction against the very systems that were oppressing them. Sabotage, Muel makes clear, is simply the option that protest movements must turn to when it's clear they are not being listened to, and giving up is not an option. This gives states a choice. They can either abandon oil or defend oil, start finding other fuel sources, or start militantly defending oil infrastructure, probably with the literal military if the Dakota Keystone Access Pipeline is anything to go by. Muel makes a point of emphasizing how the anti-terrorism laws brought in post 9/11 were used against the climate movement and against the climate activists who are seen as the biggest domestic threat by the state, and how the movement suffered a huge setback because of the wave of extreme arrests and sentencing. But, as the socialists say, you may cut all the flowers, but you cannot stop the spring. On a planet with a collapsing ecology, the collapse of which could at least be halted by drastic action even if reversal is no longer possible, every year we'll only see more and more people politicized by the weather. And you know what they say about the weather? It's fucking everywhere. Muel also points out that no matter how strict the consequences or absurd the legislation of what constitutes an offense to the state, people will keep throwing themselves at this problem because once you recognize how serious the issue is, there isn't really a deterrent that will stop you from fighting against, the end of the fucking world. This means that people fighting back will either get more extreme or more organized, or both. More extreme acts of sabotage are more likely because once you reach a point where you can get 50 years in prison for interrupting an oil executive's speech at a gala, you may as well be getting 50 years in prison for, blowing up a pipeline. More organized actions are more likely because the more people take part in a large-scale action, the more organized power is being demonstrated.
That is such a good point, because they're desperately trying to make people shit themselves. Like, don't organize with Just Stop Oil. You'll get put away. You literally, who knows how long for, suspended sentences out the ass. We'll do whatever we can to put you away. Well, all right, well, I won't march with Just Stop Oil then. I will, like you say, blow up a pipeline. Like, these people will start doing more and more stuff. If you because I guess what that is like a weird sort of, if you're thinking about things with your capitalist lens on, it's like a watering down of the criminal justice system, right?
Yeah, I mean, I make a point in here, just in maybe the next paragraph even, about like climate activists have been taking this tactic of allowing themselves to get arrested, but as time goes on, that's just going to mean letting yourself get captured by the systems that exist only to defend the fossil fuel industry. And then just the other day, we forgot to put this in the Red Planet News, but we should have. Someone went to a dealership and like drilled holes in the wheels of 600 SUVs and then fucked off, right? It's not a climate action where they're like, oh yeah, you can arrest me. They know it's like huge criminal damage and they've just disappeared because it's exactly this. They're just like, well, fuck that. I can do more.
Similarly with like Palestine action, right? They'd been successfully, they'd been doing direct action on Israeli weapons manufacturers located in the UK, like directly attacking the like imperialist death machines. And they had been not being charged with crimes and not being imprisoned because they were successfully making the case that these were just actions. And furthermore, the state and the companies, the businesses that they were attacking were scared of these actions being publicized.
And so, but now
they've been doing it regularly enough and become enough of a threat that they have imprisoned people.
And so the people who have decided to join the Deutsche Waffen Brigade rather than the main Palestine action. They've decided to separate off.
So underground, like
Palestine
private,
underground action. Yeah.
Palestine action underground, exactly. Yeah.
Like autonomous cells are forming so that they can.
Yeah, towards the same cause, but not affiliated, and with that line, they've drawn that line. Yeah, exactly.
Attempting to be less arrestable, posing the threat of more radical actions, right?
Okay.
And therefore quicker the state will back down. For instance, when we talk about a revolution, and again, what we mean by that is a fundamental rearrangement of the social relations, one way a revolution against oil could be fairly peaceful is if workers who are concerned with our planetary future organized a general strike and refused to work again until the state abandoned fossil fuels. Muel doesn't actually tell the reader how one would go about blowing up a pipeline until quite deep into the book, at which point it kind of doesn't matter because both the inevitability of such sabotage and the diversity of tactics needed for resistance against the climate apocalypse have become quite clear. Now, I really think the inevitability of extreme and organized resistance is quite absolute. See above, weather fucking everywhere. But I think people have a squeamishness about thinking too hard about this because of the understandable fear of retaliation by the state. If the army are patrolling oil infrastructure and arresting or even shooting people who try to do property damage...
Which, like, I'll try and be really quick about this, but, like, that's fear of counter-revolution. In the same way, people have got really squeamish about being publicly and obviously feminist, because there's a big feminist group consciousness push, a revolution towards genuine, meaningful, proletarian, by the way, feminism, as opposed to the bourgeois feminism that was allowed to take hold under neoliberalism. And then there's this counter-revolution, right? And being feminist is cringe and whatever. And it's like
dangerous.
You're letting the counter-revolution put, like, you're giving in to the cop in your head. You're just letting the cop in your head say, no, it's bad, it's cringe, you shouldn't be a feminist. And it's like, no, that's exactly what the fuck they want.
Right.
Yeah. That's all.
Okay, cool.
How many hops, skips, and or jumps away from out-and-out civil war is that? And if more and more people are going to be politicized by the climate crisis, and at the same time the systems that we depend on are going to be falling apart, doesn't that just lead to the same Mad Max-esque libertarian backstabbing wasteland situation that most people are thinking of when they talk about the end of the world? The answer is complicated, and I need to give it in two parts. Part one, how far the violence dial cranks up is in the hands of the state, and how they choose to respond to acts of resistance. Let's unpack that.
In the novel Blindness, author Jose Saramago explores the nature of crisis and how people react to it. In the book, everyone in the world suddenly can only see blank white. I assume this is to differentiate from the actual disability of blindness and to make the affliction more blindness as metaphor, but the short version is, suddenly nobody can see and society immediately collapses. Horrible things happen. The book includes scenes of violence, rape, exploitation, imprisonment, and so on, as people who see a short-term benefit in this situation form a coalition of the greedy, stupid, and cruel to take advantage of others. Then, at the end of the book, the doctor's wife, the first character in the book to go blind, starts to see again. The implication is that everyone else will also shortly be able to see again, and whatever changes society takes on, the people who have done horrible things will have to reckon with everyone else being able to see what they've done. The book is a harrowing read, but its core idea is relatively easy to describe. If some people feel like there will be no consequences for their enacting out their most disgusting impulses, they will carry them out. But the idea of social repercussions, no matter what form they take, are a powerful deterrent because we are social animals. Of course, the book also contains plenty of characters taking care of each other, but the question that hangs over the story the whole way through, whether caring can outdo cruelty, is entirely alleviated by the ending. I felt almost robbed the first time I finished the book because it created such a powerful sense that although the caring characters had done for each other was obviously worthwhile, all the suffering the characters had inflicted upon one another was utterly pointless and wouldn't have happened if they knew that soon people would see again.
Right.
It's really important in this analogy I'm making not just to think about the individuals who would do violent and fascist things during a crisis, but the state actors and fossil fuel executives now who, arguably more than anyone, are acting like they won't face any social repercussions for perpetuating climate change. None of them are thinking about what the people of tomorrow will think of what we are doing now. Hang on though. That's kind of a strange concept, isn't it? What the people of tomorrow will think of what we're doing now? And not just because it relies on thinking what people with a completely different culture, socialization, and material circumstance will think and feel, but even just in its premise, right? It all hinges on the idea there will be people here tomorrow. And that's the part we're being actively pushed back on, told not to think about, because it's not that hard to think what they will think of us, but as soon as we think there will be people there tomorrow, we find ourselves saying things like, the enforcement of the legal protection of the fossil fuel industry will be seen in similar moral terms by the people of tomorrow as the legality of colonialism, chattel slavery, and the Holocaust. The sheer scale of human misery will be seen as morally indefensible. And that leads us nicely on to part 2 of my answer. The resultant situation for people whose lives are in opposition to the state is no full-out desert free-for-all. Our picture of the end of the world culturally tends to depict people fighting over tiny scraps while bloody tyrants are the only ones able to create bubbles of safety and stability through violent enforcement. But that idea of the world after society collapses actually comes from a specific ideological lineage. This all relates to the work of philosopher Thomas Hobbes, who Andreas Malm and other climate politics writers have spilled a lot of ink discussing and debunking. Hobbes, who lived during the English Civil War, authored a book in 1651 called Leviathan, a seminal piece in social contract theory, and his argument was essentially that only a powerful, undivided body could rule in such a way that would create peace and stability. The first political influencer to have a strong thumbnail game, Hobbes gave Leviathan a frontispiece depicting the king as a giant, made up of people, an enlightening depiction of the nature of sovereignty. It also communicates a core part of Hobbes' thesis on sovereignty, that to act with appropriate and meaningful power, a sovereign needs to have the unanimous support of their subjects. For this same reason, Hobbes also explicitly argued that a sovereign should censor political discourse and tightly control religion within the state. Hobbes sucks, is the thing, and Leviathan is in many ways the ultimate authoritarian text. This guy is a goon, and we shouldn't be taking his ideas about society seriously. Sorry, Tommy. I get why people looked like they would descend into a bloody and violent war of all against all to you. Like, you saw that kinda happen, but the English Civil War isn't what human nature looks like stripped back to its bare essentials. It's
also, during this period of time, it wasn't a war of all against all. It was the royalists versus the
They had a name. I know what you mean.
It's different
You're
ruling.
talking about the levelers right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's different ruling class factions fighting each other, and in the meantime, there's a working
massive
class
peasant revolution.
a peasant revolution of the levelers saying, hey, they want us to fight on each side, but actually we are in opposition. No war but class war, and they got brutally murdered.
Exactly,
but it wasn't a war of all against all. It was a fight between the ruling classes to have complete domination over the people and the labor and lives of the people.
Right.
It's a civil war with sides who hate each other. Allow me to just sidestep another conversation about human nature here and simply say, if the issue is security, security doesn't actually come first and foremost from people willing to enact violence, but rather from people enacting systems of care. As unrealistic as it is, if all the systems that keep society ticking over just disappeared tomorrow, the largest social organisms to develop would be systems of people figuring out how to provide for each other sustainably. Hobbes' whole shtick is actually just smoke and mirrors, because what he's positing nominally as why only an all-powerful sovereign can create peace and stability is actually just an argument that the working class can't possibly govern themselves without a ruling class oppressing them. The essentially limitless imagined threats from a lawless, stateless society that Hobbes cooked up in his average telegraph reader brain are always going to be enough to justify the power of the state. He even said that without a sovereign, it would be reasonable for a man to kill his neighbor out of suspicion his neighbor might want to kill him first.
Right.
How do we not just see this guy as a GB news presenter thrown 400 years back in time through a wormhole? This is reactionary gibberish, and I do not need to make my essay any longer to accommodate it. Oh no, spooky, scary anarchism. Everyone will stab each other if I don't become God Emperor immediately. Shut up.
Did we tell you that we met a GB News presenter the other day? He asked if we were drug dealers.
Yeah. I remember you saying.
Same brain, identical brain to Hobbes. You know,
True.
what are the people who are living without a sovereign during this time? Like you say, they're the levelers. They're trying to reverse the enclosures and make sure that everyone has enough to eat. What's Hobbes writing that people would do without a sovereign? Well, you know, if there was no law, I'd probably kill Gary at number 5.
Yeah. He's really annoying me.
He's really pissing me off, and he might want to kill me, so I'll kill him first.
We need to talk about what it looks like, though, if people sabotage oil infrastructure and the state becomes more hostile. We just need to do it without imagining the working class immediately switching on battle royale mode. Realistically, as the state's defense gets more extreme and more people are politicized, the people resisting climate change will fall into certain social structures to create sustainability and safety. A lot of climate protesters are currently engaging in the tactic of allowing themselves to get arrested, both in the hopes that juries will acquit them, which they generally tend to do, and as a statement that they view their actions as totally moral. Now, that's a strong stance and probably does a lot for their public image, but as inaction continues and more people resist, the only way the state can really respond is by being tougher on the people who are arrested. And at that point, you aren't getting arrested and putting your faith in humanity and society as much as just allowing yourself to be captured by the systems that solely exist to defend fossil fuels. So when writers like Malm are calling for a plurality of tactics in sabotaging the machinery of ecological destruction, blocking roads, interrupting parliament, and yes, blowing up pipelines, I just want to say that the biggest diversity of tactics needs to...
This footage here is from Saint-Celine, which is the French mega basins we've been talking about in Red Planet News for a few weeks.
Yeah.
It's pretty near to where Muel and I are going to go visit them on the ZAD. And it's also some of the same activist movements.
Come in ways of people to live free from the capitalist system altogether, especially as the capitalist system loses its ability to provide more all the time. Mass politicization cuts two ways. A lot of the people forming systems to take care of people fighting back are just going to be doing it because they care about those people, not because they have the same politics. At the same time, as the mass movement becomes more politically informed, it's likely that more of their attacks will be against the various organs of capitalism, rather than just the parts most directly tied to polluting the atmosphere. We have a lot of climate protesters in the UK, but truly, our role as an international instrument of financial imperialism trumps any of our direct pollution. If protesters in the UK wanted to sabotage the systems of ecocide, the engines of finance capital would be a likely target. Whether it's oil prices or the ripples of a financial shutdown, these forms of sabotage will cause immediately worsened conditions for lots of people, which is why anticipating that people will do this kind of sabotage means we need to organize much larger systems to take care of each other. Capitalist states are frequently hostile to people who are trying to organize to provide for one another outside of capitalism, but just like with predicting that people will engage in this kind of sabotage, we can predict that people will engage in this kind of organized mass mutual aid as well. This is how a mass movement becomes a parallel society to the established order. These people are crushed by the state, or the movement gets bigger by virtue of people taking care of each other, and as that happens, the state is weakened because the state's power comes from people. We can come back to Don't Look Up here, actually, which is in a sense in conversation with how to blow up a pipeline. For the people in the film, as the asteroid approaches, there is nothing they can do but make internal peace with the fact they are doomed, whether they do so indignantly, or out of their head on drugs, sucking and f***ing ignoring the problem, or interpreting the asteroid as a biblical apocalypse because there is nothing they can do. It is too late, and the asteroid is too powerful. Climate change isn't like an asteroid, though. An asteroid doesn't get closer to the planet's surface because of a physical set of pipes located in lands accessible to human beings which operate every day. An asteroid doesn't progress towards annihilating all human beings on Earth because people are making money off the asteroid getting closer. Climate change does. That means climate change can be stopped. In less pleasant terms, it means climate change can be stopped from getting worse at an ever-increasing rate. In this way, Don't Look Up takes the position that the force of capital is undefeatable. That the extinction of the human race by climate change is equivalent to an asteroid because capital is just too powerful. How to Blow Up a Pipeline, on the other hand, takes the position that capital's power entirely comes from human beings. And human beings do not want to die.
It's true.
After having some trouble with the big box grows, I got some kits where the seller gives you a block of fully inoculated spawn and the mushrooms just grow out of the block. There's much less to go wrong with this kind of approach, although it will be harder to keep it going past a few flushes of mushrooms because there's just less material for the fungus to feed on. With the boxes, you can dump waste like spent coffee grounds and keep feeding them, but here, there's just the block. I also cleared all the flies out and set up a mushroom tent in the room I'd been using so I could control the space where they were growing a lot better, with lighting and an automatic misting setup so I could just leave a time-lapse camera running over a week and capture the mushrooms growing. I'm not going to attack people who are doom-pilled because I know they are just depressed. And I don't know about anyone else here, but I've never once found it particularly helpful when I'm depressed to have someone stand in the room with me and yell, "Feel better! Stop being depressed! Feel better!" Instead, I'm going to criticize the people who act as thought leaders in the community, people who drive doomer thought and talking points and show why they are wrong both factually and strategically to say and to repeat that the world is ending and there is nothing we can do. I may as well start with my beloved David Wallace Wells and the Uninhabitable Earth, since I've already used it to scare everyone so much. On the one hand, it might be a little unfair to call Wallace Wells a doomer, and I'll get back to that. But on the other hand, he did publish a book with a dead bee on the cover called The Uninhabitable Earth that starts with the words, "It is worse, much worse than you think." Wells puts a lot about himself into The Uninhabitable Earth. For instance, at one point he tells the reader,
"I bought into Bitcoin at the peak of the market."
Which is honestly just...
Perfect.
Wow, my guy, the CIA would not torture that out of me, and you put it in
I'm sorry, but that is just what the fuck did you think you were saying, my guy?
Yeah.
Did you think that really made your point?
It's a bit where he's being kind of self-deprecating and he's being like, "Hey, I'm not the smartest guy." But it's the thing that he says to illustrate that is "Oh, you understand nothing."
Yeah, I find it so hard to believe that someone's done. I mean, look, I'm not shitting all over the books.
Sure.
Definite good analysis of the facts and
he's done loads of research
and what's going to happen.
Knowledgeable,
but this is what I mean.
Hell.
How can you do that much research into this and not understand how Bitcoin is a massive scam? It's just right beneath the surface.
They just don't have the tools.
Those liberals aren't going to invent materialist analysis, but God love them, it's not going to stop them trying.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I bring up David's insights into his personal life, not just to roast him for being a crypto rube, but because in discussing the climate movement, a lot of people have commented on what they call the Greta effect. Named after youth activist Greta Thunberg, the Greta effect is the politicization of people who would not normally be expected to be political due to climate change, and the seeming demographiclessness of the climate movement. Everyone has a stake in the survival of the planet, so a lot of people who wouldn't normally get into political discussions are being mobilized by this issue. As David Wallace Wells says about himself,
"I am not an environmentalist and don't even think of myself as a nature person."
But there's something about lots of people becoming politicized. They bring a lot to the discussion they aren't necessarily aware of. Now, let's be fair, nobody was born an environmentalist. We all bring our own politics to discussions to some degree. And for example, I'm bringing anarchist, socialist, pinko, commie, radical, free love, legalized, transgender, public joy for everyone politics to the discussion. The crucial difference is my politics have an answer to climate change.
Right.
I think that unless another intervention gets there first, and let's be real, I don't think it will, the result of more and more people getting politicized and the state trying to suppress protest will be a revolution, a fundamental change to everyone's social relations. Wells, on the other hand, only uses the word revolution twice, and one of them isn't even in the book proper. From the afterword to the paperback edition.
The likeliest outcome by far is something murkier, achieved not through the single silver bullet policies, or political revolutions, or exclusionary nativism, or the revanchist triumph of corporate self-interest, but some messy mix of all these and more.
Now, I find this a little silly, because while I don't disagree that exclusionary nativism and corporate self-interest are part of the response to climate change and already have been for many years, I struggle to call it the outcome. To me,
Meg, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. It's right there. It's right there, chat. Sub off Twitch, command in chat. Make sure I can eat. Make sure I can pay my bills. If you're enjoying the stream, pay for the stream.
Me, an outcome is an endpoint of the climate crisis, the resultant politics that end the destruction of the planet. And while both of those things are happening and will keep on happening for the time being, they're also both things that need to be stopped in order for climate change to be ended.
I think there's something quite interesting in the other time Wells uses the word revolution.
Practical technocrats of the environmental center left believe that what is needed to avert catastrophic climate change is a global mobilization at the scale of World War.
Yeah, I'll just say it quickly, but like reading this whole book, like you are just waiting the whole time for him to be like, well, let's see what the far left thinks. It's like, nah, never. No, absolutely not.
But I do also think that's representative of there not being like, this is your videos hitting people so hard because people are not seeing all of these things in one place.
Yeah.
They're not seeing, like, they're seeing we need to organize as workers in response to the dangers of capitalism.
Yeah.
And like they may be they'll be linking it up with climate change, but they're not seeing how it all adds up to a picture of the future.
Sure.
Like they don't have these things linked up for them. So
Sure.
like where is he supposed to go to find this understanding
You're right.
of things?
You're right.
You know?
You're right. Yeah.
Thasmandar, thank you so
that
much for
is
the
an
£5. Thank you, Thasmandar.
Right, that is an entirely sober assessment of the size of the problem, which no more alarmist a group than the IPCC endorsed in 2018. But it is also an undertaking of ambition so inconsistent with the present tense of politics in nearly every corner of the world that it is hard not to worry what will happen when that mobilization does not happen. To the planet, yes, but also to the political commitments of those most engaged with the problem. Those calling for mass mobilization starting today and no later, remember, they can be counted as environmental technocrats. To their left are those who see no solution short of political revolution, and even those activists are being crowded for space these days by texts of climate alarmism, of which you may even feel the book in your hands is one. That would be fair enough, because I am alarmed.
I agree that the crisis at hand is so vital and so scary that alarm is entirely appropriate. So I don't know if I'm particularly invested in labeling people alarmists. I do think the act of raising alarm, though, is one that implies the actor is without their own solutions. It's calling for help, right? The purpose of the book is to get the reader to take the situation seriously. This makes The Uninhabitable Earth and Don't Look Up excellent bedfellows because they're both trying to get people to understand the full scope of the devastation climate change could actually cause. It may not have solutions to offer, but reading The Uninhabitable Earth does give a great understanding of the science and the political systems around it that will really show just how useless technological conversations about ending climate change really are under capitalism. Not only are the proposed technologies not enough to fight back the emissions, not only are they not being implemented, not only are there no incentives under capitalism to implement them, but the very notion of offsetting the emissions that these only partially helpful, not being implemented, won't be implemented technologies provides is really just a political argument for why we should use even more fossil fuels. We're offsetting the damage, so we can do even more damage.
Before my next big box
Just
grow,
so everyone watching knows, that at the bottom said, "Don't ask me, I just frask. Don't ask me how, I just frack the indigenous lands." And now I've completely lost where we are in the video, so it'll probably come up again.
To offer, but reading The Uninhabitable Earth does give a great understanding of the science and the political systems around it that will really show just how useless technological conversations about ending climate change really are under capitalism. Not only are the proposed technologies not enough to fight back the emissions, not only are they not being implemented, not only are there no incentives under capitalism to implement them, but the very notion of offsetting the emissions that these only partially helpful, not being implemented, won't be implemented technologies provides is really just a political argument for why we should use even more fossil fuels. We're offsetting the damage, so we can do even more damage.
Before my next big box grow, I hit another huge snag, this time so big I had to start over and order a new grain block for my mushroom spores, because I didn't manage to keep the grain spawn sterile enough. It picked up this green mold, which spread through the whole bag more or less. I looked it up in case it was something toxic, and apparently this is a parasitic mold that eats fungus that's incredibly commonplace. Like, it's probably already in your house, which is why you have to do what everyone's been telling you to do and keep the mycelium sterile, Sophie. There's another lesson from failure here, I think. Your mushroom spawn needs to be kept safe from internal parasites that can cannibalize it and completely stop it growing. So, I set up another bulk substrate box, and this time, between the mold and the flies, I was feeling extra hygiene conscious, so
Deadass wearing a fucking choker with a bell in this time lapse. I'm such a dumbass.
actually used boiling water on the cocoa coir, so it would also sterilize the mixture at the same time. Then I broke up a big block of grain into it, which was so inoculated with mycelium, it was like a piece of polystyrene. I ordered this block on eBay, and it was supposed to be wine caps, which, funny story, are illegal in Louisiana because of a mycological mix-up. Apparently, when magic mushrooms used to be classified as Amanita mushrooms alongside Amanita muscaria, another well-known hallucinogenic mushroom, so Louisiana banned all Amanita mushrooms, which includes wine caps, even though they're just a normal edible mushroom. The law is kind of silly sometimes, but sadly, it is the arbiter of all morality, so I would never encourage anyone to break the law under any circumstances, because that would be wrong.
It would.
Anyway, I ordered
right.
wine caps, but when I started recording the time-lapse, these funny little yellow guys started fruiting, which were definitely not wine caps. I couldn't quite identify them for a while. They're golden oysters, I think. It still ended up being the best time-lapse I had so far, even if we couldn't be sure what we were growing. Mushroom lessons number whatever we're up to now. Sometimes what you're growing doesn't turn out to be what you expected, but that's okay. Another source of doomerism I want to address comes from the works of communist writer Mark Fisher.
Here he
In his
is.
most famous work, Capitalist Realism, Fisher describes the way that capitalism has eclipsed our imaginative landscape so that the majority of us can't even imagine a world beyond capitalism.
In short, we find it easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. This was, of course, supposed to describe an imaginative trap we've fallen into, but lots of leftists have taken pessimism from this because they can recognize the capitalist realism in themselves, and they don't know how to get out of the trap. A lot of Fisher's writing contains essentially half-completed thoughts that I think leads to a lot of ambiguity in his work, which in turn leads to a certain kind of Fisher stan being the absolute dead-cold worst kind of person in leftist discourse.
Peter Coffin. Anyway, Persona Fun in chat has said, no shrooms in the bayou, shaking my head. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? Louisiana is an area with a lot of agrarian land that's really hot and wet, so it's kind of ideal like conditions for a ton of shrooms to grow there. So they were just like, everything in the Amanita genus banned. Get that out of here. But it's like, it's not going to stop growing, is it? It's free.
Yep.
There's free drugs on the ground. Fuck. Oh shit! What are we gonna do?
Exactly.
Don't pick those free drugs off the ground, guys. The lore is silly sometimes.
It's so ridiculous.
Now, arguably, this is because most sentences of Fisher's would end the same way. Therefore, we should revolt and have communism. And even if you fear no censor or no consequence for sedition, I think every sentence like that would make your writing just deadly boring. So, while Fisher remains a very incisive critic of modern capitalism and arguably unparalleled in his discussion of its psychic effects on our lives, he does often just leave the reader hanging. Capitalist realism is an all-pervasive mode which dominates our imaginative landscapes and recuperates every rebellious impulse into itself. Therefore, we should just revolt and have communism becomes... yeah. We're fucked.
A good example of what I'm talking about would be Fisher's well-known discussion of Tory grifter Louise Mensch and her comment about leftists who are at once outraged about capitalism and also enjoy Starbucks, Apple products, etc. This gotcha against leftists has become incredibly commonplace to the point of having an arguably even more well-known meme popularized to dispel it.
Fisher's comment about Mensch's comment was essentially that she, no matter how flippantly and disingenuously, was highlighting something real. Seemingly everything is mediated by capital, so the lives and habits and pleasures and desires of anti-capitalists still reside within capitalism. This is perhaps where Fisher thought it was redundant to say, so we should revolt and have communism, and as a result, the Duma strain of Fisher enthusiasts took to just repeating Mensch's point, albeit with more layers of self-congratulatory theory posturing. For this reason, not Fisher nor his writing, but an eerie presence born out of his legacy, a parasocial poltergeist, haunts leftist discourse. Let's see if we can't just perform an exorcism. One very important half-finished thought in Fisher's work relates to the state of the modern left in the imperial core. Fisher essentially said that the modern left views power as something that bad people have and use, and therefore to seize any amount of power would immediately violate their morality. So rather they focus on their own oppression and defeat without any concrete plans to actually change anything. Now, as much as I want to finish that sentence with, so we should revolt and have communism, I do think it's worth pointing out that Fisher's own work contains an answer to this conundrum, and if the Fisher doomers who go around repeating this criticism were real fans like me, then they... Because Mark Fisher put a big emphasis on the development of group consciousness, the overcoming of what Nietzsche would call ressentiment, the development of systemic understanding of oppression as the earliest and perhaps most important step in overcoming oppression. With that in mind, this criticism of the modern left is really just an evaluation of the early stage at which it currently sits. It isn't some impenetrable mind prison, but rather just a somewhat depressive first step towards actual revolutionary thought and praxis. In exactly the same way, Fisher...
There was a point, I think it was actually when we were like filming this, that I went, oh my god, you're describing Lenin's left communism and infantile disorder. You're explaining that to people right now. Like,
No,
just
don't
like...
do this to me.
Just rather than allowing people to be so depressed at like the state of people's understanding around them, it's like you have to recognize this is a good thing. This is a stage of development into radical organizing and action. And that's like what all of this video is about, is like, look around you at all the people who are feeling the same way, and everyone's fucking depressed because we're all seeing that we're in a trap. But seeing that we're in a trap together means we can figure out how to get out of the trap.
They will become the most robust mushrooms of all.
His most famous line, "It is easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism," is perhaps his most famous half-finished thought. If we are trapped by the conviction that we cannot possibly win, imagining others remaining idle is the thing keeping us stuck. If we want to come unstuck, we need to have confidence in each other. For what it's worth, everyone I've spoken to about the end of the world has come to see the future in these terms. The sooner we fight back, the better the world gets to be as a result. I've come to view doomerism as an interstitial step, just like what Fisher described. First, people think that climate change isn't that big a deal because the state and the liberal establishment will deal with it. Then they realize the full scope of the problem and they become doomers. And then they realize that if there is going to be a solution to the problem, they have to be part of that solution. Fisher's less known but excellent work, Post-Capitalist Desire, a transcript of his final lecture series, focuses on the ways that capitalism has shaped our imaginations, just like capitalist realism. Here, however, Fisher focuses on our desires, the way we can't imagine anything we want as anything other than consumer goods, or provided to us through the medium of capital, the way that capitalism has shaped our desires into a desire for more of capitalism itself. To complete the thought here, and I really could give this a whole separate essay just as long as this one, I think Fisher was asking us to imagine how we can find post-capitalist desire, and how, more importantly, we can capture human desire back from capitalism.
Catch my liberal slop stream sometime later this month. I'm just gonna go play that bit there where I say I could give an essay as long as this one, and then I'm just gonna give it.
But is there a post-capitalist desire present in our culture already? I think there is. Let me talk about my two favorite nouns in the British press right now. Wokery, which is evidently some kind of troublesome pixie dust sprinkled into educational institutions by mischievous elves, and woke, as in what woke wants, and capitulating to woke, and brave gigachad.
That's a great fucking headline. The woke blob. The woke blob, because it's so funny because they're actually admitting what it is, which is some like homogenized, like pretend sci-fi monster.
A populist movement.
Yeah, exactly.
It's that, but it's also saying we don't know what this is, because the blob is a monster from the 1950s that is from space.
The prisoner.
Do you know what I mean? And it's no, not from the prisoner. No, like the actual like the
blob.
The horror movie, The Blob. Like no one knows what it is. Gotcha. It's just and that's exactly what they're saying. It's like because these people are old enough to
can't conceive of it.
About
they can't even conceive of what wokeness could be. Yeah.
PM Rishi Sunak uses his rippling muscles to wrestle woke into submission. Woke is a word with a very storied political history, from AAVE slang to left liberal adoption to insult that right-wingers use for anything they don't like.
Yeah.
But I think that woke beliefs, broadly speaking the political position that supports human liberation across various axes of oppression, is actually a form of post-capitalist desire.
Yeah.
As young people have come to realize that they won't be able to own homes, have kids, and so on, they've started to imagine the kind of society in which they could, and therefore reimagined how society could work. While the desires that they're driving at are broadly just very simple things that our ancestors could take for granted, I think there is a tangible political consciousness that to get those things is going to require a fundamental reorganization of social relations. I think there are lots of desires still captured by capitalism, but I think a lot of those could easily become uncaptured, and I think a lot of the core desires that people seek in living in society at all are currently disappearing over the horizon of the climate crisis. Now seems like as good a time as any to take a digression and talk about anarcho-nihilism. I really don't want to come across as hostile to anarcho-nihilists, so I should approach this section carefully. If I start my discussion of anarcho-nihilism by saying how much the Chaos Star reminds me of the Greendale Community College logo, it will seem like I'm setting out to start beef. The anarcho-nihilist position is that with no hope for actually saving the world or changing the future for the better, people should still sabotage systems of oppression and fight for moments and spaces of human joy and freedom.
Okay, this is huge, right? Because anarcho-nihilists are cringe nihilists, right? There's two types of nihilists.
No. Anarcho-nihilists are doing something good with it.
Right, okay, so I'm thinking about like nihilism versus absurdism. Right.
Sure, I think there's a certain kind of absurdism to the anarcho-nihilist.
Okay, so in that case, I'm wrong about them. But anyway,
you're thinking of the other kinds of nihilism. Yeah, I know what you mean. There is a cringe kind of nihilism, but these ones I'm actually like kind of saying this is fine by me.
Right. So in terms of nihilists in general, people who are like the fundamental doomers of like this.
Yeah.
You know.
There is no meaning to life. There will never be any meaning to anything. There is no hope for things getting better. This is nihilism.
And there's
then,
some,
like,
sorry, go on.
Well, then anarcho-nihilism, but I'm about to say, but like, you know, it is even if that's true, we should still be creating space for human beings to love and have joy and be free.
Right. So this is giving like a bottom line perspective. Like if your like level of hope is fucking none.
Yeah.
You can still be taking pride in fighting for spaces of safety and joy for yourself and the people around you, and resisting the things that are attacking you.
Yeah. I find it quite funny because I know quite a few anarcho-nihilists, and like a lot of like committed anarcho-nihilists have the Chaos Star as a tattoo somewhere on their body. And one of the ones I talked to, she was like, I told her this joke about like it reminds me of the Greendale Community College logo, and she was like, "Well, I'm not bothered by that because I think that the idea I have a tattoo of an asshole on my body is pretty funny, actually." Generally a pretty good lot, actually.
That is pretty funny, right? No, obviously, I've completely. For some reason, had it in my head that there was like a type of guy going around saying, "I'm an anarchist," but that means that we shouldn't do anything. So I've got that mixed up somewhere down the line. I seem to remember some kind of like fucking discourse last year at some stage or something about a kind of guy, and I'm sure someone is going to put it in the chat and they're going to go, "You're thinking of this," and I'm going to go, "Yes." But I wanted to like talk about this because that's fundamentally like that's the doomer versus thing in general, and this is like a discussion that has been had for already like hundreds of years, right? Which is like, oh, the world is meaningless, life is meaningless.
Sure,
I've come to this conclusion based on whatever kind of information I've observed, so we should do nothing. And then on the other side, you've got someone saying exactly the same thing, apart from at the end, which makes it all the more beautiful that we exist. And actually what we should do is try and our best to make this like,
there was
a
group of Russian nihilists who kind of came at the earliest parts of like what formed into the Russian Revolution, who they were a bunch of like, they were quite they were quite high-minded and a bit like esoteric and abstract from stuff. They weren't doing like anywhere near the kind of hardcore shit to help people that anarcho-nihilists are doing now. But like, you know, they very much had the same position that like there's no point to anything, but there's even less point to like the rule of the czar and like capitalist liberal democracy. Like this shit is like beyond nonsense.
Right.
And like, you know, to re-emphasize that they were nihilists, like there's a great episode of Cool People Who Did Cool Stuff with Magpie Killjoy about this. Like the Russian nihilists would carry like a capsule of cyanide in a little necklace in case they just decided at any moment it was just too much and they were just going to kill themselves. Like not even like if they got captured by police doing some radical shit, just like we all accept that life is meaningless, so we're all going to have a little suicide capsule because at any moment we could just be like, that's it, done.
Yeah. Yeah, in a way, very, very based. Like, yeah,
exactly,
I'm feeling
right?
it. Yeah,
and this is kind of what I'm getting at in this section is just like, if I'm going to talk about a bunch of doomers, I should just really quickly say like there are some people that technically doomer, like they don't believe things can get better, but they're still trying, and that's the one kind of doomer I'm okay with.
So this is what like Sophie and I have been talking about like all the time ever since we listened to Mark Fisher's Post-Capitalist Desire and like his discussion on group consciousness.
Yeah.
That group consciousness fundamentally changes the meaning of what you're doing, even if you're doing the same thing. So like if you're in your workplace with group consciousness about the systemic oppression of the workers, you can be storing up your dignity. You can be aiming, you can be holding onto your pride, and you can be aiming your anger exactly where it belongs, away from yourself, away from the people around you, and directly where it belongs to the people that are hurting you. And that on its own, with nothing else, you do nothing else but like know that. You are protecting
You'll be less beaten down at the end of every day.
You're physically protecting yourself. You're mentally protecting yourself. And that gives you more energy and life to care for yourself and the people around you. Just like as a starting point, as a bottom line starting point, right?
And I mean, like we could go into predictions that, you know, like I stick to predictions in this video that I think are the broad strokes and the really definitely true stuff. But there's stuff that like could easily happen. And I think that like it could easily be the case that like vanguardists and people who are doing this kind of class conscious like mass populist, we're having a communist party that's going to take over so we can stop climate change kind of stuff like may well emerge. And if, you know, if the Russian nihilists are a historical analog at all, then it's kind of, you know, it's kind of then funny that the anarcho-nihilists are saying that they oppose mass revolt because they, you know, they may just be presaging some of the people who are going to do exactly that. And now hopefully like they don't, you know, the anarcho-nihilists are wrong about what that leads to, and that those people won't then cause some kind of like, you know, Stalin situation or whatever, because that's, you know, fuck that dude, worst communist ever, RIP in piss forever. But like, you know, yeah, it's just if there is a historical analogy there at all, like it may be that the earlier form is people being like, there's no hope, but we should still help each other. And then the next form is people being like, well, we can help each other enough that there is hope. And then the next form could contain people who are like doing kind of exactly the stuff that the anarcho-nihilists are saying, we're not doing this because we think it would lead bad places.
Contain people who see like, look at what we've done already through these collapsing material conditions. This is dual power that we're building, and we can link it up, and we can form structures that will like fully meet our needs.
And I'm not saying that like the one will like lead to the other in a kind of these are the same people who'll get inspired or whatever, but like, you know, it's all about the material conditions at the same time. And it's like you know, white leftists in America are like horrifically blind to how much people of color like have more serious organizing because they've already been living on the frontier of like the worst conditions in America. And so like you get a lot of people who are like white anarchists in America, or they're white leftists in America, they're maybe in the DSA, they think of themselves as an anarchist, but really what their politics are is more SOCDEM, and they're like, don't trust any like any black communists because they're all like crazy Maoists or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but like they've gotten together and formed a little like local vanguard party offshoot, and they're feeding children, or they're fixing houses after a flood or whatever. And so you're just saying don't trust them because you've got this idea of like their ideology relating to something very bad, but it's like
it's just not material. Like that's just not a materialist perspective, right?
Yeah.
Like you have to look at what people are doing. Like we live on a complex planet, and there are so many forces deliberately trying to like misinform and disillusion people. But starting with the work, starting with the actions to like take care of each other is where
Ash Rand in chat has just said I did want to ask about Climate Lenin, which I mentioned later in the essay. Given you have November, Colwell Kelly from Trash Future Pod, doing some line reads in this, she is pretty pro climate Stalin. She was. I think a big part of it has been her own doomerism. I don't know how realistic some idea of like a communist sovereign that's going to take over the entire world and impose like authoritarian like policy that fights climate change is in any way round. And the biggest reason for that, and I get to this in the essay, is just the collapse and the rot of existing power structures. Like it's actually not particularly viable. The idea that like you'll have the existing power structures, but they'll turn red and just be this, but communist. It's like there's some degree of fraying already that is unavoidable, and that this power structure won't be able to capture everyone, and there will just be a huge precarious fringe of people who are precarious, and that's not. So I don't know, like she was, she's been aware of this for development for a while, and certainly like she likes the video and said it's very special, and could see that it was very special like early on in development. And I think it has impacted her in that specific way of seeing another possibility besides that. And I think that when you're saying she's pro that, I don't want to speak for her too much, but I do think that it's like pro that from a position where she sees it as like the more viable thing. And I think that it's always about showing people more possibilities of what could happen.
Yeah, that in itself is like an element of doomerism, right? It's like, well, the only good thing that could happen is some terrible thing, right? That is not quite what everybody wants.
Sure.
So it's even empathetic. It's even possible to be like empathetic to someone with a view like that, because it makes it makes logical sense.
Yeah.
The position rejects.
Oh, I did the fucking click on
the position rejects the possibility of large-scale organized revolt because of the tendency for authoritarianism in the aftermath, or even sooner. Rather, they embrace chaos, hence the chaos star, because anarcho-nihilists take something of the exact opposite position to Hobbes, that the oppression of the state Leviathan is the font of all misery, and that the disorganized mess of human chaotic association will necessarily be kinder and better than any hierarchical central power structure. A lot of anarcho-nihilist thought is informed by a text called Blessed is the Flame, which examines and celebrates the history of resistances and revolts within Nazi concentration camps. This is sort of the same worst-case scenario exercise I talked about before. Even in the worst possible circumstances where the outcome will almost certainly be execution, people still fight back. Now, I don't want to belabor an allegory between concentration camps and climate apocalypse, because I do find it personally distasteful. It's something in David Wallace Wells' writing that I particularly don't enjoy, when he measures the scale of oncoming deaths in numbers of holocausts. So instead, I'll say the similarities are thus: the very little hopes in anyone surviving, the total control of the enemy who is the same enemy feeding us into the machinery of death, the suppression of solidarity and morale by the conditions in which we find ourselves, the active sabotage of any organized resistance by bribery, inside agents, and so on. And I think that an anarchist nihilist framework in response to these conditions is very appropriate.
To quote Blessed is the Flame,
"The myth that we are somehow moving forward forms the backbone of the socialist tradition. Like the trains bound for Auschwitz, the movement of history is heading nowhere good and needs to be sabotaged at every possible turn."
I genuinely worry about my points in this essay coming across as cold and flippant, like, no, the world isn't technically ending, there'll still be mushrooms, so what are we complaining about? Which, of course, isn't what I'm saying at all. Nonetheless, I want to allow a little space for people who might find my position silly, because if I couldn't tolerate being silly at all, I would be endlessly tilting at windmills and be all the sillier for it. As one modern anarchist writer has it, nihilism allows for the possibility that there is no future. And this is the reason that I don't feel the need to oppose anarcho-nihilists or include them in my critique of Doomers. With nihilism, these anarchists have found a freedom to resist for the sake of resisting, for the sake of declaring their own humanity in the face of annihilation, and I find that beautiful.
Like, I have very much, like, put myself in the shoes of being in the position where you're in a concentration camp, you're heading to the gas chambers, you know you are, and it's like, in every single scenario, I'm thinking, if I could, I would fight. Right, and that is like some of the most like tragic but beautiful stories to come out of that. Literally, like the GRT people who rose up and fought.
They celebrate every year.
Yeah. I can't remember exactly what it's called.
In the camps.
But that's what it was. It was the resistance in the camps, where like they would just fight, and even though like very few of them survived, like it's less about like, well, there's no point in us doing this, let's just lie down and die. It's more like, maybe there's no point in us doing this, who fucking cares? It's the right thing to do, actually, you know?
Right. I said this too.
And I think it's worthwhile saying as well, because there's so much like strange like anti-Semitic victim blaming that happens. It's like, why didn't they fight?
They did. This is another thing. They did.
Yeah, firstly, they did. Secondly, there's no shame in waiting for the potential of freedom, because some people did manage to survive and be freed from those concentration camps. There's no shame in that. There's no shame necessary, but there will always be people fighting wherever they can.
For sure.
Regardless of the risk, right?
Yeah. And I mean, it should be remembered as well, and this is a lot of Blessed Flame is talking about resistances that happened later into the concentration camps, because that's when a lot of them happened, because earlier on there was just a lot of just like trickery. It's famous, right, that the Nazis said they were taking people for showers. And it's like, it took time for people to be like, that's when they're just going to kill us. That's not actually, people don't come back from that. Anyway, on this similar point, one conversation I had with a Doomer, who I've now linked the video. So earlier on, I was kind of like having long conversations with Doomers until I could reach a point where they would see differently, and then I'd be like, what did I say? How did I talk? What can I put into this that will make them change their minds? And then more recently, like I've been working on the video, and I've been like having these conversations. I've been like, just wait 2 months and I'll have a YouTube link for you, and I'll send you the video. So one conversation kind of ended like that, was like this woman I was talking to had a kind of Doomer perspective, and I was like, if you're right and the world ends, and in 10,000 years, like aliens find our planet and are like, oh, well, yes, this is a problem we've encountered a bunch of places over. Their expansion into polluting fuels killed the ecology of the planet and they all died. This happens sometimes, and this is what happened to this planet, right? These aliens come by and they're like, that's right. They'll be able to see a record from, archaeologically of the planet. And I want that, supposing you're right, I want that record to show that a lot of people said, fuck you, fuck this, we're not having it.
That the levelers existed, even if they were completely destroyed and wiped out and massacred.
Exactly. It matters to tell these stories. We can draw strength
from those people who tried and fought before.
Right.
Absolutely.
And we can fight knowing that we have better ability to communicate, better strength and resources than maybe we've ever had before, right? And I keep saying, in the UK, we have unique circumstances. Everyone's Doomer because they look around at British brain and they go,
British brain is so bad.
We are uniquely cucked as a population.
We
are such bootlickers. But what other imperial core countries have been cutting their police budgets?
Right.
We are so effectively disciplined that most of what forces us to carry on doing, you know, the actual amount of direct violence is so much more minimal, like that's required from the state to control us is so much more minimal than in other places.
Because they rely on the cops in our brains.
Because they rely on the cops in our brains to just do what we're told, which means that we have a beautiful opportunity to act and take our lives back from capital with minimal violence, because they're not prepared to do that violence to so many people through raising group consciousness, through acting in solidarity, through building people up and giving people the confidence and tools to take that action with minimal violence. And like I keep saying, like one of the simplest things that we can do, like, is create a community that's prepared to rent strike, simply not pay rent indefinitely, and free up so much of their lives from capital to take care of each other. Because in the US, if when they come to evict you, cops show up with guns. In the UK, the court makes an appointment for a bailiff to come, and you don't have to open the door. We are uniquely safe in this country to take incredibly radical actions.
100%. And it's like, so it was so based, and obviously I don't agree with it because the law is the arbiter of all morality, but when Fraser from the rent strike said to us on Red Planet, you know, law and breaking the law is just slightly thinking about something a little bit differently. Do you know what I mean? It's like, you know, actually making a decision to like not pay rent is just like, you just have to kind of decide to do it and like weigh up in your head, like, okay, who am I harming here? If the answer is no one, other than like the pockets of people in power, then you know, you're just changing your mind a little bit to do the right thing, which I don't think is the right thing, because it's illegal. But you know,
well, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's not illegal not to pay your rent.
Right.
Certainly not in the UK.
Exactly.
It's like not being able to pay your rent is something that we're all plunging towards, because like again unique conditions to the UK. It's like we have so many renters, and we have this horrifying cost of living crisis that's everywhere. But in our country, it's especially fucked because of Brexit, which is again a financial move to free up like trade for speculative markets to enable Britain's role again as a tool of financial imperialism. Right, that's the ruling class just like going on fucking cruise control and being like, fine, like the thing we're actually interested in here is our big money laundering operation, so we don't care about the working class like approving of anything that we do. We'll just make moves that like so everyone can see the entire Brexit campaign was characterized by lies and reactionary gibberish. But why? If it was all gibberish, what was the point? Was the point being severed from Europe because they hate Europe because they're racists? No. That was all the lies, right? And none of us are talking about the point. The point was free trade, and free trade is always this capitalist smokescreen for some economic shit that they want to pull. And in Britain's case, it was, you know, allowing them to make more money through speculative markets.
Privatizing the NHS.
So again, like Brexit's fucked us like this. So cost of living crisis is so much worse, and we have the Tories in power with this massive supermajority. So much worse here. So plunging towards not being able to pay your rent is a situation loads of people are in. And if people were just like, well, I'm not going to be able to pay my rent in like you say, you know, maybe 10 rent checks time. Well, what if I don't pay those rent checks now? I would be able to pay my rent maybe somewhere else. So maybe they come in and they evict me, but I've saved that money, so I could go live somewhere else, and fuck it, I could not pay rent there too and hang on until they evict me from there, and I'd have the money, be all right.
And the thing is that ultimately, like, most people's like the moment when most people are like successfully evicted is not because they've been forced out physically. They decide to leave, and with enough social support,
landlord in your brain,
we can give people the support, confidence, tools to not decide to leave, to hold on and know that they are fighting for themselves, their community, and against the end of the world, against capitalism, because it's the fact that we have to like do so much labor in order to survive in our homes that like is driving the wheel of climate change.
Yeah. I gotta pee again, but we should carry on. We're halfway through, so we should like try and save comments to the end a little bit.
Okay.
I'm sure that some of us with more of a tendency towards schismogenesis, more of a tendency to make enemies than friends with our fellow socialists, might think anarcho-nihilists, by rejecting the possibility of large-scale organized collective revolt, are making such resistance impossible. I think they're just waiting to see if it will work. To borrow a slogan from a movie I've never seen about a sport I've never played, if you build it, they will come. What I mean by that is that anarcho-nihilism is at once a nihilist position that doesn't expect to defeat capitalism and an expression of post-capitalist desire, and that it works in concert with larger organized resistance, not against it. Even if we anarchists won't join any ascendant communist party, we'll be fighting the same fight on our own terms.
If we only pay attention to bourgeois electoralism, the picture is unbelievably bleak. The far-right has stormed onto the scene and has a growing share of the vote across a wide range of not only the most powerful countries on earth, but many others besides. Right-wing governments work with, enable, and encourage right-wing militants and militias to act as a paramilitary wing of their neo-fascist project. The corrupt and gerrymandered pre-existing power structures enable them to easily capture vital political organs and make long-lasting, meaningful changes that will negatively impact the lives of millions of people, and we can do little but vote for liberal politicians who offer progressive platitudes with a practiced smile while taking enormous checks from the wealthiest people in our society to protect their interests first and foremost. Shit is, in a word, bleak.
Electoral politics, it seems, offers no solutions to climate change and only generates more social ills by the day, wasting everyone's energy and effort in defending the rights we're used to taking for granted. So that's the bourgeois political system, the spectacle we have all been trained to see as the only game in town. But what's going on down in the dirt, huh? What about the fungus? After all, you can cut all the flowers, but the weather is fucking everywhere. Climate change is so many little problems. The climate crisis is an ecological crisis and a food crisis, a migrant crisis, a housing crisis, a human rights crisis, and more besides. They may not realize it yet, but there are people fighting in a political coalition of people who assume there will be people there tomorrow, and their enemies are in a political coalition of people who assume that there won't. This kind of action based on a measurable belief that is not stated explicitly actually perfectly aligns with Marx's definition of ideology. Sie wissen das nicht, aber sie tun es, which means they don't know what it is, nonetheless they are doing it. In other words, someone doesn't need to say, I am a liberal capitalist, I believe in free market trade, in order to be participating in and upholding liberal capitalism. They don't need to believe in it, or like it, or even understand it to be doing it. They sure don't be wissen, but I'll be damned if they aren't tuned. And I have a little wordplay on this definition, so put a pin in Sie wissen das nicht, aber sie tun es for a second, and check this out. Sie wissen, dass es nichts ist, aber sie tun es. Yeah, I know. Pretty good, right? Okay, I know most of you probably didn't catch that, but according to analytics, I'm not being exclusionary of my English speakers. I'm being especially inclusive of my 3.2% German audience. That's right, sponsors. 3.2%. Bear that in mind next time you need an influencer to advertise your new Fritz Cola flavor. I've never been someone who particularly minds explaining my own jokes to the point of utterly killing them, so...
Okay, Sophie, I gotta go to the toilet. I'll be back real quick.
Let me unpack my word.
Wait, you didn't hear that because you didn't have your headphones.
I heard.
Okay, alright, back
a
to
little bit here. Sie wissen, dass es nichts ist, aber sie tun es. Unlike they don't know what it is, but they are doing it, means they know that it is nothing, and still they do it. Because I find those to be the places where ideology is most haunting. Imagine a Canary Wharf finance pervert, someone who works in the financial sector in London. She goes to work spinning the big wheels of the nonsense machine, not even working with money she can actually touch and hold, but rather making bets on whether companies succeed or fail to make line go up. Two huge investment sectors are construction and fossil fuels, meaning that our finance perverts' work contributes both to climate change and the construction of shoddy, overpriced, and personal gripe, ugly new build apartment blocks that are going up all over London.
Huge numbers of these new builds are being constructed on London's floodplains, too expensive for most people to buy, but perfect for developers to rent out at extortionate rates to people with well-paying office jobs, for example. You know, Canary Wharf finance perverts.
So our pervert gets up every day and goes to work on the big nonsense machine, which is going to flood her ugly house. It's not that she doesn't know what she is doing, though the knowing is not directly connected to the doing, hence Sie wissen das nicht, but rather she believes what she is doing is abstract and disconnected from consequence, hence Sie wissen, dass es nichts ist. Capitalist realism, the imagining of the end of the world more easily than the end of capitalism, is a perfect example of Sie wissen, dass es nichts ist, aber sie tun es. We are all, to one degree or another, the Canary Wharf finance pervert spinning the big wheel that's going to flood her ugly house. We are all, to one degree or another, the guy from the meme where the survivors of the collapse are huddled around a campfire saying, yes, the world ended, but for one glorious moment we made a lot of profits. But the people who are fighting the war on woke, on the side of woke, are, whether they wissen it or not, fighting as if there will be people here tomorrow. Capitalists are convinced that it's grown-up talk to dismiss all possibility of socialism and all talk of class struggle, but in a crisis, a state can't survive without policies that take the reins and provide for people. Because if people can't survive, the state can't either. This mobilization on the scale of World War II I hear about isn't happening on the state level, and emissions are increasing at an increasing rate. In other words, capitalists convinced themselves socialism was impossible, and then they found out capitalism was the thing killing the planet. So they started killing the planet much, much faster.
Okay, we've covered a lot of ground. Now, just as many great thinkers and philosophers of the past before me, I feel the need to talk about a tweet. Just as Musk's purchase of Twitter was being finalized, Eva Wiseman tweeted, I feel like, in these last days of Twitter, we should all be just fucking asking for what we want. Like love, or work, or cash, or attention. No time for jokes or memes or whatever, just like, say it, loudly and quickly. This tweet is fascinating as well as just very funny.
It is fascinating. Like, it's
right?
completely fascinating.
Amazing, isn't it?
It's like
she's like a New York Times writer or some shit like that.
This is it. It's like that, like ridiculous. Like, I'm not, you know, I'm definitely not absorbing any of the things that I'm writing about in any kind of materialistic manner or anything like that. Just, oh god. But it's also like it's very it's very like. Yeah, it's just so funny. It's funny on so many levels. Anyway, yeah, I'm not going to take up too much time talking about this tweet.
To me, and just because Twitter did not die shortly afterwards, but also because you can just do those things at any time.
Yep.
Eva here is mourning Twitter changing into something else, and that's fair because Twitter, X, does objectively suck now, even more than before. I just find this kind of mourning, this discussion of the rapidly approaching end times, really reminiscent of our discussion of doomerism.
Also very funny that you didn't know I was permabanned from Twitter until today. So extremely funny. So extremely funny.
Sophie was literally like looking for your Twitter to like link it to promote the stream, and she's like, "Wait, where's djmuel?"
Fucked up.
Yeah, I got fucked. I got fucked right over in the big leftist account massacre of 2023.
What will come next is being treated like a total ending. You're mourning how life has been, knowing that it will end, and with that comes a mourning of what could have been but never was, what you could have had, what you could have done or been or seen, and that's okay. It sucks that all the stories we were told about how society was supposed to work for us were lies, and it sucks even worse that the people who lied to us didn't even know they were lying.
As much as the next person, I am struggling constantly with terror and fear and feelings of hopelessness that nothing is being done and push is coming to shove and we are all going to suffer and die waiting for someone to, for God's sake, do something. But even saying that feels ridiculous on the face of it. Not because I have some unshakable belief that everything will be okay. It's not because I believe something that other people don't.
This is Morpheus. This is the Morpheus coming. This is.
You're just reading me for film.
It makes it better. I was like, oh my god, you're doing the Morpheus bit. That's what that is.
Thanks, babe.
That's materialism. That's materialism, baby.
That is materialism. Morpheus is doing
materialism. Is it because I believe something that they don't? No, because we fought for 100 years against the machines and we're still here.
Right.
Facts, though.
But because
Real.
I'm other people, when
Real.
I say I am just as paralyzed as other people are, what a ridiculous thing to say. There are plenty of people more paralyzed than me, and I am nowhere near naive enough to imagine I am the person most affected by climate change. There are so many people dealing with the effects right now, uprooting everything they have, moving away from tons of people they know and care about. They don't just say, there's nothing I can do, we'll all just die. No, climate doomerism is absolutely born out first and foremost from a level of assumed security. We, living in the imperial core, benefiting from the shape that power takes in the world today, as well as the shape that it has taken for hundreds of years, are really used to at least the idea that our voices really matter. Our votes, we are told, have the power to not only shape the political landscape around us, but the lives of millions, billions of people far away who we can't even see. But now, with the growing trend of authoritarianism, with the resurgent wave of fascism, we are finally seeing that our votes mean absolutely nothing. We're really trying to deal with an emotional and imaginative problem, because we're looking at how much work would need to be done to really change things and getting exhausted before we even start. A big part of that, I think, is that we don't really have a picture of what the world will look like after all the work is done.
But we can actually define our post-capitalist desire in the negative. Because if the work is to defeat and dismantle things that are harming us now and the rest of the work is just taking care of each other, that will give us a picture of everything we want. If we say that people are going to fight the fossil fuel industry because it's killing the planet, and fight capitalism because it will always find new ways to kill the planet, and fight borders and prisons and fascism, and take care of each other, we actually just described a future, even if we did it in pretty vague terms. In that case, I only need to rethink how I...
Hey, Lecter Proctor, I don't appreciate when people start replies to me with bruh, but I'll just answer your point. You said voting matters, fascism is on the rise because leftists keep failing miserably and people are choosing the second radical alternative. And you're wrong about that. Get some materialism, get good, scrub. But I also have been clear elsewhere in the essay that it becomes a matter of harm reduction. So if the only options, if the only, like, I don't tell people just to not vote. I'm telling them to vote and then do the rest of politics, because 99.9% of politics happens outside of the polling station.
Right.
That's yeah.
I approach the of doing the work. And if that's true, I'm going to just tell myself this. Every time I feel like this, I have to look at what needs to be done for me to not feel like this. And I have to decide I, and as many other people as it takes to do it, am going to do it.
I am not trying to give you hope. The purpose of this essay, despite my antagonism to pessimistic politics, is not to inspire hope. If you're drawing hope for the future from what I'm saying, that's fantastic. But I'm just trying to explain in logical terms why doomerism is both paralyzing us and also an unrealistic approach to the politics of the future. The politics of the future cannot be written off with such simple summations as things are going to get bad. In fact, for a lot of people, the best way to describe the shift that is beginning now is a change from a certain amount of dependability and security to a lot more precarity. We don't want or like to interrogate what it means when we say things are going to get bad, but the underlying analysis of that statement is that for a lot more people, life is going to be a lot more precarious. So, to move from an immediate reaction to ecological violence to a model of what it might look like for us to live on this planet for the next 100 years really means a better understanding of what it means to live precariously.
Part 3. The mushroom at the end of the world.
It's that book you got me.
Yeah. In Growing Gourmet and Medicinal Mushrooms, Paul Stamets writes, a mushroom of many names, Ganoderma lucidum, has been used medicinally by diverse peoples for centuries. The Japanese call this mushroom reishi or manentake, 10,000-year mushroom, whereas the Chinese and Koreans know it as lingqi, lingqi, or lingji, mushroom or herb of immortality. Renowned for its health-stimulating properties, this mushroom is more often depicted in ancient Chinese, Korean, and Japanese art than any other. Going on to say, a satisfying mushroom to grow and consume, Ganoderma lucidum, is a mushroom whose transformations are mesmerizing. Responsive to the slightest changes in environment, its unique growth habits have undoubtedly enchanted humans for centuries. Ratio.
I know someone who foraged one of these. The cap was 2 feet across.
Are really woody, sturdy mushrooms, which means they grow very slowly over a few weeks, but they can get really big, and the caps are just stunning to see, and even more wonderful to watch evolve over time. The thing I really deeply love about mushrooms is the unavoidable way they remind us how entangled we are with other forms of life on the planet. There are mycorrhizal connections that some fungi form with plants, but there are many species of mushroom that can't even survive if they aren't connected into a mycorrhizal network.
Sorry, I'm going to pause me being a mushroom nerd so I can be a mushroom nerd right now. These reishi mushrooms, they're fantastic, and I made a bunch of tea from them because that's how you consume them. Like, they're so sturdy, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to believe this, but like when you grab those, it's like tree bark. Like, it's
Yeah, I
like
believe
tree,
it.
But
Yeah.
they're like hard as fuck.
It's what it looks like.
Right?
Yeah.
And
they're often grown for like decorative purposes.
sure, because they're gorgeous. Yeah, because they're gorgeous again, right? But like, yeah, I really love that the name in various East Asian cultures is basically like the mushroom of immortality, and that's like a kind of kick towards the health benefits. But in one of their names is like the 10,000 year mushroom, and I think that this is because of 10,000 as being a kind of conception in that language of just a very large number. But like I with the fact that we've been as a species cultivating this for tens of thousands of years, there is this beautiful like time scale of tens of thousands of years of us and this mushroom, and then there's the time scale of weeks and weeks that it takes to grow because it's so tough. And then to make tea, you have to dry it, cut it up, and boil it practically all day long to make the tea, just because it's so sturdy. So it's like it just demands slowness from you. Like, the shortest time scale that you have in relation to this mushroom is a full day of slowly simmering it to make a little tea, you know. And then, you know, no one kind of gulps down a tea either. It makes this one, it just forces you to pause. Love it.
That's beautiful.
Thanks.
That hat's
Can't
beautiful.
grow them from scratch at home, but it also means you can.
I should make sure that you all know I'm not wearing this because I want to. I'm wearing this because the chat have saved up enough points to make me wear a fedora. That's what's happening.
I have a lot.
Really find them?
You have a what?
I just realized I have a lot of points, and I'm going to be looking into what I can make you do, Muel.
Oh no.
A forest.
What do you do when your world starts to fall apart? I go for a walk, and if I'm really lucky, I find mushrooms. Mushrooms pull me back into my senses, not just like flowers through their riotous colors and smells, but because they pop up unexpectedly, reminding me of the good fortune of just happening to be there.
Thanks, babe.
Then I know that there are still pleasures amidst the terrors of indeterminacy. Terrors, of course, there are plenty, and not just for me. The world's climate is going haywire, and industrial progress has proved much more deadly to life on Earth than anyone imagined a century ago. The economy is no longer a source of growth or optimism. Any of our jobs could disappear with the next economic crisis. And it's not just that I might fear a spurt of new disasters. I find myself without the handrails of stories that tell where everyone is going, and also why. Precarity once seemed the fate of the less fortunate. Now it seems that all of our lives are precarious, even when, for the moment, our pockets are lined. In contrast to the mid-20th century, when poets and philosophers of the global north felt caged by too much stability, now many of us, north and south, confront the condition of trouble without end.
This is how Anna Lowenhaupt Singh's book, The Mushroom at the End of the World, begins. But to present this quote on its own really does a disservice to the text. The book is written with this pervasive contextuality that makes it almost
You can't drown
messy.
me, babe.
You try and pull any part out to look at on its
That's
own,
not-
and
that's
it
not
feels
how this
wrong
works.
without the succeeding and preceding
But I have
sentences.
so many points.
And then it feels wrong to talk about those without the sentence before the sentence before, and the sentence after.
No, you can't stack the hats. You have to wait for 5 minutes. That's what it says in the points. 5 minutes of each hat. So, you know, just be fucking patient.
It's after. Let me offer this second clipping alongside the opening.
The uncontrolled lives of mushrooms are a gift and a guide when the controlled world we thought we had fails.
The mushroom at the end of the world is about the matsutake mushroom, an edible species that grows in parts of Asia, Eastern Europe, and the Pacific coast of the United States. It's also about the people who pick the mushrooms. It's also about a lot of things.
Matsutake are mycorrhizal, so they can't be cultivated in a controlled environment. They have to grow in a larger organic context. As Anna Leonhardt Singh points out, they grow best in disturbed forests, places where wildfires or logging or storms have caused some amount of devastation to the ecosystem.
Yes, the mushroom pickers are selling their matsutake to capitalists as commodities. Yes, the money they receive fluctuates depending on market conditions. And yes, of course, the people doing this spend that money to get things under capitalist systems, but the work they're doing exists at a certain economic periphery. The pickers are participating in what Singh calls salvage accumulation, taking advantage of value produced without capitalist control, or more precisely, the ability to create capitalist value from non-scalable value regimes. A capitalist who makes money on the collection and sale of matsutake mushrooms cannot reinvest their capital to expand the amount of matsutake grown.
The privately owned mushroom is an offshoot from a community living underground body, a body forged through the possibilities of latent commons, human and not human. Humans cannot control matsutake. Waiting to see if mushrooms might emerge is thus an existential problem. The mushrooms remind us of our dependence on more than human natural processes. We can't fix anything, even what we have broken, by ourselves.
Right, and this is so, like, when you go foraging for mushrooms, you will if you do it regularly, if you go like every year, for example, you will definitely notice the effects of climate change on mushroom growth, because lots of mushrooms grow at a specific temperature. So maybe when you might have gone in September to pick them, you're now going into October and still barely seeing any. So very, very, very relevant.
A lot of the mushroom pickers that Singh writes about are economically precarious because they're immigrants to America or live in similarly economically precarious communities. For example, she also writes about military veterans who do the same thing. We need stories to be able to understand what is happening to our planet and what our lives are going to look like in the future. So I'd like to spend this last section considering what we can actually answer of the question of what the next 100 years will look like. It's important to remember that the effects of emissions being put into the atmosphere now won't stop being felt for at least another 100 years. So, straight up, we have one very easy, if unpleasant and upsetting prediction. The planet will keep warming.
The rest is harder at first glance to piece together. To understand what shape our lives are going to take is going to take some political intuition. So let's get a framework together to start to understand some possibilities. First up is the idea of progress. Before he wrote How to Blow Up a Pipeline, Andreas Malm researched and wrote a book called Fossil Capital, a deep look at the systems that created the climate crisis historically, just really rolling for sanity damage against the eldritch systems of finance and fuel capital. Understandably, the kind of book you do research for just before you decide to write another book called How to Blow Up a Pipeline. The focus of Fossil Capital is largely about the modern notion of...
Just reading, like, report after report after report and going... Everything about this needs to end by any means necessary.
You're like, as soon as I finish this, I'm going to have to start another book, and that book's going to have to be called How to Blow Up a Fucking Pipeline.
Vital progress and how intrinsically it ties together with getting more fuel to power more machines to defeat worker power. Malm points out how some of the first capitalist automation in history was the replacement of unionized cotton spinners with machines. The cotton industry, of course, was an industry that was booming because it relied on slave labor, a kind of labor that is completely subjugated.
Manchester.
So as little sympathy as any capitalist boss might have for replaceable workers, a cotton boss would have even less.
Although, it should be noted that the Peterloo massacre happened, and that was a massive uprising of working class people forced to work in mills where they were using spinning jennies. So, you know, fuck Manchester in a way, but also not the working class uprising.
Fuck the ruling class.
Fuck the ruling class, right? Exactly,
The linear progress that capitalists have been selling us is dependent on fossil fuels, because it is dependent on automation, because it is dependent on the most effective control of the working class. More fuel means more power, means more industry, means more, and of course more progress. There are also advancements that human beings have taken in the course of our history that are hugely meaningful to the lives of many people, and I in no way endorse a model of the future where we lose, say, the advancements of modern medicine, the internet, modern water, electricity, and food infrastructure. The idea, however, that forever finding more fossil fuels is the only way to prevent backsliding into a world without these things.
Sorry, but what you just said then, what I was talking about before when I thought it was anarcho-nihilists that were cringe, it's a type of guy that says that stuff. Like,
oh, right. The narco-primitivists.
There you go.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Zach says modern weed. Facts.
Modern weed, right.
Progress isn't going to disappear because we get rid of fossil fuels or capitalism. Neither social progress nor technological progress are inherently dependent on the devastation of the planetary ecology, and it should be obvious enough to say that, in a lot of cases, it's quite the opposite.
The politics created by climate change are a politics unmoored from the comforting myth of capitalist progress. More fossil fuel extraction, more GDP, and higher quality of life will no longer cleanly map together, and less so year by year. I mean, think about how capitalist states handled COVID. They had to slow down or shut down business as usual, and climate scientists immediately noticed a dip in emissions, and they had to give cost of living payments to all the people who couldn't go to work. Then, when vaccines started to appear, they pushed as hard as they could to get the workforce back into public. That is, of course, if they were ever not in public to begin with, so they could get profits back up, resulting in COVID being still a serious public health issue now. That's pretty much what we can expect from neoliberal states handling crises, the absolute minimum possible, followed by actively harmful drives to put the workforce in more danger. So what do our immediate climate politics look like?
Climate Leviathan by Joel Wainwright and Jeff Mann aims to lay out four...
I just want to pause because that same guy that was wrong about the initial thing that they were talking about is also wrong about what he's also put in the chat, which is that fossil fuels are necessary for progress until we have a viable alternative. Yes, that's right, my friend. The viable alternative doesn't exist. Yes. Oh, you're so smart.
What progress do you think we need? We need to slow the fuck down.
Work less.
Progress towards what? An AI superintelligence?
Like, were you listening?
A room temperature semiconductor? A box fan that pulls the carbon out of the air? Fuck off.
You weren't listening to the video. You weren't listening to the video. That's the fact of the matter. You're here in the stream and you're doing something else. You're having a wank or something, and you're just like not listening to what's being said. Because if you were listening to what's being said, you would have heard that Sophie already said in her own video that the progress that capitalism is talking about in fucking fossil fuel use is nonsense. It's not. It's lingo up bullshit.
Yeah.
Progress so that being a consumerist isn't a living hell. Guess what, man? I don't give a shit if you can't buy your, like, happy fucking smiley chemicals in a fucking bun that means that people in the global, like, global south, die more. Like, what are you talking about, bro? You're completely underinformed in this, and you should shut the fuck up until the end of the video, and then you should watch the end of the video and stay shut the fuck up until then. And then, in fact, actually, probably stay shutting the fuck up until you've written your own video that proves that you understand this. Actually, that's how this should move forward now. Do you know what I mean? I'm sorry, I want to get a PlayStation 6 for less than $60,000. You're actually the most embarrassing person in the entire world, dude.
Trolling. You should be sorry, Lecter Proctor.
You are literally like incredibly, incredibly sad. If you're not trolling. Incredibly sad. Incredibly sad.
Hang on a second. Half of poverty was also eradicated in the last 30 to 40 years. So I already said a bunch of times in this video that in the last 30 to 40 years, the majority of pollution was put into the atmosphere. So great, that progress went really well. Also, the majority of that poverty was in China, and outside of China, the majority of that poverty was done, lifting people out of poverty was done by redefining where the poverty line was to be low enough to count people as being out of poverty when they're like barely struggling to survive. This notion of half of poverty was eradicated in capitalist nations is just gibberish, and then in state capitalist nations like China is still like a mixed gibberish.
Yeah, not entirely true.
I think like a little more explanation from like the start of the Fossil Capital book will kind of put this to like is a very like defining like putting this nonsense to bed is the reason that fossil fuels became like distributed as a technology in the Industrial Revolution was there was an enormous boom in the textile industry, specifically because it was relying on slave labor in the Americas. And so they had this abundant resource. And so they were making money hand over fist in this industry.
Line must go up.
And so there was just infinite fucking indefinite credit available to capitalists to enter and expand their textile industry business. They expanded so much with this always constant capitalist mindset that if the line is going up now, it is possible for it to continue going up forever because that's how they behave. And so there was a crisis of capital because they made more textiles than anybody could consume conceivably. And so the demand decreased, the profits decreased. And this is what happens every time there is a new market of any kind opened up, anytime there is profits in an industry, this always happens. This is what happened with the financial bubble in housing, right?
So they needed to be able to produce it without paying workers. So
they needed to deal with this loss in profits. And of course, the capitalists dealt with this loss of profits by trying to press it down onto the workers, cutting the workers' rates. And of course, the workers responded by organizing and striking and taking action. And in order to break up the solidarity of the workers, in order to make them perfectly replaceable and de-skill them, remove specialized labor that wasn't replaceable, they started using fossil fuels to automate the work. Not because there was any need for more production. In fact, the surplus of production was the very reason that they started doing it, because they needed to still make the workers work so that the capitalists could carry on making profits. And as a consequence, like following on from that, they started banning in India people from producing their own textiles and forcing them to import from the UK. Like it's waste. When we're talking about degrowth, when we're talking about ending using fossil fuels, when we're talking about slowing down and ending capitalism, we're talking about throwing away enormous portions of our lives and our planetary resources and just setting it on fire.
Right.
And what's great here is, you're responding to a troll and you're spitting like economic bars here. And before you're even done, like the Proctor is like, I don't disagree with any of that, bro. You don't understand any of that. You said that while she was still, but when she barely started talking, and she's explaining it to everyone else here, who incidentally are all laughing at you.
Come back tomorrow and
you don't understand fucking any of this. We're just doing this for everyone else's benefit.
Most of the way through the video, they can go back and watch it on their own time.
$16,000 for a PlayStation 6, which Sony aren't going to produce because they've said that the PlayStation 5 is their last console, which the PS5 is not good enough. We need a PlayStation 6. The best game was already released in 2007
in the first place.
Shadow of the Colossus.
It's true.
We on PS2, we're done.
No more video games. No more video games.
We're done. We got enough.
That's it. It's very true. There are literally hundreds of thousands of games. So there you go.
Shadow the Hedgehog. It already exists.
That's it. Very true. Very true. I have no mouth. I must scream. The best video game ever made. Just play that over and over again. You fucking prick.
All possible planetary futures and succeeds at laying out kind of two, I guess. I think this book is very foundational in thinking about climate politics, but I also think there's a lot to critique in it. In that way, I find it inspiring because I think it's provided a platform for people to question and develop ideas about our political future in a way that I truly hope this essay can be. The book takes its name from Hobbes's Leviathan because its basic premise is that climate change is essentially a struggle of sovereignty. The first future discussed in the book is the titular Climate Leviathan, a political project to create sustainable, even carbon neutral or negative capitalism. two crucial requirements for this are unipolar capitalist imperialism of the kind we mostly have now, and cooperation between capitalist nations into bodies that have planetary sovereignty and are capable of controlling the constituent countries' right to emit. This future shouldn't be mistaken for a one-world government conspiracy theory, although because conspiracy theories reflect intergroup social conflicts, you could make a strong argument that the real moves towards this future have something to do with those conspiracy theories existing. Anyway, when I say real moves towards this, see my entire discussion of imperialism above. The feeble moves that the American empire has made to stop climate change have all been through these kinds of bodies, and they have been utterly feeble because, as I have hopefully explained by now, capitalism cannot stop
Nat,
climate
is this you? Is that you?
Yeah, it is.
It's great.
Isn't it great? Like, so much of this video is about like just directly addressing like literal depression and the things that keep people like paralyzed and not doing things that they enjoy. And like art is something that like has always been really important to me. I've always, like, as a kid, it was like a big part of my identity, and I've really not done much in years, and it was really special. And I've continued a little bit since, like, being able to do a whole bunch of art for this video.
Hell yeah, let's fucking go. Yeah, I have a similar experience, so I completely understand that.
The right to emit is a central question of the book, and of this future in particular, since the nature of this global sustainable capitalism that constitutes climate leviathan.
There's like some bits of the essay towards the end where I've just got fucking tired on the editing timeline, right? And it's like to put on screen what I'm saying in the essay would mean going and finding like the right perfect shot for everything, and a ton of work, and anything between like nothing and doing that would make the video actively worse. So I just like looped Nat's paintings over and over again because I'm just like fucking
great.
I'm so proud of my wife. I just wanted to show off these
paintings. It's beautiful. It's such a beautiful thing to do.
Yeah.
I think it's actively helpful for people's understanding as well to have some periods of just like relaxation, where there's not lots of intensity on screen.
Well, that's what we're saying about the conspiracy on the left, right? Like you did a bunch of art for that, but it was drawing over to feed into the generative rotoscoping, and like we did those little animated sections because it was like after I'd said a bunch of stuff, it was really nice to have just like a minute and a half of just like Alex Jones being like, oh, the baby body parts and whatever, like a little cartoon, and you can like process what you've just heard while having a little laugh.
We keep them comfortable. We keep the babies comfortable.
I love that fucking bit. It's so good. Anyway, Nat makes all my videos good.
She does.
And the capitalists in the imperial core are going to want to keep the frontiers of potential profit as far from the effects of climate change as possible. This is a basic economic function of how a climate leviathan is fundamentally impossible. The damage of climate change is focused onto the imperial periphery, harming not only potential product, but also damaging supply chains and the human capital, labor, on which imperialism depends most vitally. But though the people in the periphery are immediately supplied with the worst damage, the people up the chain of extraction are going to be accountable for all the failure beneath them. Around the world, droughts and floods and storms kill crops and delay construction and evict millions of people from their homes, and on Wall Street, a financial cataclysm unlike anything ever seen before turns the stock market inside out. To put it another way, the climate crisis will put the crisis of capitalism on meth. The important thing...
I just want to unpack that for a second and just quickly say, like, economies are methods of organizing ecologies, right? There are resources, and there are products we can make from those resources, and there are things we can do with those products. And then there are bets that people can make on what we do with those products. And that last thing, right, it's like, it's a great method for hoarding wealth, but it is not a method for generating wealth. It does not generate fucking anything. And a lot of the, like, you know, like the foom scrolling nonsense, right? It's just like, they think they can pull money out of thin air by saying, we've got a technology you can invest in, Theranos style, right? They're just like, there's definitely this technology, you should all invest millions of dollars in it. It's like, where will the millions of dollars come from if the ecology is fucking collapsing?
Yeah.
There's a graph in Climate Leviathan they point out that is from one of the IPCC working groups. It's got all these different bars with like graded colors for like different degrees of warming, and on all the bars it's just kind of getting worse and worse and worse at a gradient. But on one of the first bar, right, it's like worse and worse and worse, and then black past a certain point, and that's 2.7 degrees of warming, where like a massive amount of the ecology will just fucking die off. And they have these other bars that are like international shipping, growth of markets or whatever, and it's like those go past 2.7 degrees of warming as if the collapse of the ecology isn't gonna also completely fuck their shit inside out. What a nonsense, right?
But
So I've
this
got
is
that
because-
on the 2x2 grid where I've got like Thatcher with the laser eyes or whatever. So I kind of dotted it around. So we've got like Thatcher with the laser eyes representing Climate Leviathan, and then like authoritarian noises in between her and Climate Mao, and the thing, so as in that's the thing in common between those, right? And then the thing I've got in common between Thatcher with the laser eyes and Climate Behemoth is that graph. It's just like the lie, the fundamental like climate denialism of capitalism. To believe that capitalism can keep going at all in those two futures, like, is an important part that we should have represented visually.
Yeah. The thing we've kind of been saying more and more, like this is a David Graeber point, that humanity depends on and creates like little communisms everywhere, and like the mushroom at the end of the world point is that capitalism only lives by extracting, that she calls it salvage capitalism, by skimming off the top of the communisms of the collaboration between people that keeps us alive in the first place. And it's not that we get what we need via capitalism, it's that capitalism like skims off and burns, and so we can just we can't afford that anymore.
Just quickly, someone is Prince Infidel is saying, where can we see more of your art? Nah, have you got anywhere?
Not really.
Okay, cool, no worries, all good.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, all right.
To grasp about Climate Leviathan, as well as the other futures discussed in the book, though, is that it doesn't have to be viable to be politically poignant, because the people who do believe in that future will have politics informed by it. So for all the political futures informed by climate change that we can consider, there are essentially...
I can show you one thing right now, though, if you fancy.
All right.
I made a present for my friend.
She did a lino cut.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Yeah, someone got her a lino cutting kit a little while ago, and
No, I got it, but
okay.
Alex recommended.
Alex showed you the okay.
So I did a present for a lovely friend, Alice, and this is like one of the like lighter prints.
Ooh.
That's the cut.
Hang on. Let me put it on big screen for everybody.
Yeah.
That looks
I'm gonna
awesome.
turn it that way ever so slightly so it's more.
Yeah, look at that.
It's the character from a movie that she showed us called Wolf Walkers. That's really good.
Incredible.
About the enclosures of Ireland and colonialism in Ireland.
Ah,
Great movie. Really good.
What's that called? Wolf Walkers?
Yeah.
Maybe
Cool.
we should do a Red Planet watch of it, actually.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Like it's an animated kids movie, but it tackles some some stuff.
Let's do it in like 2 weeks or something.
Nice.
We should do that. We should do that. All right. Okay. Let's get back to this.
3 questions. Can it save the world? Can it actually be built? And do people believe in it? And of course, for Climate Leviathan, the answers are no, probably not, and unfortunately, yes. The next future is distinct from the first primarily because of the size of the political project. Because of its sovereignty, Climate Behemoth, named after the smaller, enormous monster from Hebrew legend, is not really about stopping climate change, but it is still about the right to emit. Climate Behemoth is a capitalist political system in which the right to emit is reserved for citizens, subjects of the sovereignty. Being necessarily a smaller project, a breakaway faction or nation-state from the global Leviathan, Behemoth is necessarily undemocratic and a step towards the divine right of kings. The right to emit is defended by whatever sovereign the subjects live under, and that sovereign gets the rights of sovereignty as Hobbes described them, like deciding all the laws and how justice works, censoring anyone who disagrees with it, and declaring wars and so on.
So it's pretty easy to understand, I think, that any climate behemoth has a tendency towards being a reactionary nightmare, where different minorities are scapegoated to distract from the general injustices and abuses of the ruling class. In other words, living in climate behemoth gives you British brain.
Next, Wainwright and Mann take us...
I used the 3x3 of the gammons there for Climate Behemoth. To give you British brain. It's Mortan Joe and the gammons. Out of curiosity, would you mind asking, Sophie, if electric vehicles would be the ideal in a degrowth future, or that it would have to be public high-speed rail? Public transport is the only viable answer to answer to transportation in a degrowth future, because it's necessarily going to have to lean more and more socialist. Capitalist degrowth is yet another nonsense, and like only socialism can actually stop climate change.
Yeah.
But regarding how people get around, yeah, I mean, electric vehicles should replace like fossil fuel powered vehicles, of course, but like it's essential to understand that there would also necessarily be a massive degrowth of people with personal vehicles at all. Like people who are disabled, people like people who are operating taxis or whatever. This is like reasons that people might have an individual car, but like yeah, just car culture in general is always just a response to a lack of public infrastructure.
Yes.
And if people are disincentivized from owning cars that are not electric vehicles, and public infrastructure is massively strengthened, then a bunch of people will, rather than converting their car to electric, rather, either by converting it or replacing it, they will just go have public transport instead. If it's improved and cheapened is the crucial thing. Again, it's like, if it's capitalistic, right, then the providing more public transport will be massively de-emphasized, which means that the overall energy requirement of running, like, okay, let me back up. If we changed all the cars that were currently in operation to electric right now, the power consumption of those cars is so much that capitalists would say, well, we need to cling to fossil fuels because we need the power to be able to charge these cars. Right? If we changed, if we cut the number of cars in half or down by like 70% and had really fucking good public transport, right, then all the people who then all that same power consumption would be much smaller, right? And again, like there just are obvious allowances for people having individual cars, as well as disability and whatever, living out in the countryside. Like it's harder to do public transport in the middle of fucking nowhere. So like where people need private vehicles, absolutely they should be electric vehicles, but moreover you need a socialist policy environment that is providing the public transport, making it cheap or free, and as well as saying you have to change to electric. Because if to revisit my earlier point, if they say you have to change to electric, but there isn't the option to get the bus, tram, or train instead for free or cheap, then people will be like, well, my personal cost-benefit analysis is going to be to get the car.
Mm-hmm.
And again, then that means that the energy consumption stays massive. And again, capitalism can't stop climate change.
Right. And also, like, a great point that Prince Infidel's saying in the chat is that you need electric vehicles with rare earth minerals.
Yeah.
So, at the moment, we're talking about, like, batteries. Yeah. That's the main thing.
Lithium in, Bolivia?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and if
it's a conflict mineral, right?
Yes.
Because there are literally like political coups being like facilitated to maintain cheap access to.
We're seeing that
and
right
and
now.
Elon Musk on this said like, we'll coup whoever we want, when someone was like, you're doing, this is ecologically devastating and politically devastating to people. That's their answer, so it's like, yeah, again, if it's electric vehicles under a capitalist system, it's just more part of the nightmare.
Yeah.
It's just yet more nightmare.
Yeah. If you go somewhere that has great public transport, like I luckily live in Manchester, like you don't need a car. You just don't need a fucking car. Like, it's not perfect public transport, but it works, and guess what? It's a product of socialism. So
like, again, I would I was saying this to you yesterday, Muel, like, I plan to own a car at some point. I will absolutely have it be an electric vehicle. One thing that is, benefits us personally is that like we could do a lot more location shooting and do more interesting stuff with our videos if we're able to get around in that way. Like a lot of the filming in this, credit to Muel, we went out into the hills. We took public transport to get there, right? But like there are other places that we could get to if we had a car. We could do similar kind of interesting outdoorsy stuff that way, which I'd be very interested in doing, because like ultimately, being like climate is a huge part of my politics, as I hope this is obvious. And like, so like filming more stuff out in nature would be rad,
Yeah, defo.
Step I will have to spend a moment critiquing. In looking at planetary futures, they start with Climate Leviathan and then imagine a similar scale of project but socialist. Why? Because socialism can actually stop further damage to the environment and even deploy technologies to heal it, and capitalism can't. Here's the formulation. As a method of organizing ecology, a capitalist economy requires infinite growth and therefore ever-increasing emissions. This means ecological collapse and necessarily also economic collapse. Next, in their logical steps towards most plausible outcomes, Wainwright and Mann argue that since the most workers in the world who will be the most impacted by climate change live in India and China, and since China has a recent revolutionary communist history, if a new world order of socialism were to emerge, it may well be from China. Therefore, they name this third alternative Climate Mao.
I wanted to pause on this joke because it goes by so fast. I found this picture of Gorbachev looking really fucking fucked up, and I just found it so deeply entertaining because fuck this guy. As Kwame Tua said, Judas had the decency to hang himself, etc. I was editing it and I realized that after I'd said Climate Mao, I did this big sigh, which was not meant to be I wasn't doing it for dramatic effect. I just read the line and I was like, fucking, why do they call it Climate Mao? I did the big sigh. I was like, I need to fill this with something. So I got this picture of Gorby. Yeah. Anyway, hail Gorby.
This name is unhelpful both to their analysis and the communication of it, in my opinion, since it comes off as distractingly xenophobic, but also since it muddies how the authors would feel about, say, an American global hegemonic socialism. But we're not going to start calling it climate morpin, so never mind. The crucial characteristics in this alternative, as laid out in the book, are the non-capitalist nature of the international governing bodies and the presence of socialism. The international governing schema in Wainwright and Mann's model here would have control of the right to emit for the same reason, albeit more plausible this time, as Leviathan. It would be the perceived bulwark against further climate change. We have to play with the space of what is plausible a little here, because Climate Mao is in the very strange space where, although can it exist being answered no should preclude us from answering can it save the world differently, in the highly theoretical space they've constructed, were a new communist superpower to barge onto the world stage, grab up the disparate pieces of collapsing American imperialism and form a communist Leviathan, it probably could stop climate change. But could it exist? Maybe if these supposed Chinese revolutionaries emerge tomorrow and then roll Nat 20 after Nat 20 all the way to a unified communist China, sure. If we're thinking about the more plausible coalition of existing powers in the imperial periphery building a new world order, we could call it Climate Chimera, and it would fit the mythical monster naming scheme. We could also call it Climate Theseus, since every part of the ramshackle project is liable to be swapped out over time and become something utterly new and quite unpredictable, while maintaining the appearance of being the same entity in order to hold onto its sovereignty.
This is a great painting now.
It's also important to consider the way that a world power like this could influence world politics, even from the position as a smaller power in a divided world. If it were one of the poles, so to speak, in a multipolar world. For example, the question of geoengineering. We're experiencing a termination shock from ceasing the use of sulfurous shipping fuels at the moment, the emissions from which were cooling large stretches of northern oceans by about 0.5 degrees C. This opens up the possibility that someone, somewhere, will start creating their own localized cooling by polluting the air on purpose. Even if the smaller global power were to start doing this, both it and the American empire could get into a geoengineering arms race, although I do have some restraint and I'll save my thoughts on how badly that would go for another time.
But now that we've played with the plausible a little, I think it's more productive for us to understand the nature of the framework that Wainwright and Mann were laying out. Climate Mao is an extreme for the purposes of ideological discussion, as are Leviathan and Behemoth. Everything that is wrong with laying out a simplistic political compass is wrong here too, but I think it's important for us to understand it not as a possible or particularly plausible reality, rather as an ideological negative space to arrive at their final point of discussion. Except their final point of discussion never comes. Wainwright and Mann have spent all this time laying out their visions for a global capitalist sovereignty, a global communist sovereignty, a non-planetary capitalist sovereignty, and then in the last square they leave it to the reader to imagine how the world might look without a global sovereignty or capitalism. Wainwright and Mann's so-called Climate X is left deliberately vague, and in my opinion, this is a bit silly. I understand them not wanting to put themselves in the position where they stand up on their soapbox and say, this is how the world should be, and risk critique or losing the interest and support of their reader. And I understand that in what they see as a very academic framework, making prescriptive statements feels ill-fitting, but why not even just describe the political future as imagined by the most radical eco-anarchists?
You don't have to believe in any of these futures per se, but the 2x2 grid of political sovereignty and political economy that they form is a map for the future of our politics, and as fantasy fiction enjoyers can tell you, a map can actually make a really good start for telling a story. The framework that Wainwright and Mann laid out has provided a basis for a lot of climate politics. For example, some people calling for what they name Climate Lenin, a reappearance of Leninist revolutionary strategy in the specific context of climate collapse. In that
Comrades, what about the party is also a great thing to yell when you show up to your friend's house with drugs.
way, both Mao and what they haven't said about Climate X represent corners of a theoretical framework that is useful to examine even without a practicable reality, because it shows us the dimensions of climate-driven political thought. What I think is most missing from all their possibilities, however, is precarity. The material reality for more and more people is going to be that the hegemonic political framework simply isn't taking care of them. And therefore, the reality of our next 100 years hinges far more on precarity than anything else. If we're going to figure out what a more precarious future looks like, a great place to start is this. What will the capitalists do when there is nothing left to invest in except each other?
To walk attentively through a forest, even a damaged one, is to be caught by the abundance of life. Ancient and new, underfoot and reaching into the light. But how does one tell the life of the forest? We might begin by looking.
I think that Feek's reads of all these lines were really beautiful. I always love Feek's voice. That's why I love getting him to read quotes. I don't know why he recorded it inside a walk-in fridge, but that's okay.
Looking for drama and adventure beyond the activities of humans. Yet we are not used to reading stories without human heroes. This is the puzzle that informs this section of the book. Can I show landscape as the protagonist of an adventure in which humans are only one kind of participant? Over the past few decades, many kinds of scholars have shown that allowing only human protagonists into our stories is not just ordinary human bias, it is a cultural agenda tied to dreams of progress through modernization. There are other ways of making worlds. Anthropologists have become interested, for example, in how subsistence hunters recognize other living beings as persons. That is, protagonists of stories. Indeed, how could it be otherwise? Yet expectations of progress block this insight. Talking animals are for children and primitives, their voices silent. We imagine well-being without them. We trample over them for our advancement. We forget that collaborative survival requires cross-species coordination. To enlarge what is possible, we need other kinds of stories, including adventures of landscapes.
A broad critique you could make of Wainwright and Mann is not too far from Fisher's points in capitalist realism. Their projections of future politics go so far off the rails when they step outside of capitalism, in part because their analysis is very much rooted in the world order as it exists, and this means their ideas of non-capitalist futures don't feel situated in the real world. They don't emerge from our material conditions, but rather from the framework set out. For example, their idea of global communist sovereignty is centered around China because of the mass of workers who will be most affected by climate change, but their analysis has nothing to say about the total mass of people who will be unemployed, displaced, disregarded, and shut out of capitalism by climate change. They tell us that stopping climate change at this point would require a revolution of mythic proportions. While it isn't an implicitly defeatist statement, it does take the political framework as is and imagine it turning red, rather than walking through the more realistic possibility that the existing framework is crumbling to pieces, some of which may turn red, but most...
I really specifically like how to paint the bits of the mushroom that are really like dewy, like they've got the little like pus coming out. You did these really big blobs that like you let sit on the paper for a really long time, so it looks like that in real space. It's really cool.
I was putting loads of water in and I was like dropping colour.
Yeah,
so it was like...
awesome.
Most of which will perish. The collective agency of the dispossessed doesn't figure very strongly in their discussion. They say a revolution of mythic proportions is required to get us out of this. I say one already got us into this. The shift to neoliberal capitalism was, despite being done at the administrative, state, and electoral levels, a revolution of the corporate bourgeoisie. It changed social relations on a fundamental level. The revolution to a political framework that can stop climate change will happen because it must, and it will happen for some countries in their elections and others in their streets. Not to say that radical electoral shift to social democracies worldwide is a workable vision for this politics, but rather that some countries will shift to eco-socialist politics without overwhelming immediate precarity. As I said earlier, it depends how hard each state tries to cut all the flowers in order to stop the spring. How soon this happens, depending on which states and therefore emitters we're talking about, will ultimately depend on how long the sabotage of the environment is allowed to go on. The ruling class are making bets on this premise, survival bunkers in New Zealand and so on. They see everything that gives them power as coming to an end and want to escape whatever comes next because there is no future for kings. But that doesn't mean there's no future for us. Climate Leviathan, the political tendency, not the book, already isn't a workable, realistic project, but the apparency of how unworkable it is going to drive people to doubt it faster and faster. Climate Behemoth will first reject Climate Leviathan on the terms that any sharing, even within a hyper-capitalist framework to fuck over the poor and make the ultra-wealthy near godlike in power, is still too much sharing. Trump's administration and post-Brexit Britain are perfect examples. Wainwright and Mann's futures are compelling and they can help us map out a new political landscape, but it is the uncertain, dispossessed, and precarious that will shape the future.
Ever since the Enlightenment, Western philosophers have shown us a nature that is grand and universal, but also passive and mechanical. Nature was a backdrop and resource for the moral intentionality of man, which could tame and master nature. It was left to fabulists, including non-Western, non-civilizational storytellers, to remind us of the lively activities of all beings, human and not human. Several things have happened to undermine this division of labor. First, all that taming and mastering has made such a mess that it is unclear whether life on Earth can continue. Second, interspecies entanglements that once seemed the stuff of fables are now materials for serious discussion among biologists and ecologists, who show how life requires the interplay of many kinds of beings. Humans cannot survive by stumping on all the others. Third, women and men from around the world have clamored to be included in the status once given to man. Our riotous presence undermines the moral intentionality of man's Christian masculinity, which separated man from nature.
In telling the story of our planetary future, it might help to get a clearer focus on the threat, the monster, the antagonist driving the plot. In We Are Nature Defending Itself, Jay Jordan and Issa Fremeau point out that some biologists have been calling human beings the future eaters. But of course, it is not all human beings who are engaging in the process of eating up our planetary future. They are pointing out, as I hope I have pointed out in the essay so far, that the struggle for a planetary future is a class struggle. It's important, though, to balance our antagonism for the ruling class with a systemic awareness, because without everyone's complicity in capitalism, the ruling class wouldn't have been able to do all the damage they have done and continue to do to the ecology. When we say that capitalism and climate change are inseparable, that to stop climate change you have to stop capitalism, that they are both facets of the same thing, I think it's important to acknowledge the other elements or facets that had to be present in order for this thing to exist. White supremacy, patriarchy, queerphobia, the lens in common between capitalism and the divine right of kings that treats abled bodies as valuable units of labor and disabled ones as a burden. This many-faceted thing is the future eater, Frankenstein's monster of our collective social imagination. Giving what I hope is the appropriate level of respect to both Leviathan and the sovereignty of capital, I think of this thing as the worm. The worm cannot live one day without us, and by our manufactured consent it is eating our planetary future. The worm, however, needs to always grow. It must dominate every conceivable horizon, and because of this, it will eventually choke on its own tail. Capitalism, or if you like, the worm, is killing huge numbers of us every day, and it will kill more and more of us. Mass death due to climate change has become inevitable.
This is, again, we can testify, or Muel can testify to me working on this for nearly 2 years, because, again, when we first became friends, I absolutely, barged into his house and started ranting about the worm. A fucking bunch.
I was literally going to pause and say the same thing. It's like, this is exactly what you were talking about when we were out in the hills, walking around, and you were like, you know, the way that people think of capitalism is it's just some massive beast that's completely unassailable. And that was really like powerful, because when you put it like that, it's like, well, actually it isn't a beast, is it? It's not. It's easier than that. It's just a way that people think. It's a thing that people think of in their heads. It's not real. There isn't actually a worm out there that's fucking destroying and killing everything. It's people making the decision to do that.
But in our heads, that is it. It's its measurable effects on the real world kind of point to this thing, like you say, that's absent. Like we can't point at it.
No.
We can see all the edges of it. We can see all of the consequences of it. And it's like, so there is this thing, but it only exists insofar as we not even believe in it, but act in accordance with it. And this is your line, like the worm can't live one day without us. If for one day all of us didn't do what the worm wants, it would not exist.
Yep. Spot on.
The collapse are used to progresses and people.
And it's true, yes. Like literally 2 years ago when I met Sophie, she was ranting it. She wouldn't stop. It was completely unstoppable in her desperation to tell me about the worm.
You were like, please just watch this Stuart Lee bit, and I was like, no, you need to know about the worm right now.
Society will have an ever-growing precarious fringe.
Sorry, that makes it sound like our friendship is like us constantly trying to show each other stuff. Like, shut up! Like, listen to my stuff. This is our friendship. This is the truth. There's no love and care at all here. It's just both of us trying to like out impress the other with things that we know.
Which is the haircut I gave myself during the pandemic. Sorry, Americans, that doesn't translate. Ever-growing precarious bangs, I guess.
Sometimes common entanglements emerge not from human plans, but despite them.
So what kind of world will the precarious be living in? To talk about how people take care of each other, we need to talk about reproductive labor. Reproductive labor is all the work that goes into reproducing the society in which that labor takes place. Primarily, this means reproducing the workforce, so having and raising kids, but specifically raising those kids to perform productive or reproductive labor in society. It's worth noting that the majority of reproductive labor, unlike practically all productive labor, is unpaid. It's also worth noting that the majority of reproductive labor is performed by women. So when I say raising those children to perform productive or reproductive labor in society, we're aware that in many cases, which way that goes depends on gender. Lots of people aware of the struggle for women's liberation in the modern era still conceive of the patriarchal...
No, it depends on biological sex. If you've got the chromosomes, then at birth you start learning how to do the dishes, and if you've got the Y chromosome, then you start learning business immediately.
Enslavement of labor as a natural state. In reality, different cultures and societies throughout history have organized reproductive labor in all sorts of different ways, and the enslavement of women in European history that was then carried as a societal template all around the world by colonialism emerged from a specific historic moment that we don't really like to think about, because the idea of women being relatively free and then being enslaved is unspeakably horrible. It took centuries of genocidal all-out war on women to enact the enclosures in Europe and to force women into the submission and dependence from which we are still trying to free ourselves. If we're shit-talking human beings, I won't call us the future eaters, but I will say we're the only species who've invented a socio-political panopticon to enslave half of our own population. Frogs and fungus don't have misogyny, and they are better for it.
True.
I don't see enough people talk about the massive women workers' strike that started the Russian Revolution, or the fact it started on International Women's Day. This isn't the place, but I think sooner or later we're going to have a conversation about how successful revolutions need reproductive labor, and in the case of socialist revolutions, that means having half your comrades be women. Marxism without feminism is like a handle without a cup. For people who are living precariously, the security of a roof over your head, your next meal, warm, clean, and dry clothes, and so on, is not a sure thing. This is why they form what I'm calling communities of care, where the reproductive labor is in a highly fungible arrangement to afford stability and mitigate harm. In, say, the US military, the reproductive labor remains in rigid structures designed to maximize its potency as a fighting force. By contrast, in communities of care, the fight is against precarity, and the front line is care labor. To give more insight into communities of care, I think it makes sense for me to talk about the one with which I'm most familiar. the London trans community.
Silvia Federici is a Marxist feminist most famous for her seminal work Caliban and the Witch, which describes the enclosures and the enslavement of women and the emergence of capitalism in medieval Europe as discussed above. In Wages Against Housework, describing the traditional household as a workplace where the man is the boss and the woman the employee, Federici says,
"Homosexuality and heterosexuality are both working conditions, but homosexuality is workers' control of production, not the end of work."
In a typical heterosexual household, who does the
Wages Against Housework is actually a masterful troll title on the part of Silvia Federici, because there was something called Wages for Housework, which was pointing out like that underlying premise that like reproductive labor, housework, care labor, whatever, generally goes unpaid. And there should be an appreciation, the baseline appreciation should be that like the people doing the reproductive labor, mostly women, deserve as much as men because they're doing all the same labor, often more. And then Federici was like, "Oh yeah, wages for housework. That's cool. That's cool. Wages against housework." You know, she's just like, "Fuck that."
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The dishes would be an assumption. In a homosexual one, it would require a conversation. But as Federici is pointing out, the dishes would still need doing. In my household, all the workers are on strike until negotiations have been resolved. I bring this up because the households and social relations in the community I'm talking about are neither typical nor typically heterosexual. This community helps people find housing and employment and other things that can be especially precarious for people like us. It helps people navigate Britain's utterly impossible healthcare system, get through trauma and big life changes, and build relationships of found family. It also creates events and spaces where people can go to and be themselves, and crucially, none of the reason that anyone does any of it has anything to do with profit or capital.
Whoa.
My friend doesn't practice all week for the gig at the warehouse flats because it's a big
Pretty
gig
crazy.
and an opportunity to get eyes on her work, to get scouted by an industry executive. It's none of those things.
If there was no profit incentive, then why would I ever teach my friend how to do an intramuscular injection safely?
Right.
If she wasn't paying me to do that, I wouldn't want my friend to be able to safely apply her own prescription drugs.
She does it because she cares about her art, about her music, and about sharing it with people she cares about. She does it because she loves her community, and that has nothing to do with making money. Sometimes we sing songs just for each other. I wouldn't want to paint a picture that pretends that reproductive labor is never contentious.
All right, when I'm saying sometimes we sing songs just for each other, I love that line, so I want to just pause and appreciate it for a second. But also I want to let you know that a friend of mine wrote a song called "I Love Being a T-Word" that he performed at the warehouse gig. And it's been in my head ever since the first time I heard it. And it's definitely the song I'm thinking about when I say sometimes we sing songs just for each other.
One woman I know has spent weeks working on a shared space that's also a community hub, that's also where some of her friends and partners live. Partly, she wants to spend her time, a lot of which she spends there, in a nicer space, but moreover, the people she cares about to live in a nicer space. Rigidly designated roles in this kind of community would imply a kind of formalized structure that doesn't exist in this kind of community because of the way that it organically responds to precarity. But obviously, people can still slide into de facto roles, and for her, being the de facto cleaner of this space wasn't what she signed up for. She wants to do the work to improve the space, as long as it isn't her job to do it. These community roles also, in their non-description, are reached through a kind of balancing act of personal capacity and, naturally enough, don't have names. I couldn't possibly give a name to the role that another friend of mine plays in the community. She runs a regular sports group with a fund donated to by members for other members who can't afford the related fees. Lots of queer events are run at cost or by community donations. She also uses her flat as a social space after the group, a place for her friends when they're feeling overwhelmed, and a place for people to gather before big parties, which she likes to help people get to and from in large groups. You know, because transgender in public and so on. She also uses these same skills in organizing people to go to protests, or facilitating people to do things like share medicine if their doctor's fucking them around, find a place to live, or even organize their own social events. She also constantly lends people books, apparently for no other reason than a passion for the things she has read and a desire to offer people chances to learn. All that is voluntary reproductive labor, and not only can I not name it, but if I did, it would imply too much of a transactional obligation. So I'll just say, if you ask me what kind of people we need to live in a better world, I'd say more people like her. All the individual people in our community are also doing so-called productive labor in exchange for money, of course. It's undeniably contained within capitalism, though the social relations are themselves not capitalistic. It's less perfectly utopian and more from each according their ability to each according their need plus rent and bills.
There are no matsutake mushrooms without such evanescent mutualities. There are no assets at all without them. Even as entrepreneurs concentrate their private wealth through building alienation into commodities, they continue to draw from unrecognized entanglements. The thrill of private ownership is the fruit of an underground common. Foragers have their own way of knowing the matsutake forests. They look for the lines of mushroom lives. Being in the forest this way might be considered dance lines of life pursued through senses, movements, and orientations. This dance is a form of forest knowledge, but not all the dances are alike. Each dance is shaped by communal histories with their disparate aesthetics and orientations.
In The Mushroom at the End of the World, Singh describes a forager she met at one point who goes by the moniker of Matsi Man. By her account,
Matsi Man gives huge Muel vibes.
Matsi Man,
Oh,
as in
yeah.
Matsutake Man, if that wasn't clear, is quite a character. He forages for mushrooms primarily by feeling the forest floor for textures and shapes that feel like the mushrooms. And his self-styling, or brand as you might think of it, comes from his passion for foraging for matsutake. On his website, Singh tells us he has a section which asks this seemingly autobiographical question, who is Matsi Man? To which he answers, anyone who loves hunting, learning, understanding, protecting, educating others, and respects matsutake mushrooms and its habitat is Matsi Man. And I just found that delightful. So now it's in the essay. You're welcome. Sing on Matsi Man's method.
But he showed me how to get down on the ground and feel the leaves with my hands until I found a promising texture, a lump. We were looking for mushrooms by feel alone.
Vibes-based foraging.
A new way to learn the forest. We trust our eyes too much. I looked at the ground and thought, there's nothing there. But there was, as Matsi Man found with his hands. Getting by without progress requires a good deal of feeling around with our hands.
Stories are incredible guidelines in order to be able to imagine the future, in order to be able to imagine the end of capitalism more easily than the end of the world, but feeling around with our hands is important too. At risk of mixing my metaphors, here's what John Berger has to say about feeling in ways of seeing.
To touch something is to situate oneself in relation to it. Close your eyes, move around the room, and notice how the faculty of touch is like a static, limited form of sight.
And to me, that's what this means. We have to reach out and touch what we can of the future in order to situate ourselves in relation to it. Now, more than ever in our lifetimes, the future
That's
is
a great
hard
way
to
of putting
see, and
that.
tomorrow it'll be even harder than today. But maybe if we can
And just to elaborate on that a little bit as well, I was saying to you yesterday, right? Like, if you were saving up to buy a house and you knew that the house in particular, that you have a specific house you want to buy, and it will be free when, like, it will be available when you have the money to buy it, and in a year you're going to have enough money, right? Then in that case, right, there is a way you could situate yourself, reach out and touch it in a static, limited sense. You could be saving up every day, and you go by where that house is, and you're like, "There's the house, right? I can see my future in a static, limited sense." I don't know
a story to touch what the future, what a part of the future looks like.
Right. You don't know if you'll meet someone and have kids with them in that house. You don't know what parties you might have with your friends in that house. You don't know what bad things might happen in that house. You don't know any of that. But in a static, limited sense, you can still see the future.
Right. Yeah.
reach out and touch the future, we can still see it in a static, limited sense. One thing we can say about the next 100 years is, it's certainly going to be interesting. Or, as Anna Lowenhaupt Singh puts it,
precarious living is always an adventure.
Blue oysters are a strain of oyster mushrooms, Pleurotus austriatus, which, at least for me, were only ever blue at the start of each flush, with the colour getting softer and paler as the caps grew bigger. As with the pink oysters, these blue fellas required next to no maintenance. As Paul Stamets says in Growing Gourmet and Medicinal Mushrooms, the oyster mushrooms are easiest to grow. Pleurotus austriatus is an extraordinarily interesting mushroom from many viewpoints. It is highly tolerant and responsive to carbon dioxide levels. In fact, the cap to stem ratio is an accurate measurement of carbon dioxide levels in the growing room and is used as a visual cue by oyster cultivators for increasing air
I knew
exchange.
someone would do that. Thanks,
This mushroom species is also super sensitive to light levels. When the mushroom is exposed to high light levels, pigmentation of the cap is usually enhanced. Blue strains become bluer, brown cap strains become a richer brown. Similar results are also seen at lower end temperatures given constant light conditions.
here are my opinions. I'm going to take the step to say what I think will actually happen, and I welcome discussion and criticism of it, because
And you can fight
I recognize that I know far from everything, even as I'm taking my best shot at saying where I really think the climate crisis will take us. I'll start with what there is to actually do, because I don't want anyone to mistake any of this for what I would do if I was in charge.
Right.
We should never be asking ourselves this, because we never will be, and it's
It's Nat's favorite lines.
I say this like every day.
Yeah.
I'm like a principle that I try, and of course I fail with frequency, but a principle that I try to stick to when I'm having conversations with people where I'm trying to like radicalize them. I'm trying to talk about what what our beliefs are, trying to develop group consciousness with people is I try to avoid talking about like what politicians should be doing.
Right.
Because those conversations immediately force everyone in the conversation to imagine, what would I do if I was in charge? And then they're immediately burdened and limited by all of the mechanisms and technologies and circumstances of the status quo of power as it exists.
Nobody's free to be creative with what the solution could be. There's no fringe kind of like, oh, well, I'm able to think outside of the box.
Yeah.
We're already limited in that, and you're reinforcing that limitation, right?
The bourgeois electoral system is not even legally capable of tackling climate change or taking care of us as a whole.
Yeah.
And so like if you get people talking about the immediacy of like what people deserve, how people can act to get that together, you're having completely different conversations. And also when you're having those like conversations about what people should be doing, you're immediately like triggering people to repeat phrases that they've heard on the news, to repeat arguments that they've heard on the news, and they're not capable of thinking creatively. But everyone is capable of thinking creatively when they're not forced into these like the bounds of these conversations that the bourgeois like media forces on people.
100%.
Again, it's like that what do you call it? It's the thing I said, like the Fraser was talking about. Fraser, I think, and he was, just saying, oh, you just have to change your mindset. It's like, I'll always say this, like conservatives love to say, well, how would anyone do anything without any money? We need to have money. And it's like, why? Yeah. Why? Like, it could be as simple as that, right? It's like, oh, we need a border. Why? Oh, well, keep people out. Why? Or because they're going to take our jobs. What? No, they're not. Why would they do that? Also, like, why are they taking jobs? Because if you just keep asking, like, it's like if we engage in this quote-unquote childlike exercise, you actually inevitably get to the truth, don't you? Which is that it's all made up. Like, people chastise children for doing this. Why? But they're actually very smart.
7 years old, I was like, gee, I think we shouldn't have money.
Yeah,
it
literally.
Like it's a bad thing. My mom and dad were really fucking stressed and they were talking about money, and I was like, fuck, we shouldn't have money.
Yeah.
We talk all the time about like how the perspective that you develop as a child on like how the world should be and like what's right and what's moral is correct, and then you're constantly told from that point on that that's like naive and stupid. And it's actually the most practical thing, because if everyone's in competition for resources and fighting each other, everyone loses out. And if everyone's collaborating to share fairly like the best they can, everyone benefits.
Yeah. You know, if I was in charge, I'd really not want someone to blow up a pipeline. Now, I'm not going to blow up a pipeline and don't encourage anyone to. I'm just saying, if I was in charge, I'd really not want someone to. So if
yeah.
you know, if I'm thinking from the point, like, you know, it's like immediately I'm like, so many things that people again just are going to do. Like, whereas if I'm thinking from my own perspective, and I'm like, well, people are probably going to blow up a pipeline. So like when oil gets really fucking expensive because people blow up a pipeline, what can I do to be ready to make sure my friends are okay when like oil prices and then all the other prices surge because of oil prices. Like, whereas if I'm thinking, what would I do if I was in charge? I'd be like, well, do everything I can to stop people blowing up a pipeline.
Exactly.
The most basic ruling class keeps us locked into a perpetual capitalist realism and manufactures our consent for their utterly inhuman decisions. The only way we could even vote to stop climate change would be if there was enough organized worker power that there were a possibility of a party getting in whose platform were to stop capitalism. So even the question of voting becomes a somewhat trivial matter of harm reduction until we do the things to take care of each other first.
Yeah.
We can't dictate policy without first changing the nature of society to be more democratic. We can't get world leaders to listen to what is moral rather than the interests of the ultra-wealthy. What we can do is build structures and communities of care beyond capitalism while even within it. Workers' unions, yes, but tenants' unions, mutual aid networks, and feminist collectives too. Organizations that help people manufacture the supplies they need for crises, like the Common Humanity Collective does with face masks and air purifiers. Collectives that take care of the needs of minorities in ways that majorities will ignore, like so many in queer communities the world over, or the way the Black Panthers worked to provide free meals and education to children. Moreover, we need to reach out to our neighbours in ways that are flexible, acephalous, and forward-thinking, so that even the unexpected can be mitigated. Beyond that, we should be ready for our communities to work together with others to build something bigger and better than the sum of its parts. If people do the things they can to prepare for what climate change is doing to the planet, organise in ways that withdraw from the sovereignty of capital and take care of each other instead, bring together and unite the fronts on which we are fighting, show enough people that the solidarity we can have for each other is also a platform on which to build a better world, then together we could have socialism on a planet with a wounded ecology, but with the supply chains and technologies to both provide for everyone and start to stabilize the damage capitalism has done to the planet. If that doesn't happen soon, then conditions are going to get much, much worse. More and more people are going to become precarious, and I honestly think the most likely outcome of that is also socialism. It obviously doesn't look like the world that we could build right now. I'd call it salvage communism, after Singh's salvage accumulation.
The communities of care that are already emerging and will continue to emerge as a result of precarity have the power to knit together people into a stable and secure society. Any states that first reckon with capitalism's inability to deal with crisis and then undergo radical reform towards socialism will become a part of this that in some ways carries on the forms and structures of the world today. The states that try to protect the sovereignty of capital will be left behind by their own collapse as more of their population find themselves on the short end of the ever-increasing gap between the ultra-wealthy and the working class. As for states that resort to reaction and fascism, while it may not be a pleasing or reassuring answer, they have no endgame. Fascism is a death cult. The overall emergent social relations of the next 100 years are going to be socialist, whether it means an abundant socialism now or salvage communism in the decades to come. It's a sliding scale. The reason I say that I'm not here to provide hope is that I think hope has a lot to do with what you're hoping for. If you're hoping for the world to stay the same and not change, I can't offer that. My perspective doesn't preclude all melancholia. I walked through London and I burst into tears because I saw a cherry tree and the thought hit me like a bus. I really hope we save cherry trees.
Oh shit. Whoa. Oh shit. They're all here. That's right. That's fucking right. Kira, sweet Kira, thank you so much for the raid. How is it going? Welcome everyone. Yes, that's right. It's me, Donkus Jonkus, the sweet Sophie from Mars, and the also sweet Nat. we're going around. We're checking out Sophie and Nat's video about the world is not ending. It's really, really good. We're quite a bit of the way through. So that is just another reason to watch the video yourself. Go give Sophie a like, a subscribe, all that kind of stuff. Go to her Patreon. I'm desperately trying to find a link to the fucking video in chat. It's
if you're arriving in here and you're thinking, oh, it's too late, it's a commentary stream, so like we are discussing it as we're going through, and we're also going to have more discussion at the end. So like that's the point of this just now. We're not, please go watch it and share it. It's the best thing we've ever made. But also like, we're having big brain discussion here.
Oh yeah, it's getting so big.
A lot of little like context bits and like process that we went through making the video and stuff like this. People who've just joined on the raid and have not heard this bit already, look at these beautiful watercolor paintings that Nat did. That's in the video at the moment. Nat did all these watercolor paintings of mushrooms for the video, and we did little time lapses of them.
And anyone who was here earlier and isn't already, please follow Kira Chats. She is Sophie and my one of Sophie and mine's co-hosts on Red Planet. Please go and show us some love. Jenny Body, thank you for the 400 bits and lowering the naan. Appreciate that.
What? I was just gonna say, what was that?
Yeah, it's the lowering of the naan. The comfort naan. If you want to rub your face in,
it gets lowered.
I've been there.
Yeah, it's true.
You've put dough on your face.
Oh wait, I mean, making bread, putting that little bit of dough right on your face. That's lovely.
You can't resist it. I completely agree. Right, yeah, we're gonna get back into the video. I can't remember which bit we were at, but it's here, and we'll find out now.
So our sky will remain blue, or be blue more often than not. Yeah. But as for human beings surviving, taking care of each other, living rich and meaningful lives, we've been doing it the whole time so far. I can't imagine why we would stop now. We need to consider for a minute what the end of the world actually means culturally.
For 100 years, we have fought these machines.
It's true.
We are still here.
It's true.
Historically, philosophically. The end of the world means the final tally of the struggles that have shaped our lives. If the world ends, the worm wins.
I don't think you're sad. I think you're angry. I think this kind of depressive pessimism comes out of being mad as fuck and feeling like there isn't anything you can do about it.
Yes!
I'm angry too, and I know that my anger sometimes comes from looking at how much we would have to do to make a difference, and then it extends out to other people who are looking at the task ahead with tired eyes. I've gotten angry looking at Doomers talk because I think if they just stop believing the world would end, then they could actually stop the world from ending. It's all their fault. But it's not their fault. And it's not them who deserve my anger. It's the parliaments of the world who act as a special organ of the greater parasite, the worm, shutting down all radical thought as a self-preservation mechanism. They're doomers because they're invested in electoral politics, a purposely distracting bullshit machine that eats all your time and energy and will never bear fruit. I'm actually writing this because I want people to be angry. I want people to be as angry as I am when I hear people defeatedly declare, "We're all going to die." I want you to hate the future eater, and to understand that when we say we're all going to die, what we're actually saying is that capitalism is going to win and humanity is going to lose. I can't stomach saying that anymore. I can barely even stomach hearing that anymore because I think humanity is going to win, and humanity winning means there is no end, no final judgment, no closing score. I know there will be more after capitalism chokes to death on its own excretions and exhaust fumes, and after it takes millions, perhaps billions of us with it, and all we have to do to make what comes next beautiful and loving and kind is start now to imagine the end of capitalism and not the end of the world. For people like me who others look to as some kind of thought leader in leftist politics, our job doesn't have to be to lead anything. Just talk about it. Because mass unrest is coming. Our job is to imagine a better world together and wholeheartedly reject the idea that the world is going to end because we believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. Our job as influencers, leftist content creators, political educators, philosophers, is to talk about how we can do things differently, and always to remember that the future is unknowable and determined by how hard we fight now for a loving world.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Jinx.
I
Go
was just
on.
going to say the Kira Raiders arrived just in time because it's the Red Planet plug just after this.
Yeah.
I'm desperately trying to remember. It's gone. I'll think of it in a bit.
No!
It's okay. Don't worry. I should have.
Influencers have the kind of social capital to actually meaningfully lead something politically. Don't really understand how being an influencer works. I'm not rich or particularly well connected, and I can't be involved in particularly radical stuff because my face and name are all over online. Like, if dick pics were dollars, I'd be able to afford my prescriptions. Hope this clears things up. For my part, I've been making a weekly show for over a year now called Red Planet. The tagline is, capitalism has failed, communism is coming, let's talk about how we get there. And that's what we do. We hold discussions about how to live in a better world and how to take care of each other. We cover protest and resistance news, and we interview activists and organizers from around the world about what they do and how they do it and how our audience can do it as well.
In our work, we have one foot in the activist world and one foot in the art kind of world, or the art space, yes. Active space. And in art space, you can spend 3 years rehearsing, finalizing a performance that lasts 3 minutes and where you pull a tulip out of your arse and everyone's happy. If in the activist world, you're in emergency all the time. There are people dying in the Mediterranean. The sea levels are rising, temperatures rising, the droughts are coming. You've got to act now.
For just a little bit of what we've done so far, we interviewed one of the founders of Just Stop Oil, we talked to some people in prisoner solidarity networks, and we interviewed an anarchist chemist who gives people the instructions on how to make abortion medications in places where they're illegal.
You see it starting in the diabetic communities now, because it's been so critical that people are dying in ways that are more visible.
But a lot of people, I think, haven't really thought more about our relationship to land as not just some, like...
I just wanted to say about this bit, I've actually used this clip a few times now, and occasionally, because it's in the context where obviously we're alluding a little bit to indigenous sovereignty movements and land back and stuff. I'm conscious that Tim, obviously he's among the hosts, the one who has an actual tie to indigenous communities, and I don't want to look like it's favoring that. It's just literally what he says in this clip is so fucking true.
It's
and so important
so
that
needs to be said.
Whenever I'm looking over for clips of Red Planet to put in stuff, I'm like, oh shit, but that land clip though, that's Tim's spitting bars in that bit.
It's completely fundamental. This is why I've been talking about rent strikes the whole stream.
Yeah.
I guess the decommodification of land, and it's that's the next step, and is it's crucial to, I would say, any kind of larger long-term leftist project.
It feels like an up-close look at those fronts we're all fighting on. Mutual aid, anti-fascism, fossil fuels, finance capital, border abolition, justice. And I feel really lucky to be a part of it.
And I do want to point out as well, I don't know if anyone noticed, but while Tim was saying that really base stuff, me and Kira were both playing with our hair. I was fucking messing with my beard like this, and she was going like this with her hair. Anyway,
I adore my ADHD co-hosts.
I literally have a collection of fidget toys here so that I can
If anyone's seen me looking down here, I'm just watching Nat play with stuff, and it's just tugging on my heartstrings.
We're just reporting on what seems obvious and inevitable to us. We're not advocating for anything other than people to take care of themselves and each other. Obviously, I'm just plugging my show right now, but also I think there's a really good reason to talk about it in this essay, because I think this is what the online left really needs more of, a real and meaningful connection to the offline left, to the real world and to direct action, not just a space for abstract ideological discussion. For that reason, please also check out It Could Happen Here and everything made on Cool Zone Media and Popular Front. They seem to be the other main people doing this.
Yep,
the vast majority of work to be done is in taking care of each other. The other fronts of leftist politics will keep on drawing attention because of their urgency and danger, like the climate, like the threat of fascism. but it's reproductive labor that keeps a society ticking over. The real work in defeating the sovereignty of capital, whether because we are pushed into precarity or because we start preparing against it now, is in refusing to let it dictate our lives, refusing to delegate our power and responsibility to each other to capitalist states. We must care for each other like nodes in a mycelium, and then we could see what wonderful fruits could be born out. Does the wheat move from the field to the mill, to the baker's oven, to the plate, to the mouth because of money? No. The infrastructure we have right now is enough to feed all of us already. Is a crying baby comforted, swaddled, and fed because it pays its family? Okay, does a parent see nothing in their child's eyes except a future return on investment the way a banker looks at a stock? No. Money is a system of instructional tokens we don't actually need in order to act like human beings normally act towards each other. A metaphysician might tell us nothing is as desirous as desire itself, nothing as beautiful as the Platonic ideal of beauty. Along similar lines, it makes some sense that money, the real abstraction of the concept of instruction and obedience, would be so able to reshape the world around it. In short, cash rules everything around me. Nonetheless, we are the ones who carry out the instructions, and money may be instructional, but we could refuse those instructions. Money means nothing if we can feed each other for free. For something to be free, we understand, it means that it doesn't cost anything, but to put it a different way, you could say it's free of money. And when you think about it like that, doesn't it sound nice to be free of money? Well, if we had everything we needed for free, we ourselves could be free too. The reality of our world is that one class in society has all the money, and so all the ability to instruct. And by giving the subjugated class just enough to get by, but never enough to do more than instruct others to give them their essentials for survival, they are telling us to perform society the way they like it. And we do it because they tell us to. And because they give us a little token that says we must, but we could just as easily not. Ours is the class that makes everything happen. When the choice is between obedience and extinction, and survival and freedom, I'm willing to bet that humanity will choose to free itself. Are you?
Hell yeah! You better believe it.
After all my grows, after my successes and failures, my complications and discoveries, I realized something was still missing, growing mushrooms at home. It's deeply special to be able to nurture them to grow in these controlled conditions, and they still come out beautiful, but what makes mushrooms special, the reason I fell in love with funguses, mosses, and molds in the first place, wasn't there. Because I was trying to take the mushrooms out of their context, out of their community. What do you do when your world starts to fall apart? I go for a walk. And if I'm really lucky, I find mushrooms.
That's right. Oh, it's so beautiful. I love this shit. Chat should know I've seen this before already. Many times. In different ways. I filmed it.
When you go foraging, always go with friends. Make sure to be with someone who's been before so they can show you how. And then when you've been enough times, you can show other people. Each one teach one. Pack smart, not heavy. Bring just the right things you need to get the job done. And remember, there are things out there that look like what you want but aren't. And they can get you sick, so it's really important to know the difference. Because the smart forager doesn't necessarily come home with lots of what they want, but none of what they don't.
It's just like the first time I saw this, I was just like so close to tears, because it's just like, yeah, I remember talking with Sophie about all this stuff. Wow, what the fuck? She wanted to put it in this like fucking amazing video. So yeah, it's
What were you gonna say?
This
I
means
was
a
gonna
lot.
say that was you. That was you that taught us.
Yep.
And now we're using what we learned.
Yeah.
To share it with others.
Yeah. It's very, very beautiful, and I love you both
You filmed
very
amazing
much.
stuff for this, Muel. Love you to bits. This is this is it wouldn't be the same if without your camera work on this stuff.
Oh, stop it. Love you both so much.
Love you too, mate.
The world is not ending. It's changing. And a better world is not only possible, it is already out there, waiting for us to find in each other.
It's fucking right. God, this might actually be legit the first time I've cried on stream. Like, actually legit.
Oh, babe.
Perfect. So perfect.
Yeah, fucking nailed it. Game
What
over.
what a beautiful
Fucking smashed
video.
it.
What is this final one? The ultimate hidden truth of the world? Is this something that we make and could just as easily make differently? Yeah, it is something that we make and could just as easily make it something.
Yeah.
Make it differently, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the video. There you go. I've muted it so we can just watch we can chat and it's the Patreon credits and whatever.
Hold up. I need to do the
Is it
same.
not muted on your end?
No,
Oh,
it
shit.
doesn't. It doesn't do that for me, but it's okay.
Oh,
I've
fuck, I
muted
thought
it.
it was the
I've muted
together
it.
would do the-
I've
Alright.
muted it. It's all good. Yeah,
There we
no.
go.
Yeah, I think it's like so good. Yeah, just like fucking hell. Yeah, it really is. It's like it's the culmination of everything that you've been talking about for like 2 years.
Yeah.
It's yeah. From the very moment, like I said before, chat. From the very moment I met Sophie, like, not only did she like doompill me, but like continued to like reinforce that in like so many ways, to the point where like now I'm undoompilling people. Do you know what I mean? Like it's contagious. Like the act of hope, like whatever it like you know form it takes. Like if you're just telling people like, hey, you don't have to pay your rent, or like, hey, you know, you could just like all get together and demand better conditions from your boss, or like, hey, we could like, you know, get together and like feed each other and look after each other and give each other healthcare and shit like that. It's like there's so many things, and there are so many things happening right now that like are just like a product of people already doing that shit. You know what I mean? And already like
exactly.
Yeah.
It's realizing that it's already happening. There's people already doing it, and we can do it too. And there's things that we're already doing that are worthwhile, and we can build on those things that we know and skills we have. Like together, we can share them, and and what we do together is just so much more than the sum of its parts.
Yeah.
You know?
Someone in chat's Adam Warlock in chat's just said, "Oh fuck, what a great video, Sophie! You're so good. I'm gonna play this for my dad and my sister this weekend when I visit them. Thank you so much, all of you." And yeah, like a lot of people are talking about sharing this with like everyone they know or whatever, and that's like fantastic. But when people talk about like watching it with someone else, like our friend said that she's gonna watch it with her fiance, like sit him down and watch it.
Yeah.
Right. Like that shit really like gets to me. Like that's amazing. Like
Someone commented they watched it with their mum.
Yeah, like, and that's the right way to watch it as well. Like, that's even better than just sending someone a link, because you know maybe you send them a link and they're like, oh right, this long thing, like, oh that's interesting, but it's going to be a while to, and then they're going to find their own time to watch it and whatever.
Right.
And like hearing that people are like making space to sit down with people, and you know there'll be space for them to discuss it afterwards.
Yeah.
Because the whole thing about this essay is it's a premise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's the premise of our politics, like of my politics, of yours, of Muel's, of Red Planet. It's the basis that we're moving on from, is that the world is not ending, so what's next? And like
capitalism has failed, communism is coming, let's talk about how to get there. Let's talk about what happens next.
But I'm like, I just that all the I'm for the same reason I'm really excited for like the writing that we're doing now in the latter half of the year, because like we've been working on this for so long just to get people to be able to say to people, this is where we're at. Now I want to tell you what I think about stuff. But you need to but first you have to understand like where we're coming from.
Yes.
And it's just like this is the starting point. So I'm so excited about what we're working on now, because it's just like
now we actually get to get going, as it was.
I'm gonna have to. Oh, sorry, Nat.
No, sorry, what were you gonna say?
I'm gonna have to make my own mini video, which is like referencing this video, just sort of saying like, yes, this is how we're all gonna be moving forward, like thinking from now on, like, a better world is possible, and let's talk about literally how we make it. Yeah. Yeah. Go on, Nat.
I was just gonna say, like, basically, like that. Like, I'm so excited to see like the kinds of conversations that like become facilitated. Like, the more people, not just from like literally people who've watched the video or whatever. Like, I'm extremely excited for that. But like, I also know that there's more and more people already thinking this way. That there were a few people who were very excited. Like, there are a few comments that were really excited about the video, saying that like it was basically how they already saw things. But I don't think there's many places where people put all those things together to share it with people like that, right? Those are kinds of like people have to do a lot of like thinking and work and action and conversation to be able to get to that place of like thinking that way about things, and for there to be like these ideas in one place. Like, when it comes to climate change, like the like Climate Leviathan really like demonstrates so cleanly, like there's such a cutoff between the scientific education about like what climate change is doing is like here, and the political education about like what politics looks like, how politics works, like what potential futures look like is like down here. And that's why there's no conversations that are like having an actually realistic approach to like what the outcomes of climate change and what the like solutions to climate change are at all.
But this is the thing about the weather. It's fucking everywhere. And so there are certain questions and conclusions and ideas that people are going to be just independently having all over the fucking place. And this is the thing about people saying...
Like that clip about Marx, right?
That if someone did the same studies of labor and capital in the Sahara or whatever, that they would come to the same conclusions as Marx, right? It's demonstrable things like the laws of physics. Yeah, exactly. Like, the thing about the weather being fucking everywhere is a lot of people are just going to come to the same conclusions, and like they will see that capitalism is not viable. And a lot of people, they're soaked in reactionary gibberish all the time. They got British brain or whatever. They're going to lead on from that to be like, well, maybe fascism could work, or maybe returning to like kings could work or whatever.
Gold standard or whatever.
Yeah, those people will become like horrible, horrifying counter-revolutionaries. But like so many people are just going to see the like, even if you have like, as it were, like no answer, and you're like, this can't work, but I'm going to do what I can. Doing what you can is already the answer. Like, just taking care of each other creates the answer by piecing it together.
Yeah.
Very true. Yeah, it's this is true progressivism, right? Because it's like you progress from well, in the online left anyway, I see it, because it's like, the online left, is very much like, oh, here are the bad things, but then it's like, what do we do about it, right? This is the true progressivism of like how we've got to go forward with all this. And that's not to say there aren't people on the online left doing this. It's just like the loudest voices aren't really doing any of that.
There's always lots of attention for like, here's all the problems, and it's a whole like it's not just like that it's kind of harder to get attention for, but it's also a lot scarier to say like, here's solutions, here's what we can and will and must do about it.
It's really funny. It's like, I get this like quite a lot of the time when like I talk about like, this is how we make things better, like especially on my stream, and it's like, yeah, but like I'm not like, people I think are forced into like binary decisions, like things are either good or bad. You can either do something or you can't, and it's like we have to like get out of the idea that like, the our brains in the way that they are wired in order for us to like find problems with things useful in like the same way as it is useful to like Capital when we're doing discussions about how to make things better, because like a lot of the times it's like, well, you know, throwing up like a sort of like, you know, we can't do this because X, you know, is like not always going to be like the the best discussion. Like that, you know, very smart person we had in the chat before, where it's like, we can't abandon fossil fuels because otherwise progress won't happen. It's like, that's a fundamentally neoliberal brainwashing idea, right? Do you know what I mean? That guy was probably a leftist, like possibly, right? Do you know what I mean? Was like respectful when you said don't you know, don't address me as bruh. And then he was like, oh yeah, my bad, right? So okay, you know, liberal, leftist, great. But then the rest of it is like fucking brainwashed. Like, insane. What are you talking about? You know,
absolutely wild stuff.
This is it. It's like you can't, you have to be able to like break down those barriers in your head. And it's not hard. It's genuinely not hard. It's like, just think of things a little bit differently. It's like Nat was saying, you know.
And we've got a great position being on Red Planet, because like the people with the solutions, they fucking come to us.
They're there. They're telling us about it.
We interview them, and then we're like, yeah. Can you try this though, or whatever. we get to just be the annoying nitpickers.
Right. Literally. But again, yeah, just go back to what you were saying about like this video. Like, I think that making it an event is a really important thing. I think that's a really smart way of doing it. Yeah, like turn it into an event. Like, have your friends over for beers if you drink, you know, whatever it is that you like to do. If you like to just hang out and chat about stuff in general, or have a movie night, make this one of your movies, you know.
I don't want to say it's like how people absolutely should, because it's whatever, like, you know, do whatever, but it does. I just, when I see that people are doing that with family, with loved ones, with friends, I'm like, wow, that's fucking amazing.
Huge.
Yeah, like my mum's been excited to watch this video. She's been hearing me talking about us making it and how excited I am about it for such a long time.
Yeah.
And you know, like, we're really excited to like get to chat about it, like after she's watched it.
Yeah.
Also, visually as well, I just want to comment on some like very, you know, aesthetic but meaningless in entirely like stuff that's really important to me. You looked so good in all of your different looks, and like, you know, the just the set dressing, like everything is like noticeable. It's like very like, you know, important. Like, just it looks amazing. Like
I tried to do a subtle progression of kind of authority that I was speaking with throughout the video. So at the start, I'm in bed and I'm really depressed, and it's kind of like, it's very hopeless. But by the end, I'm in, you know, it's literally my favorite dress, and I've got all these plants around me. It's kind of fancy. I mean, obviously, like, our room is a mess or whatever, but like, you know,
neatened up one corner.
The camera angle had changed, so I'm slightly like speaking downwards towards the audience. Like, the authority is
projecting confidence in what you're saying.
But like, I wanted to have that build up, because I wanted to deliberately undercut it at the end and be like, this whole time I've been talking about growing mushrooms at home, and I realized that was not why I wanted to do this in the first place. So I decided to go foraging, and at the same time, it's like I went from being really messy and depressed looking to being like more put together, and I got my you know, my hair, doing my hair up, and I got my nice dress, looks very academic and stuff like this, and then like, you know, we get the boots on and go out in the hills.
Yeah. It's so good.
Get muddy.
Get hella muddy.
So muddy.
Hella
I've still
muddy.
got a hole in these specific trousers, I think, from like barbed wire.
Yeah. Yeah, not because we were jumping fences or anything, chat. We would never do anything like that. Nat leaned on a fence.
Public part of the land, and then went and leaned on a fence where there's barbed wire.
It happens. It does happen.
Sure. No, but again, like, thank you so much for doing the filming that you did that contributed to this, because like it was the ending was the first bit I edited by a long way. Like,
that immediately made Sophie cry, because she knew how special and important that was when she edited together those sequences.
Yeah,
she was like, this is it. This is gonna be it.
That's true. And like, I was collecting the time lapses obviously for like, what, a year?
Yeah,
like
so
how long we've been growing the mushrooms to do the time lapses, right? Such a long time. But like, it was when we got back from filming that, and you sent me the files, and then I that was the first time I sat down and I was like, I'm going to edit a bit of the video now, even though it's not even done writing it, and I haven't got the voiceover I'm going to say over this bit. I'm just going to edit it together, and then I edited it, and I did the voiceover. I hit play, and I turned to you, and I was like, I think I want to say something like this, and it was just this wonderful moment of it coming together for the first time. And I did get really choked up, and I couldn't quite say it all because I was like, fuck, that's so much. And the title card as well, actually. If we just go, I'm just going to cut back to the title card for a second. I think it's about, where's the, nope.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
Fuck, it's a beautiful shot. It's so fucking beautiful.
What I love about this shot, right, is that as the, when it cuts to it, what if we actually did it though? And then it cuts to it, and at first it's kind of like we've been talking a lot about disasters and things being all fucked up, and the horizon line is sideways.
Yeah,
it's like, oh, is this more disaster footage just for a second? And then you realize, oh, this person over there, that's Nat, is standing upright. So actually we're on a hill.
Yeah,
but it's very washed out. There's all this light, and then the way that it this comes into frame, and then you'd expect it then to either cut to a new shot or this text would be replaced, but then the title appears above it is kind of a bit cheeky. It's a bit reversed to how things would usually normal editing language, basically. Just to skip over any kind of semblance of professionality for the audience. But then the way that the title appears inside this big glow, it's it turns it into, it brings out how beautiful the shot is.
Yeah.
Because
it actually does.
Halo of light around the words, the world is not ending.
Yeah.
Good news. Yeah.
It actually does. It actually does. It looks so good. Yeah.
And I had a different plan for what the title card was going to be, and it was going to be it was going to involve a time lapse of mushrooms growing in my incubation shed, and I'm so glad that it was this instead, because this is so much more the point is getting out there.
Get out there, and also there's also a lot of message in that last bit as well, which is hang on a minute, we are strangling nature, and when you try and take nature out of itself, and you can you can talk about this in any kind of different way. It's the way that we force monocultures, right, in crop growing and stuff,
100%
absolutely fucks the fucking land to the point where soil is so bad. That new Cody video, right? I think you were watching that on Friday, and it was it said exactly that about corn and forcing it to grow like that. I was talking with my chat when we watched that on stream about the natural wild corn that it comes from, and it looks so different.
Completely different. Yeah,
just so many different it's just wild. And so any example where you try and force nature, I'm having a trouble at the minute getting my pepper plants to pollinate. Yeah. So it's that's also struggling because they're not out in the wind. Normally the wind would shake them, pollinate, and animals would get to the flowers and they would do that. But I have to painstakingly go to each fucking flower and go get a bit of pollen, and then try and rub the stigma on it somehow so it takes, and it's oh my god, it's
because that's trying to trying to remove things from the context.
Yep.
Then you have to do so much more work to replace those contexts. And
yeah, it's so bad, honestly. But it was my pleasure to film this stuff, and I really, really enjoyed doing it. So honestly, really, really good. Love how you used it. I think it's phenomenal. I think it really hammers the message home, because when I was filming that stuff, had those feelings in my heart of hopefulness and love and togetherness with my friends, out in the hills, just having a nice time. So really, really cool. Really, really
it was
great.
such a gorgeous day.
A great day, as it always is with the both of you. So honestly, thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to show this. It's so special, right?
Thanks for having us here and letting us rant on about it.
Honestly, it's a pleasure.
I'm getting sleepy because this is stamina.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's like 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours. Well done.
All right.
Well done, the both of you. And
well done, you.
Yeah, no, I'm getting into this kind of streaming again. Honestly, it's not good for me, but you know, not having like the gym and like, you know, energy to like go out and do activism as much is meaning that like I'm just streaming for longer, and yeah, this is bad. This is
oh babe, no.
It's bad for the soul. Anyway.
Please give Muel your money. Please sub off Twitch. It's not quite having a soul, but it helps.
It helps. And also like give Sophie your money as well, like patreon.com/Sophie from Mars. But yeah, the both of you, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, have you got anything final that you want to say?
The FBI killed MLK. No.
It's
be nice
true.
and take care of each other. Just be nice and take care of each other, I think is the main
And check
thing.
out Red Planet.
Yeah,
every
and maybe
Sunday.
consider organizing to not pay your rent with the people around you.
It's true.
It's
true. I'm also gonna leave at the same time as the end of this Discord call anyway. So yeah, we're gonna like end the stream just like that basically. So thank you so much everybody for being here. It's been a great stream. I know you can't see Sophie and Nat right now again. I don't know why this is. I'm just gonna maybe try something a little different that might not work. Let me just try and bring this window over here. Yes, maybe. Is that gonna help if I then do this? There we go.
Hooray.
So yeah, we're gonna go raid someone. Thank you so much everybody for being here though. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you for all the raids. Thank you for just being here and chatting with us and listening to us chat as well and shit like that.
I'll be doing a liberal slop stream tomorrow. If people saw the Foom scrolling article, I'm reading nothing but articles from that guy. And then Nat's doing one on Thursday about David Baddiel, who sucks.
Oh, amazing. Incredible.
All right.
Thank you so much, Crastronomy,
you.
for 5 tier 1 subs as well. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. Appreciate that. But yeah, thank you very much. Love you loads.
Love you
I'll be
loads.
back
Bye.
tomorrow. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.